The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to the October the 13th, 2024 edition of Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 54 AD, Nero succeeds Claudius as Roman Emperor. He would be the last of the Judeo-Claudian emperors. In 1307, French King Philip IV has Grand Master Jacques de Molay and Knights Templar arrested and charged with idolatry and corruption. In 1884, International Meridian Conference in Washington, D.C. establishes Greenwich in London, England as the universal time meridian of longitude. In 1924, Mecca falls without struggle to Saudi forces led by Abdulaziz ibn Saud. In 1943, Italy declares war on former Axis partner Germany. In 1944, U.S. First Army begins Battle of Anchon, first German city captured during World War II. In 2010, Capano mining incident in Chile comes to a happy end as all 33 miners arrive at surface after surviving a record 69 days underground. In 1973, Badlands, directed by Terrence Malick and starring Martin Sheen and Sissy Spacek, premieres at the New York Film Festival. In 1966, Jimi Hendrix Experience rock trio debuts with American guitarist Jimi Hendrix, British bassist Noel Redding, and British drummer Mitch Mitchell in Everax, Normandy, France. In 2016, American singer-songwriter Bob Dylan is awarded the Nobel Prize for Literature. In 1903, first Baseball World Series, Boston Americans beat Pittsburgh Pirates 3-0 in Game 8 at Huntington Avenue for a 4-3 series victory. In 2019, Simone Biles becomes the most decorated gymnast in history when she wins record 25th medal at the World Championship in Stuttgart, Germany. Born on this day were Jane Grey, Rudolph Virchow, Margaret Thatcher, Jamil Khashoggi, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Joshua Wong, Paul Simon, Sacha Baron Cohen, Jimin, whoever that is, Raymond Coppa, Pat Day, Jerry Rice, Nancy Kerrigan. Dying on this day were Claudius. Well, that would explain why his nephew took over as emperor. Isaac Brock, Milton S. Hershey, Ed Sullivan, Walter Hauser Brattain, Muhammad Adulaiji. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 33, it's a shooting. Officer Rodewald, badge number 734, held up, shot, and robbed by two men who escaped in a Hudson coat. License number unknown. That's all. Rosenquist.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard the maxim, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. This is just a little more classical way of saying a slang phrase that was current some years ago. Show me, I'm from Missouri. The modern man is a practical man. He wants proof. And when he gets proof, he is sensible enough to accept it. The Rio Grande Oil Company makes no extravagant or exaggerated claims. They state simple facts. Listen. 1. Rio Grande cracked gasoline is made by the most efficient process known to the oil industry, the cracking process. 2. To this cracked gasoline, tetraethyl lead is added. 3. This gasoline averages 10 points higher in natural anti-knock rating than gasolines that are not cracked. Is it any wonder that Rio Grande crack is demanded by police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment here in the great Southwest? Is it any wonder that more and more motorists are swinging to crack? Consider the facts before you buy. Remember that you get police car performance at no extra cost with Rio Grande crack in your tank. For dependable lubrication during the summer months, why not try Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline motor oil? These famous oils are extra refined and therefore have longer life. You are guaranteed against substitution because they are sold only in tamper-proof extra measure cans. Give either Sinclair Pennsylvania or Sinclair Opaline a fair trial. They cost no more than most bulk oils. And now, Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department has sent as his personal representative this evening Inspector F.T. Hawtrey, who has a personal message for you. Inspector Hawtrey.
Good evening, friend. The modus operandi, which is known in police parlance as the method of operation of criminals, is one of the most recent police systems for running down criminals. It is a highly efficient department of the Bureau of Records and Identification. Your police department maintains files on every type of crime and every type of criminal, so that even the most inexperienced can quickly and effectively go through the cataloged files and determine what criminal or gang of criminals may be playing in a particular part of the city and committing particular crimes. This system went into effect in the Los Angeles Police Department 11 years ago. It is rapidly reaching a state of perfection. The story we bring to you tonight is of particular interest because it explains in story form how certain types of criminals follow certain criminal pursuits. In all of these programs, it is the desire of the Chief of Police, James E. Davis, to educate the general public in little-known facts concerning the intricate operation of this, one of the greatest law enforcement agencies in the United States. We believe that programs such as these are of tremendous benefit in inspiring public confidence, and Chief Davis will appreciate an expression of public reaction to it.
That was pretty good show, Sam.
Yeah. I get a big kick out of that Dolores Del Rio.
Oh, she's swell, all right. I like to have date with her some night, eh?
That's just you, that
Stick him up. Madre Dios, stick him up quick.
Well, I walk back to that building and be quiet or I'll blow your head off. Yeah, let's see what you got on you. $16 and a watch. Hey, you there.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. Fork over.
Here you are.
$11, huh? And a couple of pikers you guys are. Got a watch?
Yeah.
Give it to me.
Here you are.
Good. Now, if you guys know what's good for you, you'll keep your mouth shut and stay right there for 3 minutes. Talk to you before you go in the house.
What?
You heard me. How's the gas station business?
Well, what are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. I know you've been collecting the day's receipts for the Servute gas stations, and I know you got the take in that briefcase.
What of it?
See this gas? That's what of it. Give me that bag.
Why, look here.
Give it to me or I'll push daylight through you. Okay, Jack, let's go.
Go on in, Mary, while I put the car in the garage.
All right, then. Hurry up. I've got to take the doorbell.
Yes, I know. Mary! Mary, you're being robbed!
What?
Shut up. I've taken care of your husband. I'll get on inside there. See that gun?
Oh, don't.
Quiet. I'll kill you. Give me those rings.
Oh, no, please.
Okay, I'll yank them off.
Oh, no,
There.
don't.
And the other hand. Come on.
No. Oh, help, police, robbers.
Quiet, you fool. Okay, Jack, let that guy go. I got the dame's rings. Come on.
You'll get that order in a few days, Mr. Burnbloom.
You shouldn't keep me waiting. If you do, I'll be keeping you waiting when it comes time to pay the bill.
Don't worry, you'll get the stuff. But I think you're making a big mistake not to order those gold-filled Masonic emblems and that new line of wristwatches we're featuring.
Oh, no. Mr. Doyle, I couldn't be using any more stuff. I ain't in business for your help, you know.
No, that's right. Well, I'll be back to see you next month.
Okay, Mr. Doyle, then. Goodbye. So long.
So long, Mr. Burnbloom. What do you want? Well, what's the matter?
This gun's the matter. Open up. This is a stick-up.
Oh,
Now get going and don't make any noise.
where do you want me to go?
Drive north on Alvarado up into the hills. If you try to wreck the car, I'll kill you. Put that rear vision mirror up. My pal's following us. I want you to see him.
But I need that rear vision mirror. I'll have an accident if I don't use it.
Put it up.
Oh, but dark. I couldn't make out your partner's license number anyway.
Okay, then. But don't try any monkey business. Okay, stop right here. Get out.
What do you want?
Where are your jewelry samples?
Why, in these cases here in the back seat.
Yeah, I know that. Where else?
That's all.
You're lying. What about the back compartment?
There's nothing there.
Nothing. Come on, you're opening that up, too.
I tell you...
Shut up. Get out. And open up that back compartment.
I tell you, there's nothing in it.
Give me those keys. Oh, nothing in it, huh? Think I didn't know what you was carrying.
What are you going to do now?
Nothing to you if you're a wise guy and keep quiet. I'm taking this car of yours and meeting my pal. We'll leave it for you down on Glendale Boulevard, and everything will be okie-dokie if you're smart enough to lay low for the next half hour. If you're not, well, I ain't guaranteeing nothing. Oh, I nearly forgot something.
What's that?
Your pocketbook. Hand it over. Thanks. Got a watch?
No.
Come on, hand it over. Geez, you're not to be trusted.
Such are the crimes committed by a daring pair of bandits during the latter part of 1926 and the early months of 1927. Descriptions furnished by victims are meager. The bandits seem to be about 24 years old, about 5 feet 10 or 11 inches tall, both Americans, both dark-haired. There is little for the police to go on. These crafty criminals are careful not to leave fingerprints, are careful to keep their identity guarded. Then, one evening in early fall, patrolman Fibber is walking his beat on Mariposa Street when he observes a couple of men changing a tire on a Hudson sedan. Another sedan of similar make is parked behind it. Rodewald approaches the two cars.
Hello, boys. Having some trouble?
Yeah.
What seems to be the matter?
Can't you see? We got a flat.
Who's these cars belong to?
House, who do you think?
You don't need to get tough about it.
Oh, yeah?
Hey, let's see your registration card.
Here's our registration card. No, mister, that's just a sample. The next one will go clean through you. Get into the car. Better get out of here quick, Jack. You're telling me. Come on, copper, get in. You drive, Zeke. Keep stick on this mug of the rod. Okay. Now listen here, Bull. You keep your face down there and don't look at me, thing, or I'll bump you off. I ain't going to have you identifying me and no show-up. You better get his badge and his gat, Johnny. Okay. Don't mind if I frisk you, do you, pal? Just a matter of form in our business.
Why, you
shut up. I'm not going to fool with you. I don't like cops, savvy? I'd just as soon plug you right now as sit on the seat beside you.
For almost an hour, the bandits drive around the city with their victim stuffed in the corner of the back seat. They relieve him of his badge, his revolver, his belt, whistle, and handcuffs. Finally, they drive up to the corner of 83rd and Van Ness Avenue in front of a partially finished house.
Okay, copper. Get out. Take off your coat. Oh, you're bleeding in the arm. That's too bad. I'm sorry I didn't get you in the heart. Now walk straight ahead. Into this building, huh? This looks like a good place, Zeke. Looks okay to me. Okay, copper. Step up to them two before us. Put your arms out. Right up, boy. Now we'll show you how it feels to wear your bracelet. Now give me the other arm, like a good boy. That's just dandy. Now you can stay there until you bleed to death.
But the bandits fail to fasten the handcuffs securely, and Officer Rodewald manages to work his hand loose. Bleeding profusely, he makes his way to the nearest house and reports the shooting. Still, there is little positive identification. Then the next day, an abandoned Hudson coach is found in Long Beach. The upholstery is splattered with blood. And Officer Rodewald's cap, bearing the number 734, is on the floor. Howard Barlow, the police department fingerprint expert, searches the car for latent fingerprints, discovers several, photographs them, and running through his file for identification, he makes several astounding discoveries. He loses no time in reporting to Chief David.
Well, Lieutenant, did you make anyone on those prints?
Did I? I'll say I did, Chief. Jack Hawkins is one of them.
Hawkins?
Yeah. You remember I reported to you about 10 days ago about identifying a latent print from one of those robbery jobs as belonging to Hawkins?
Oh, yes. Yeah, of course I do.
Well, Hawkins is an escape from the St. Louis County jail. I got in touch with St. Louis, and they sent me his mug and prints, along with those of Zeke Hayes, the man he escaped with. And I've just identified 2 latent prints from that abandoned Hudson as belonging to Hayes and Hawkins.
So they're the boys we're after, eh?
That's right, Chief. Why, look at those prints. More than 20 points of similarity. Here are the pictures and descriptions.
That's great work, Lieutenant. Now that we know who we're after, I'm going to throw a traffic blockade all over this town. Men of this type must be made an example of. No one can shoot a police officer in Los Angeles and get away with it. Send my secretary in, will you, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir. Keep walking, Miss Bowler.
Sit down, Miss Bowler. Take this order. To all division and detective commanders. Beginning tonight and every other night until further notice, place a blockade at the important intersections in your district. Stop all cars and detain all suspicious characters. Arrest one Zeke Hayes, alias Robert N. Hayes, alias Robert Albert Williams, and one John Neville Hawkins, alias James Elmer Fox, alias John Neville Wright. Hayes is described as American, 30 years of age, height 5 feet 6.5 inches, weight 165 pounds, black hair, brown eyes. Hawkins, an American, 23 years old, height 5 feet 11.5 inches, weight 170 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. Tomorrow's police bulletin will carry pictures of these men, but I want you to start looking for them at once. These men held up, shot, kidnapped Officer Siebert Rodewald. I want you to bring them in. That'll be all. Get it out right away.
Yes, sir.
Night after night, citizens are conscious of the power and numbers of their police force as the traffic intersections swarm with uniformed officers scrutinizing the occupants of every automobile. But for all the efficiency of the police blockade, Hayes and Hawkins are not apprehended. The statewide teletype carries their descriptions to every police headquarters in California, and still the wily criminals escape detection. Although the men have not been placed in custody, Detectives Cato, Cahill, and Seeger prosecute their investigation and get from the victims positive identifications of Hayes and Hawkins as the robbers who held up the jewelry salesman, the gasoline station collector, the woman with the ring, and many other citizens. If caught, the 2 bandits are bound to go to prison for extreme terms on the basis of the case developed against them by the 3 hard-working detectives. But weeks go by, and nothing is heard or seen of Hayes and Hawkins. Then 2 jobs are pulled in San Francisco that resemble in technique the work of the bandit pair. And a few days later, a wide-awake patrolman recognizes Hawkins on the street. He is brought into headquarters and fingerprinted.
Listen, I tell you, you've got the wrong guy. I never done nothing wrong in my life. I'm going to dental school. I'm studying to be a dentist.
Oh, yeah? Well, you may be studying to be a dentist in the daytime, but you've got a more profitable business at night.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, then I'll tell you. You're John Neville Hawkins, and you're wanted both here and in Los Angeles for robbery.
Listen, that's all wrong, I tell you.
Well, I don't think so. These fingerprints don't lie. You're Hawkins, all right.
Did you see this, Inspector?
What's that?
It's a receipt for a water bill made out to Alfred Nelson at an address on Columbus Avenue.
Alfred Nelson, eh? Another alias, huh, Hawkins?
Listen, you're all wrong.
Well, we'll see about that. Hold this man on suspicion of robbery, Frank, while I check on that address.
The officers go to the address on Columbus Avenue and find a veritable arsenal in Hawkins' apartment. Hoping to round up Hayes, too, they secrete themselves in the place. After several hours' wait, the second bandit arrives home to be met by the cold blue steel automatics of the police officers.
Pick him up. We're police officers, Hayes.
Oh, well, you caught up with me, huh?
Yeah, and your pal, too. He's down to headquarters.
Well, what's the beef?
Oh, robbery, assault with a deadly weapon. What would you like?
I'll talk to the chief about that.
Hayes and Hawkins insist on an interview with Chief Dan O'Brien of the San Francisco Police Department. Finally, Chief O'Brien grants the request.
Now, look here, Chief. What have you got on us? Couple of robbery jobs. Nice ones.
Well, we'd never have worked your town if that blockade down in L.A. hadn't been so tough.
What did you boys want to talk to me for?
Well, if you send us up, they can't bring us back from the big house to face that beef in L.A., can they?
I don't know. That's their business. Well, then don't put you away for robbery.
We'll plead guilty if you send us up right away.
I'm making no deals, boys.
But, Chief, there's 3 dicks down south that'll make it too hot for us. We want to go up quick. Yeah. And if we can ever get Cato, Cahill, and Seeger down there, are we going to do it?
You're damn right we are. What do you got against these men?
Plenty. They didn't have to build a case against us like they got. Well, forget it, Seek. That's water over the dam. How about it, Chief? Will you send us up?
You're darn right I will. I don't know what all this chatter is about, but I do know I'm going to send you up pronto, even if you didn't want to go.
Hayes and Hawkins are quickly sentenced to from 5 years to life in Folsom Penitentiary on 1 count of first-degree robbery. The officers in Los Angeles are furious at thus losing their game.
I tell you, Cato, we got to get those men down here and try them for the crimes they committed in Los Angeles.
But how?
Yeah, that's the question, how.
Is there any way?
If there is, I don't know. By the time they get out of Folsom on their present sentence, the statute of limitations will have run out, and we can't touch them.
Well, we've got an assault with a deadly weapon charge on them.
Hey, wait a minute. I've got an idea.
What is it?
We'll get the grand jury to indict them.
What good that'll do? We can't get them out?
Yes, we can. We'll subpoena them as witnesses in their own trial.
Well, I never heard of anything like that before.
Neither did I, but I don't see why it wouldn't work.
Oh, it's worth a try at any rate.
And so Hayes and Hawkins are subpoenaed as witnesses in their own trial. But when they arrive in Los Angeles, they insist on going before a grand jury. And in secret proceedings, Hayes testifies.
You gentlemen are naturally interested in getting to the bottom of the crime wave that has been sweeping Los Angeles. It's your business to discover who is responsible for the open operations of criminals in this city. Well, it's a good thing you subpoenaed me and my partner as witnesses. When we get through, you'll realize we are witnesses. You'll realize that we aren't on trial, but that we are the star witnesses against the real criminals. The brains of the Los Angeles robbery ring are 3 police officers. Captain Cato, Captain Cahill, and acting Captain Seeger.
Hayes' accusation explodes the grand jury like a bombshell. An investigation is ordered. And although the prosecution tries again and again to bring Hayes and Hawkins to trial in Superior Court, each attempt is met with an order of postponement to permit the grand jury more time in its investigation. News of the charges leaks out, and the 3 police officers are publicly suspected. In the meantime, Hayes and Hawkins, as guests of the county jail, hugely enjoy the trouble they are causing.
We're certainly fixing up those 3 dicks. Well, they won't have a friend in this town when we're through with them. Yeah, but how long can it go on? Well, can't prove anything. What of it? This is better than Folsom, ain't it? We don't have no work to do here. Just lay around and smoke all day. So long as Ella keeps kicking in a little dough now and again, we're sitting on top of the world. She's a great kid, that gal of yours. You're telling me? There ain't many that'd stick to a guy the way she has. All the good she is to you. You'll be an old lady before you're out on the street again. Yeah, guess you're right. Sure, I'm right. Once in a while, I want to do something about it. What do you mean? I mean, I want to get out of this joint. Yeah, fat chance you have of doing that. Oh, I don't know about that. What are you talking about? Oh, do you know old Tom, the trustee? Yeah, sure. Yeah, he used to hang around Tony's in the old days. That's right. He's on the junk, you know. Yeah? Sure. And it's a cinch he ain't getting much in here. So? So I'll get Ella to hustle up some dough and promise it to old Tom if he'll pack us in a gap. Then what? Oh, do you know the way Cato and Seeger always sit in the front row in the courtroom? Yeah. Well, next time we go into court, we buff them off, see? And we make a dive for the elevator, go down the street instead of up to the jail, and we're out. Gee, That's a pretty big chance.
Yeah, what of it? I'd rather take a chance like that than look through bars the rest of my life.
Okay. I'm with you.
Hayes and Hawkins offer old Tom enough money to supply himself with plenty of cocaine if he'll get them a gun. Then on the next visiting day, Hayes whispers his plot through the screen to Ella in the visitor's room.
Oh, Zeke, you're taking an awful chance.
Now, what of it? Better than this, ain't it?
Yes, I guess that's right.
Now, look, honey. I want you to be in the courtroom when the bailiff brings us in. You nod your head if Cato and Seeger are there, okay? Of course, there's no doubt about them being there. They always have been. Then when I start shooting, you wait until all the excitement is over before you leave. I'll meet you back at your apartment.
Oh, Zeke, I'm afraid for you.
Ah, don't worry, babe. We're just seeing.
Time's up.
Bye, honey.
Oh, goodbye, Zeke. And be careful.
Once more, the case of the people versus John Neville Hawkins and Zeke Hayes is called. Once more, as they had so many times before, Hayes and Hawkins are led into the courtroom and stand facing the judge. Once more, a movement is made for postponement.
Your Honor, I move this case be postponed.
Johnny, Ella's shaking her head. Cato and Seeger are in the courtroom.
Oh, my God. What do we do now? They'll find that cat on us if we go back to jail with it.
They're gonna shoot our way out just the same.
Right now?
No, just as soon as they put us in the elevator.
Okay.
Do I hear any objections? Case is postponed until July 13th. You may take the prisoners back to their cells.
All right, come on, you guys.
Oh, we're coming.
You're lucky, guys, always getting your trial postponed.
Yeah. Guess you sort of like our jail by this time, huh?
Yeah, just love it.
Here's the elevator. Let's go.
Yeah, sir, gentlemen, going up.
Attaboy, Sam. Up to the jail.
Okay, Johnny, let him have it.
Hey, what the... Hey, drop that gun.
Hush, you cop.
Oh. Shoot my partner, will you?
You hurt bad, Casey?
I'm all right.
Oh, you're bleeding. Get us downstairs, Sam. We got to get Casey to the hospital.
Yeah, but how about me? I'm hit too, and so's my pal.
Oh, your pal's not hit. He's dead. Look at him. Dead as a doornail. And that's the way I wish he was. Shooting my partner in the back, you rat.
Yes? John Neville Hawkins was dead. Dead as a doornail, as Deputy Sheriff Tom Higgins put it. Captains Cahill, and Seeger were, of course, clear of the preposterous charges made against them by the two criminals. And Zeke Hayes eventually went to trial before the Superior Court. And although he originally entered a plea of not guilty, the testimony of his girlfriend, who turned state's evidence, was so damaging that he changed his plea to straight guilty and was sentenced to Folsom Prison for life as an habitual criminal. Recently, his sentence was reversed, making Hayes eligible for parole. But it is to be hoped that the State Parole Board will realize its duty to the citizens of California and not release such a dangerous criminal into civil life, a criminal who has 3 times proven his inability to go straight. For such incorrigibles, there is only one place, and that is the state penitentiary.
Thank you, Inspector Hawtrey. If it has done nothing else, we are certain that Calling All Cars has brought home to you, the average citizen, the hazards and dangers of police work. In their war against crime, the police must be provided with equipment that is dependable and ready to meet an emergency. The officers in a police car must be armed with the latest of weapons. Their ammunition must be the best. Their car must be mechanically perfect. And the gasoline in the tank must be able to meet instantly any requirement of power, quick starting, and speed. There could be no sluggishness, no failure to start, no lack of speed. A life might be lost through such a failure. Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives police equipment that needed dependability. That is why in the great Southwest, where Rio Grande products are sold, more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, motorcycles, and other emergency equipment use Rio Grande cracked than all other brands combined. Rio Grande has prepared for your information a complete list of forthcoming cases to be broadcast on Calling All Cars. Drive into your neighborhood Rio Grande service station tomorrow and ask for the Rio Grande radio log. It's free.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 33. The shooting of police officers. Suspects in this case are now in custody. That's all. Rosenquist.
Calling All Cars is based on the confidential files of the Los Angeles Police Department and is written and produced by William N. Robeson. This is Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation.
There are survivors from the Odin on this planet.
A rescue team struggles to find a shipwrecked crew.
These people are facing their death down here.
Because they're fugitives on Angel One.
We were no harm to anyone.
And a disease-infested Enterprise can't save them.
No one can beam up. This virus is totally out of control here.
Now the crew is helpless to stop an execution on Star Trek The Next Generation.
Mine does more.
Mine does more.
My side of the medicine chest has a lot of things for a cold that can relieve nasal and sinus congestion, sneezing, aches, pains, fever.
Well, my side does more because I've got Comtrex, the new multi-symptom cold reliever. Comtrex even relieves your cough. So all by itself, it gives more kinds of relief than Dristan or Contac or Bayer. For your miserable combination of all these symptoms, this is better. New Comtrex in tablet or liquid.
Now you look through here and you squeeze, okay? Hurry up. Now just drop it in and come over here. This is Polavision, Polaroid's instant movies.
Oh, you're crazy.
Can you imagine how this would go over at your house?
You have won $125,000 in the Publishers Clearinghouse giveaway.
Oh,
Thank you so much. You go right ahead and shed those tears.
You may be lucky, too. Watch your mail for the new triple sweepstakes from Publishers Clearinghouse. 3 great giveaways with 3 grand prizes. 3 full sets of prizes, only from Publishers Clearinghouse. So enter now. Maybe you'll say.
I never knew there was this much money in the whole world.
He feels so rotten when he gets the 24-hour bug, chills, pains, and stomach upset and diarrhea. This is what we have for the chills and pains. But for the upset and common diarrhea, we have Pepto-Bismol. Do you get what he gets when you get the bug? Well, then get Pepto-Bismol before you get the bug, because you won't want to go out and get it when you got it.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Here we are, Durwood, and thank you.
Howdy, Bing. What you going to start off with today?
You know, I was thinking you might do the first song, Rosie.
I'm sorry, partner. I'm still on my coffee break.
Okay, I'll sing then.
This may be your big opportunity.
Well, you never can tell. We'll be listening. gee, it's all fine and dandy, sugar candy when I've got you. Then I see the sunny side. Even trouble has its funny side. When you're gone, sugar candy, I get so lonesome, get so blue. When you're handy, it's fine and dandy, but when you're gone, what can I do? Sugar candy when I've got you. Then I see the sunny side. Even trouble has its funny side. When you're gone, sugar candy, I get so lonesome, get so blue. When you're handy, it's fine and dandy, but when you're gone, what can I do? Can't make it without you. When you're gone, what can I do? Yay, Ken, you know, if I ever decide to go into opera, I doubt that I shall...
I share that doubt with you, Bing.
But if I ever do decide to go into the opera racket, I don't think I'll ever sing in Denmark.
Why? Do they make you take an entrance examination in Denmark?
Now, don't you be fresh, Rosie. What I'm trying to say is that opera's just too rugged in Denmark.
How do you mean rugged?
Well, you know, just recently at the Royal Theater in Copenhagen, the singer who played the title role in Verdi's Rigoletto, he was taken home after the second act and in an ambulance.
An ambulance?
Mm-hmm.
Well, opera must be rugged in Denmark. You say the fellow playing the leading role in Rigoletto was taken home in an ambulance?
That's what happened. Of course, they say it's a misunderstanding, but I don't know. I just think it's pretty rough singing opera there.
What do you mean, a misunderstanding?
Well, here's what happened. A fella in the chorus, a courtier, was supposed to carry Rigoletto on the stage, and then he was supposed to throw Rigoletto into the air. And he was supposed to be caught by 3 other courtiers.
Oh, I'm beginning to see. This courtier threw Rigoletto too far, huh?
Yes, and something worse than that.
Worse than that?
That's right. But now a pause, of course, in this thrilling drama, practically before it begins.
Bing, why pause now?
Because it's time for Rosie to sing.
Well, I guess that makes sense.
Looks like I saved the day practically before it started.
Anyone for love, anyone to try that grand old game with me, to share a name with me, to light the flame with me. Anyone for love, anyone to fill my heart with ecstasy, to cuddle next to me, to put the hex on me. I want somebody sweet who will defeat all of my blues. I'm hungry for rapture, the chase and the capture. This heart of mine wants to lose. Anyone for love. If at first you don't succeed, you try again. To do or die again. It's just that way. Anyone for love today. Anyone for love. If at first you don't succeed, you try again. To do or die again. It's just that way. Anyone for love. Anyone for love. Anyone for love today.
Being back to this Rigoletto incident in Denmark, you say the tenor was thrown into the air by a courtier and was supposed to be caught by 3 other courtiers, huh?
So it had been planned, Ken. That was the script. But when Rigoletto got tossed, nobody caught him.
Oh, man.
Kerplunk, he fell right on the stage on his head.
Well, how could that have happened?
It was a misunderstanding, they said. You see, the 3 men who had been rehearsed to catch Rigoletto, all 3 men were homesick, and their 3 replacements, well, they hadn't been briefed. They weren't informed that they were to make the catch.
Well, why doesn't someone double-check these things?
But you know, that's what the tenor said when he came to.
And, Bing, that's one reason why you don't think you'll make your opera debut in Denmark.
Well, not in Rigoletto, at least. I might take a swing at some of the less vigorous things, maybe.
Yeah, why don't you break in with the student prince?
It's a little rangy. Yeah, it gets a bit high there in parts. But anyhow, I'll not accept the part where I get tossed unless there's a net handy, or else 3 strong men who have been thoroughly instructed, briefed, rehearsed, all set and ready to catch me.
And not on the first bounce.
What bounce? These lads must be alert.
Well, I suppose the 3 men who missed the catch had errors chalked up against them. Huh?
Oh, of course. Do you know, I just may stick to the easier type of singing.
Something effortless?
Even weightless. You know, like in outer space.
Say, I just happen to think the insurance rates must be something fierce on fellas singing Rigoletto in Copenhagen.
Oh, sky high, I should think. Say, what do you think we ought to do? Segue to a little music here?
Well, nothing from Rigoletto.
Nothing close to Rigoletto. I've flown around the world in a plane. I've danced flamencos, pasodobles in Spain. You know the North Pole I've charted, but I can't get started with you. What to do? Baby, I'm so blue. On a golf course, I'm under par. On a nice day, Metro Goldwyn has asked me to star. We haven't talked pay. I got a house, a show place. Still, I don't get no place with you. You're so supreme. Lyrics I write of you and I scheme. Just for the sight of you, dream both day and night of you. But what good does it do? I've been consulted by Dwight D. Princess Kelly had me to tea, but you've got me downhearted, 'cause I can't get started with you. I've run 100 yards in 10 flat, hanging on to a Thunderbird. Adam Monjus copied my hat, or is that a dirty word? With queens I've a la carted, but I don't get started with you. All the leading tailors copy my styles. Toothpaste ads feature my smiles. Why, the Astorbilts and the Vanderbilts I visit, but say, tell me, what is it with you? Man, you give me that halibut eye every time I come by. When first we met, how you elated me past. Well, I want to tell you, you devastated me. Yes. Now you've deflated me. Till you're my Waterloo. You know that really, when you come to think about it, I'm no fool. With Lola Brigidaire, I've taken pasta fazool. Oh, consistently. But lately, how I've smarted. 'Cause I can't get started with you. I'm blue.
Here comes September Good Housekeeping to help you lead the creative life you want to live. First of all, there's a Keep Young Guide to Happy Eating. 22 pages of wonderful food, including trim luncheon and dinner menus, and recipes that'll keep your family's health up, weight down, spirits sparkling. And handsome color pages of fall fashions. Town clothes that take you to the country beautifully. Country clothes that go anywhere in the city. Also, for those who may be wondering about the controversial new birth control pills, Good Housekeeping has a medically authoritative report. And don't miss the house for all seasons, with interiors beautifully presented in color. A down-to-earth dream house priced well within the reach of many young couples today. Also, Good Housekeeping brings you Let's Have a Draft for Girls by famed columnist and educator Max Lerner, a stimulating and forceful suggestion that a female home Peace Corps be drafted. All this and much, much more in September Good Housekeeping. Buy your copy today.
It's the wrong time and the wrong place. Though your face is charming, it's the wrong face. It's not his face, but such a charming face that it's all right with me. It's the wrong song in the wrong style. Though your smile is lovely, it's the wrong smile. It's not his smile, but such a lovely smile that it's all right with me. You can't know how happy I am that we met. I'm strangely attracted to you. There's someone I'm trying so hard to forget. Don't you want to forget someone too? It's the wrong game with the wrong chips. Though your lips are tempting, they're the wrong lips. They're not his lips, but they're such tempting lips that if some night you're free, dear, it's all right. It's all right with me. Now I make a motion that we hear from Buddy Cole and orchestra.
Second the motion.
I third the motion. There is such a thing.
Cozy, what do you say we play a little game?
What game is that?
Well, it's a game called Other People. I'll be Fred Astaire, you be Ginger Rogers, and we'll sing Isn't This a Lovely Day?
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Isn't this a lovely day, buddy? Isn't this a lovely day to be caught in the rain? You were going on your way, now you gotta remain.
Just as you were going, leaving me all at sea, the clouds broke, they broke, and oh, what a break for me.
I can see the sun up high, though we're caught in the storm.
I can see where you and I could be cozy and warm.
Let the rain pitter-patter, but it really doesn't matter if the skies are gray.
Long as I can be with you, it's a lovely day.
Isn't this a lovely day to be caught in the rain?
I was going on my way, now I've got to remain.
Just as you were going, leaving me all a fuss.
The clouds broke, they broke, and
oh, what a break for us.
I can see the sun up high, though we're caught in a storm.
I can see where you and I could be cozy and warm. Let the rain pitter-patter, but it really doesn't matter if the skies are gray. Long as I can be with you, it's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day. So long, folks. Until next time.
Thanks for listening, friends.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Won $100,000 from Publishers Clearinghouse. Listen.
My wife's French, and she loves to cook. So what was the first thing she did with the money?
Built myself this beautiful kitchen.
You may be lucky, too. Watch your mail for the new Clearinghouse Triple Sweepstakes. 3 great giveaways with 3 grand prizes. 3 full sets of prizes. Homes, cars, cash. Only from Publishers Clearinghouse. So open this letter and enter now.
This is a good place for a stick-up.
This is a good place for a stick-up.
This is a good place for a stick-up.
Phew! This is a good place for a stick-up.
This is a stick-up, the invisible air deodorizer from Airwick. Airwick stick-ups are so small and concentrated, you hide them in small spaces where odors hide.
This is a good place for a stick-up.
A surprising message to Rolaids users. Tums neutralizes 1/3 more acid than Rolaids. Watch this familiar demonstration. 1 Rolaids and 1 Tums tablet are added to stomach acid. Both neutralize the acid. But on those occasions, when your stomach has even this much more excess acid, Tums can still absorb it. Rolaids can't, because tablet for tablet, Tums neutralizes 1/3 more acid than Rolaids. For acid indigestion and heartburn, take Tums.
It's a new dial morning, and you're up and feeling new. It's a clean dial morning, and that clean belongs to you. There's a new day dawning, and your best is showing through. Starting out clean, starting out dial, starting out new.
There's no cleaner way to start a new day than Dial soap. With deodorant protection that gets you so clean you feel your best.
Starting out clean, starting out dial, starting out new.
Don't scratch that dry skin. You'll make it worse.
But I've loaded it with lotion, and it still itches.
You need new Lanacaine medicated dry skin lotion. It's the only dry skin lotion with an itch-stopping anesthetic. Its doctor-proven anesthetic works fast to stop painful itching. Then its antibacterials and rich moisturizers permit healing of red, cracked skin.
The itching's gone, and my skin's so soft and smooth.
Lanacaine medicated lotion, the only one with an itch-stopping anesthetic.
5 years ago, I was the only one I knew using Grecian formula to keep the gray out of my hair. But now there are millions. If you're trying to decide about using Grecian, listen to a few of them.
The change was so gradual and looked so natural, no one ever noticed.
My hair turned the same medium brown it used to be.
It's as easy to use as water.
I left a little gray on the sides.
My hair is back to the sandy color it used to be.
Grecian formula, used by over 2 million men. I'll bet a lot of your friends are using Grecian and you don't even know it.
Look out for mystery with Candy Matson. Coming up next.
Hello, Yukon 38309. Yes, this is Candy Matson. Yes, this is Candy Matson.
Oh, Miss Matson, I've been trying to get in touch with you the past 2 days.
Well, I've been out of town. Just who is this speaking?
Mrs. Allison Gray. You may have heard of my husband.
The famous industrialist? Who hasn't heard of him?
You've got to help me, Miss Matson. I'm desperate.
Well, you sound it. What seems to be wrong, Mrs. Gray?
I understand you do work of a confidential nature.
You understand correctly.
Can you drop out to see me, Miss Matson? Right away.
Well, you'll have to give me some idea of what it's all about, Mrs. Gray. There are certain types of cases I refuse to accept.
Do I have to tell you on the phone?
If we're going to do business, yes.
Well, it's my husband. For the past month, I felt that he's been gradually losing his mind.
What?
It's horrible. But yesterday, he disappeared completely.
You don't have to say another word, Mrs. Gray. I'll be right out.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Candy Matson, Yukon 38309.
That's the way it usually goes. I live in a penthouse on Telegraph Hill in San Francisco. Inside, there's a phone. It's listed, and it rings. Sometimes I wish it wasn't and didn't. But the phone is listed thusly, Candy Matson, Private Investigator. And that's how I make my living. Do you remember that old gag about what's black and white and red all over? Yeah, a newspaper. Well, because of that telephone call from Mrs. Allison Gray, I had a switch. I had my palm red and got black and blue all over. And for good measure, I uncovered 2 very dead corpses along the way. I got the address of the Allison Grays out on Broadway in the Valley of Wealth, and that's where I went. As I pulled up at the front door, I looked for the bell, but there was none. Nothing but a huge knocker looking like it weighed about 10 tons. I whacked it a couple of times and thought the house would fall off its foundations.
Oui, mademoiselle?
Oh, oui. Je suis ici pour un rendezvous avec Madame Gray.
Oh, parlez-vous français, mademoiselle?
Oui, Lowell High School style.
Entrez, s'il vous plaît, mademoiselle.
Oui.
C'est un bon jeu, n'est-ce pas?
Oh, oui. I'll bet you run out before I do.
You can say that again.
Oh, you speak English?
Yeah, San Francisco style. You Miss Matson?
That's right.
Miss Gray's expecting you. You'll find her in the library.
Don't overdo it, Clyde. Say, what kind of a place is this anyway?
You'll find out. Go right on in, please.
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, Miss Matson?
Yes, Mrs. Gray.
Do come in. My, how attractive you are. I expected a severe type of woman. Sit down, won't you, please?
Well, thank you.
You've got to help me, Miss Matson. My whole life has been turned into a phantasmagoria.
Oh, that's a good word. Tell me more about the phantasmagoria.
My husband and I have been married 30 years. All that time he's been kind, considerate, generous.
And with money yet. That makes him quite a man.
But in business, he's just the opposite. He's ruthless. And I'm afraid he's made a good many enemies.
Well, I guess you have to be like that in business if you want to be successful, Mrs. Gray.
I know of at least a half-dozen men who've been led into financial ruin because of my husband's operations.
And this all leads to...
Just this. I believe that his business tactics finally began to prey on his mind. For the past month, he's looked as though he were suffering from shock or concussion.
Well, maybe that's it.
No, Miss Matson. I was a nurse before I married Mr. Gray. I know the symptoms. My husband, I'm sure, is on the edge of a complete mental collapse. If it hasn't happened already.
Well, now, just how do I fit into the picture?
Find him, please. Then perhaps we can get to the root of all the trouble. I'd die if anything happened to him.
You should know his habits. Can't you find him, Mrs. Gray?
Can an amateur pianist do the work of a Rubinstein? No, Miss Matson. You're a professional sleuth. That's why I called you.
Okay. You've got yourself a girl. As of now, I'm on the payroll.
What is your fee, Miss Matson?
$200 in advance, $50 a day in expenses.
That's reasonable. I'll make out a check for you right away.
Fine.
Oh, hello, Auntie. Excuse me. Didn't know you had company.
Perfectly all right, Robert. May I present my nephew, Robert Warnicke. This is Miss Candy Matson.
How do you do?
It's delighted to know you. Matson, eh? That name is familiar. Yes, you're a lady reporter or something of the sort, aren't you?
No, I'm afraid not, Mr. Warnicke.
Let the girl alone, Robert. She's here on business. Here you are, Miss Matson.
Thank you, Mrs. Gray. Well, I'd better be getting along. You'll hear from me soon. Oh, goodbye, Mr. Warnicke. I'll be seeing you.
Yes, I have a hunch you most certainly will.
I left the house, got in my car, and as I drove along, I did some thinking. It was a strange thing. Here was a family with all the loot in the world, but unhappy. It didn't make sense. Suddenly I realized I wasn't far from the studios of an old friend of mine, Rembrandt Watson, a darn good photographer, now that he's given up the grape, the kind that comes in bottles. As luck would have it, he was in and gave me a greeting worthy of the prodigal son.
Candy, you minx. Where on earth have you been, Dove?
Minx and Dove? You make me feel as if I should be molting. What do you mean, where have I been?
Just what the question implies, dear. Where have you been?
Up in Eureka on a case.
Oh, and how did you find Eureka?
With radar. You've never seen such fog.
Oh.
Well, why this deep concern about me whereabouts?
I've been trying to get in touch with you. I've some business for you, dear.
No, thanks, Rembrandt. I already have some.
Oh, she's an old customer of mine. I've photographed her so often, I know every little wrinkle. I've even given them names.
No, I've told you, Ducky, I couldn't possibly
Her neck has more lines than a California road map.
Rembrandt, for the last time,
Her name is Gray.
What did you say her name was?
Gray, sweet little old fluff, lives out on Broadway.
Mrs. Allison Gray?
Yes, that's the one.
Well, Rembrandt, I just now left her house not more than 10 minutes ago.
Oh, splendid. She got in touch with you. She dropped in my studio several days ago, and I recommended you. Get yourself a fine fat feed, Dove. She can afford it.
Well, do you know anything about the deal?
Only that she's worried about her husband.
That's nothing. I'm worried about mine.
Oh, girl, you're not married.
That's why I'm worried.
You mean you still can't get Lieutenant Mallard to see the light?
Right. Every time we even get near the subject of matrimony, Mallard ducks. Mallard ducks. Okay, I'll leave.
I would if I were you. Mallard ducks. Really? Well, did you accept the case?
I'm afraid I did, Rembrandt.
Then you might be interested in this. Here.
What's this?
A card. You can read.
Yeah. Madame Natasha, palmistry, telepathy, sittings by appointment only. What's this all about?
May not have any connection in the least, but it fell out of Mrs. Gray's purse as she left the other afternoon.
Palmistry yet? This gal goes in for wrinkles all over. Rembrandt may sound as though he has bird gravel for brains, but he's been around me long enough to know a lead when he sees one. So I took the card and left. I cut over to Union and down to Kearny Street and then to the Hall of Justice on the corner of Washington. That's where my boy Mallard hangs his hat. Lieutenant Ray Mallard of San Francisco Homicide. A wonderful guy if he'd only swap stars. The one pinned on the inside of his coat for the ones up in the sky.
Well, bust my rank and call me patrolman if it isn't Candy. Hi, you beautiful thing, you.
Well, what have you been doing? Sniffing too much sulfur and molasses?
Oh, merely stating the truth. Gee, you look swell, Candy.
Well, in that case, no comment. I'd better quit while I'm ahead. Well, Foot Flat, what's new?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. I'm liable to lose my job. The last 24 hours, there's been only one crime reported. Some kid had his bike stolen.
Oh, you can talk to me, Mallard. Was it an inside job?
I don't know. We haven't got anything to go on. But give us another 2 days and we'll bust this bike heist wide open.
Good for you, laddie boy. Now shift your cigar and listen to me.
Okay. Got something?
Well, not yet, but could be. Ever hear of a lady swami known as Madame Natasha? Crystal gazing done cheap?
What does she make like Conan Doyle?
Out on Buchanan near Jackson.
You know her real name?
Nope.
Well, I can't help you then. As long as they keep the crystal gazing down to a soft stare and a low murmur, we don't bother them.
Just thought I'd ask. Know anything about an Allison Gray?
Allison Gray, sure. Charming character. Whole department knows about him. There's nothing we can do about it.
So?
Yeah, so. The biggest crook this side of Jesse James. Jesse did it with a gun. This joker does it with pen and ink. Oh, all very neat and orderly. Can't get a thing on him.
A happy chappy, eh?
Very happy. He's got more guys who hate his... He's very unpopular.
Sure.
Nobody likes him.
Well, his wife does. She loves him.
Well, that's what wives are for.
That's what I keep telling you.
Now, how did I walk into that one?
Mallard picked up a sheaf of papers and threw it at me. It seems I had scored a point. I ducked out, got in my car, and drove up the hill to my place. I had some phoning to do, and I wanted to do it fast. 3, 8, 6, 2. Then...
The stars in their firmaments are all masterful. Good afternoon. Madame Natasha speaking.
Good afternoon, Madame. I'm calling for an appointment.
Oh? You were recommended to Madame Natasha?
Yes. I'm from New York. A friend of mine was here last summer. She said you were excellent.
Oh, how nice of her. And what was your friend's name?
Wallace. Mrs. Jennifer Wallace.
I do not seem to recall the name of Wallace. Oh, well. And you are?
Betsy Ross.
Ross. Very well. I can give you a sitting at 9 o'clock this evening, Miss Ross.
Oh, and I'd like to bring a friend along, if I might. A Mr. Turner.
That's a bit out of the ordinary, Miss Ross, but the stars decree. Very well. I will see you both.
That was number 1 call out of the way. Number 2 call was to Rembrandt. He was going to be my Mr. Turner. He's very sharp where photography is concerned, and I wanted him along in case of tricks. He said yes, he'd always wanted his palm read. So I told him I'd pick him up about 8:30. Then I showered, fixed dinner, and got into an outfit that made me look as mousy as possible. With no lipstick or makeup, and with a pull-down hat and a dumpy old gown, I achieved the desired effect. Then I got into the car and went over to Rembrandt's place.
I beg your... No subscriptions, thank you. I'm not sending any more boys through Oh, you're a woman, I think.
I'm not only a woman, Rembrandt, I'm Candy.
Heaven preserve us. Did someone throw acid on you or something?
This is my costume.
Halloween isn't until next month, Candy.
I know, but the spooks are here. We're going to see them this evening.
Perhaps so, but the way you look, it's just a matter of who scares whom. Candy, you look hideous.
Well, good. That's just the way I want it.
What's the idea, Dove? I don't get it.
Some of these so-called fortune tellers are real smart cookies, Rembrandt. For obvious reasons, I don't want this gal we're going to visit to know who I am.
Rest assured she won't. Not the way you look.
Am I that convincing, Ducky?
My dear, if I didn't know better, I'd swear you just stepped off a pickle boat.
Fine. That's what I wanted to hear. Come on, Rembrandt. It's time for us to peek into our futures. We got in the car and drove out to Madame Natasha's place on Buchanan Street. It was one of those old 3-story gingerbread houses that still stand in San Francisco. Cornices, gables, carved pillars, ornate handrails leading up the front steps, etc. and etc. I rang the doorbell on the darkened porch and expected to be greeted by Peter Lorre. I wasn't far wrong. Oh.
Good evening. Madame Natasha bids you enter the Temple of the Zodiac.
Yes.
And you are?
Miss Ross, and this is Mr. Turner.
Ah, yes. Madame is expecting you.
Good.
Just follow me if you will.
Mm-hmm.
Here we are. This room here. You may be seated, please.
Thank you.
A few brief words of instruction. Madame will be here shortly. At first, do not speak to her. She has been in touch with the outer world in preparation for your visit. She is on a highly sensitive mental plane. The least little noise will cause her great harm. You will remain where you are. Madame will sit at that table over there. She will address you. Once having done so, you may talk to her. In low tones, please. Is this clear?
Yes.
Very well. I shall leave you alone. Remember, let Madame Natasha speak first.
Smells like a mortuary.
Part of the act, Rembrandt. The aroma of flowers all ties in with the supernatural.
I can't understand why we're here, Candy.
Well, I've got to start somewhere, Rembrandt. This was the only thing I had to go on.
Look, dear. There's a light beginning to fade up on the door. Where does it come from?
Oh, I don't know. It's a cute trick, you know that? Oh, better be quiet. I think this is the Madame's entrance cue. Yeah, here she comes.
You are gathered on the threshold of three powerful forces. The past, the present, the future. Prepare to travel with me through these three elements. The lady's name is Ross. The gentleman's Turner. That is right, is it not? You may speak.
That is correct.
Yes.
We shall commence. Detach yourselves. Think of nothing but the past. Your childhood, your school days, vacations, your misfortunes, your happy hours, your parents. Think. Yes, our thought planes are beginning to meet. Music, stars and music, they guide our lives. Yes, we are meeting.
Look up there, Candy, on the wall, the face of a man.
Someone is about to visit us. Do you feel the presence?
Yes, I do.
I seem to feel it's a relative of yours. Your father, perhaps?
No, it's my Uncle Bart. He used to take me boating.
Yes, Uncle Bart. Now I know.
My word, this is better than home movies.
Fool.
What did you say?
Why, your friend here, he is a scoffer. I cannot go on. I am in terrible mental pain. Please, you must leave now. Immediately.
The National Broadcasting Company is presenting Candy Matson, Yukon 38309.
It wasn't Rembrandt who had broken the spell. It was that scream and the anguished cry from the other room that did the trick. I would have given my eye teeth to do some snooping, but the lad who showed us in did a very firm reverse and made sure we took a straight line for the front door and out. I heard the lock click behind us, and that was it. We went across the street, got in the car, and took off. The fog was so thick you couldn't see 20 feet in any direction.
Why are you biting your lower lip, Dove? Are you put out with me for being a scoffer?
No, not at you, Rembrandt, but I am put out. That babe's as phony as a $3 bill.
Yes, you and your Uncle Bart, who used to take you boating. Huh, indeed.
That scream and the voice, that's what did it.
Very good, I thought. Sounded almost real.
Oh, it was real, Ducky. Didn't you notice how excited the madame was?
By Jove. I thought you came out of a trance awfully fast.
And what about the vision of dear old Uncle Bart?
Oh, that was rear-view projection, girl. Shot through some very fine cheesecloth to give it a slight distortion.
Well, okay. I'm making another appointment with the madame for tomorrow night. I want to see what's going on behind the scenes.
Where are you going now, Candy?
Home and to bed. I'm tired.
Then let me out on Van Ness Avenue, will you? I'm dickering with a man for a used car.
Oh, well, I'll take you there. What's the place?
Diogenes Anderson, the swapping Swede.
Rembrandt got out at the used car lot, and I went home and had a good night's sleep. I wanted to have all my buttons because there were a lot of angles that needed angling. I awoke in the morning feeling quite fresh and ready for come what may. First thing to come what may was another drive out to the Valley of Wealth to check in with Mrs. Allison Gray. The door opened, but it wasn't Mrs. Gray. It was her nephew, Robert Warnicki.
Oh, Miss Matson. Come in, won't you? I'm so sorry, but it's the butler's day off.
Oh, what a shame having to strain yourself on that heavy door. Thank you.
Yeah. I imagine you want to see my aunt, huh?
Yes, you imagine correctly. Is she in?
No. She left about half an hour ago. Said something about having to see about her hair.
Oh, where'd she leave it?
Oh, very clever, Miss Matson.
What about your uncle, Mr. Gray? Is he here?
Oh. Aren't you the one who's supposed to know where my uncle is?
What do you mean by that?
To repeat, you're very clever, Miss Matson. I have an apology to make to you.
Oh?
Yes, you're not a reporter at all. My aunt corrected my mistake. You're a private detective person.
So who's denying it?
You know, you're very attractive, Miss Matson. I think I should kiss you.
You what?
I've never kissed a detective.
Oh. Why, you clown. Tell your aunt that'll cost her another 100. I was so mad I boiled over and out the door. I think I drove all the way home and low at 40 miles an hour. I dashed up the stairs in my penthouse and scrubbed my face 3 times. And then I got to thinking how the character looked after he'd kissed me. Lipstick all over his mouth, and I started to laugh. And I stopped laughing. It may have been the most nauseating kiss that man ever bestowed on maid, but certainly stopped me cold. I went over to the phone and called Madame Natasha's Temple of the Zodiac. Come on, answer.
The stars in the firmament are all masterful. Good afternoon.
Is Madame Natasha there?
No. Madame is resting.
Oh, well, would it be possible to make an appointment for this evening?
This evening? Have you been recommended by someone?
Yes, Miss Ruth Burdett.
Burdett? Burdett?
Yes.
Madame Natasha doesn't seem to have a Burdett in the file.
Oh, she must. Miss Burdett was there only a few weeks ago.
Well, very well. Madame Natasha will see you at 10 o'clock.
That's perfect.
And your name, please?
Taylor. Geary Ann Taylor. Things were beginning to roll now, and I think I saw the light. And if I was proven to be right, the light wasn't very pleasant. This time I didn't go as the mousy little character. I went as myself. I got in the car and drove out to the Temple of the Zodiac. If it had been dark the night before, it was even darker now, and I couldn't help shivering a bit. I checked my purse. There it was, my little .32, and I felt better. Then I walked up the steps, rang, was shown in by the same gent. He didn't bat an eye, so I knew I wasn't recognized. I went through the same briefing instructions about not talking to the madame until she spoke first and so forth, and the man left. After a moment or two, so did I. Down the hall. Then I found the staircase and rambled up in the semi-darkness. There were 3 rooms on the second floor, none of them disclosing a thing. Besides, the agonized voice that had cried out, "No, please don't," seemed to have come from further off. So, on up another flight to the 3rd floor. I opened the first door. Nothing. Then kitty corner and another door. Still nothing. But on the third door... I could see them in the darkness. 2 bodies piled side by side. I went over and lit a match. And there they were. The bodies of Mrs. Allison Gray and that of what obviously must have been her husband, Mr. Gray. Very cold and very dead.
You seem to have found something, Miss Taylor.
Yeah. They look quite natural, don't they?
Madame Natasha is here. She is highly displeased with you.
Yeah, I'll bet. Hiya, madame.
Miss Taylor seems to be the curious type.
You're out of character, Mr. Warnicki. You'd look better without that wig.
I said you were clever, Miss Matson. Too clever. Quick, Walter, get her.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, mister, you fool. Shoot again.
Candy!
For Pete's sake, Rembrandt.
Are you all right?
I'm okay. Bullet in the arm, that's all. Where on earth did you come from?
We were in the room across the hall downstairs when we saw you pussyfooting by, so we followed.
We?
Yes, we. Diogenes Anderson and I.
The swapping Swede? What were you two doing out here?
Candy girl, how naive you are at times. You told me you were coming back here tonight. You didn't include me in your plan, so that meant you were coming alone. Knowing your propensity for getting into trouble, I felt it incumbent upon me to enlist the aid of my friend Diogenes and come to your assistance.
Well, bully for you, Rembrandt. I'm glad you did. What did you fellas do to these rats?
As we followed you up the stairs, we implemented ourselves with 2 sturdy chairs. Then it happened. They fired, you dashed past us. When those 2 beggars came abreast of us, we merely lowered the boom. Diogenes on one side, I on the other. Oh, my word, we really tagged them, I fear.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it. They've been working overtime. They can use a little deep sleep.
Look, Candy, 2 bodies. Tell me about it.
Well, it's very simple, Mallard, dear. This nephew of Mrs. Gray's at one time had been a ham, a female impersonator in vaudeville. So last year he decided to try to convince his uncle, Mr. Allison Gray, that his days were shortening, that he should atone for his wicked life.
And how'd he go about that?
By telling his uncle he should visit a fortune teller.
And by a very strange coincidence, the fortune teller is a nephew, Robert Warnicki.
That's right, the impersonator. The same telling his uncle, and I quote, that he should give all his money away to charities before he died.
And the uncle went for the gag?
Sure. Did you ever know a man like that who didn't want to repent before passing out? It was a cinch. But all the charities were phonies, and all the checks came right back to Robert Warnicki.
Well, I don't see why Warnicki had to go so far as to bump off his uncle and aunt. Did they catch wise to this racket?
Well, that's it exactly, Miller. He was in so deep that he might just as well go all the way and eliminate.
I see.
You see, the uncle, in the first blush of being a grade-A philanthropist, never questioned the charities which Warnicki suggested.
Yeah, that makes sense.
About a month ago, he started wondering and snooping, and he found out there were no charities. He was like a wild man. That's what made Mrs. Gray think her husband was losing his mind.
Well, if I unloaded that much money through a swindle, I'd have acted crazy, too.
Yeah, I'll bet. Well, the uncle started following Warnicki's movements. Just as he discovered that Warnicki was also Madame Natasha, Warnicki caught wise that his uncle had caught wise. He forced him into the old house on Buchanan.
Mm-hmm.
Now he was frightened. He didn't know how much his aunt knew. So he went back to the Gray's place, told his aunt that he had a tip as to where his uncle was. Naturally, she went along with him. She was still up in the room with her dead husband the first night Rembrandt and I went out there. It was her voice I heard crying, "No, please don't." She'd heard our voices downstairs and tried to make a break. Warnicki's goon boy grabbed her just in time, and after we left, they did away with her, too.
A very unpretty mess.
Yeah.
How did you first tip to Warnicki, Candy?
When he kissed me.
When he kissed? When what?
Sure he kissed me. I appealed to some men. When I got home, I remembered the way he looked with my lipstick on his mouth. All I had to do was mentally put a wig on the joker, and voila, Madame Natasha.
I'll be darned.
Yeah. Aren't you going to kiss me goodnight?
What, and turn into a fortune teller?
Why, you cad.
Come here, cupcake. What's the matter with you?
Good night, Madame Mallard. Well, take a look in the mirror, and then get yourself a crystal ball, and you're in business.
What?
Heard tonight were Helen Cleve as Mrs. Gray, Kurt Martell as the butler, and Earl Lee as Madame Natasha's assistant. Tony Barrett played the dual role of Wernicke and Madame Natasha. Tudor Owen was Rembrandt Watson, and Whitfield Connor was heard as Lieutenant Ray Mallard. The program stars Natalie Masters as Candy and is directed by Monty Masters. The characters in tonight's story were entirely fictitious. Any resemblance to actual people is purely coincidental. And don't forget...
For excitement, fun, and laughs, just dial Candy Matson, Yukon 38309.
Hal Gibney speaking. This has been a presentation of the NBC Program Department in Hollywood.
Helen, what did you do to Bert while we were on vacation? Look, he's not eating his dry food.
He may never go back to dry.
What else is there?
New Purina, moist and chunky.
Purina, moist and chunky?
Unlike dry, moist and chunky dog food has moist, meaty-tasting chunks dogs love. You can even slice it.
Bert, you're sure you won't go back to dry?
Nutritious Purina dog chow, moist and chunky. One try and your dog may never go back to dry.
Hats off to Breck for giving me clean body.
Hats off to Breck because clean body really lasts.
Hats off to Breck shampoo with the thick formula. It gives hair clean body like this, without heavy, oily conditioners that attract dirt and weigh hair down like this. So,
hats off to Breck.
Hats off to Breck for giving me clean body. Breck shampoo gives clean body that lasts and lasts and lasts.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to homicide detail. A socially prominent citizen is plotting to kill his wife. He tells you his plans for the murder. He hires you to do the killing. Your job, stop him.
When you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Fatima is the quality, king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
You'll find king-size Fatima different from other long cigarettes. They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Smoke Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all long cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, February 17th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. It was 4:18 p.m. when we got to room 26, chief of detectives' office.
Come on in, man. Have a seat. Did you close the door, Friday?
Yeah, sure.
Captain Steed, Sergeant Romero, Sergeant Friday. I'd like to have you meet Special Agent Ray Kimball, Public Utilities Commissioner.
How do you do, Mr. Kimball?
His friend, Mr. Trudeau.
How do you do?
Trudeau?
Oh, I see.
Gentlemen, Mr. Kimball and Mr. Trudeau here have some important information to give us. Mr. Trudeau, would you like to repeat for these officers what you told us a few moments ago?
Yes, sir.
Well, a friend of mine wants me to kill his wife for him. I'm convinced he means to go through with the thing.
Naturally, it goes without saying that Kimball here will back up the veracity of the story.
Well, Mr. Trudeau, who is your friend? How long have you known him?
His name's Charles Stone. Guess maybe you heard of him. Owns a string of warehouses around town. I used to work for him.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Well, the other day he called me and asked me if I was working. I told him no. Then he asked me to meet him in front of the public library. And that was last Saturday afternoon.
Did you meet him?
Yes, I did. And he took me to a bar in the neighborhood, started telling me all about his troubles at home.
Mm-hmm.
He said his wife was stepping out on him, running around with other men. Well, we had quite a few drinks, and I guess I thought that's what accounted for it.
What's that, Mr. Trudeau?
Well, he leaned toward me and he said, here's the dope. The wife and I haven't been getting along well at all for about a year. She's stepping out with some other guy on me, and to make a long story short, well, that's when he told me.
I see.
He said, I want to lose her. What do you say? Well, I told him I didn't quite get the drift of the thing, and then he said, I want my wife killed. I'll pay you $1,000 for the job.
Mr. Trudeau, have you any idea why he contacted you on this thing?
Well, I don't know, other than the fact that I hadn't been able to work for some time. He knew I needed the money pretty badly. As soon as I was sure he wasn't kidding about the murder, I told Mr. Kimball here, he's an old friend of mine.
Yeah.
He said the only thing to do was to take it to the police.
Did this Mr. Stone make this proposition to you more than once?
Yes, he did. Kept reminding me how much I could use the $1,000. Well, all I could say was that I knew his wife too well. I couldn't do it.
And what did Stone say to that, sir?
That I had cold feet. Told me I was just like another man he'd lined up to kill his wife. Told me if I didn't want the job, he'd get someone else to do it.
Do you think he might go for a substitute, Mr. Trudeau, one of our men?
I don't know, Chief. There's only one thing I'm sure of.
Yes, sir.
He wants his wife dead.
4:42 p.m. The meeting in the chief of detective's office went on. A man by the name of Charles Stone wanted his wife murdered. He'd offered $1,000 for her death. He'd approached two men to do the job, and both had refused. From the information we'd received, we knew he wouldn't stop there. There are a lot of people who'd kill for $1,000. It was only a matter of time till he found one. The plan was formulated, and Ben and I were assigned to the case. 5 p.m. Together with Captain Steed and Mr. Trudeau, we left Thad Brown's office and went down the hall to homicide.
In your last meeting with Stone, Mr. Trudeau, you refused outright to have anything to do with his plan to have his wife murdered. Is that right?
That's right.
Did you leave any opening at all?
Well, just to get away from the guy, I told him if I heard of anybody that would do the job, I'd let him know.
Do you think that maybe he'd listen to you if you went back and suggested somebody?
Well, I don't know. He'd listen to me, but he's no dummy. You got to understand that. He's going to be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, which one of you is going to play the killer?
I'd like to try it, Skipper.
Who's going to fit the part best? Trudeau here just told you that Charles Stone's no pushover.
I don't know, Captain. This officer here...
Me?
Yeah, no offense, but I'd sure take you for a cop.
You would? Why's that?
Well, I don't know. You just look like one, I guess.
Well, Joe is a little closer to average height, weight.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Captain. He doesn't look like a cop.
All right. Now, Mr. Trudeau, you're willing to go along with us on this thing?
Certainly, Captain. Anything I can do. You just tell me what you want.
Well, just as soon as possible, we'd like to have you contact Mr. Stone. You'll know how to approach him so as not to make him suspicious.
Yes, I think I can do that.
Joe, how do you want to go about this?
Well, I better use some kind of an alias. Let's see, Matson. Joe Matson.
Mm-hmm.
How about Kelly? Just plain Kelly. That's fine with me.
Good. Now, how about your background? Better get that straight with Mr. Trudeau here.
Well, suppose I tell him I'm from Phoenix, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I know that town pretty well. He might ask me some questions about it.
Okay. And now, how'd you happen to know Trudeau, the Army?
Did you ever serve in the Army, Mr. Trudeau?
Yes, sir. 42 to 45. CBI theater.
All right. Well, we served together in the Army, huh? Let's make it in China.
Mm-hmm.
Quartermaster Corps, all right?
Mm-hmm. All right. And now, Mr. Trudeau, this is all you'll have to do. Set up a meeting with Stone as soon as possible. Introduce Friday as the man who's willing to do the job for him, an old Army friend. Then step out of the picture as quickly as you can.
All right, Captain. I understand.
It goes without saying, we certainly appreciate your cooperation.
And not at all, sir. I'm only glad I'm in a position to help out.
You probably saved that woman's life.
I wish I could be sure.
How do you mean, Trudeau?
The last time I saw Charlie Stone was 3 days ago.
Maybe he's hired somebody else.
5:30 p.m. Captain Steed ordered 2 teams of men from homicide to watch Charles Stone's wife, Mildred, until further notice. For her own protection, she'd be kept under 24-hour surveillance without her knowledge. We checked the eye bureau to see what we could find on Charles Stone. He owned a gun, a .32 Smith & Wesson revolver. That's all we found. He had no criminal record. We knew of him only as a social figure from a prominent family, and supposedly he was happily married. He owned and operated a chain of 6 warehouses throughout Los Angeles. His business reputation was good. Captain Steed ordered that Charles Stone also be placed under 24-hour surveillance immediately. He would be kept under watch without his knowledge. Ben Romero and Gil Encinas were one of the teams assigned to tail him. The next morning, I checked in for work at the usual time. At 10:15 a.m., I left Captain Steed's office and went into the squad room. Homicide, Friday.
This is Mr. Trudeau, Sergeant. I saw Charlie Stone a few minutes ago.
Yes, sir. How'd it go?
We talked about 20 minutes. I told him you must be willing to do the job.
What'd he say?
He wants to meet you.
Before he hung up, Trudeau told me that Charles Stone would meet us that night in Section B in the grandstands at the midget auto races out near Santa Monica. I informed Captain Steed of the development, and then I left the office, went home, put away my gun and all my identification, changed into some old clothes. I boarded a bus and rode back downtown to the Skid Row area where I rented a single room in a cheap hotel. I signed to register J. Kelly, Phoenix, Arizona. 5:30 p.m. I went to Coken's Cafe on the corner of South Main and Sotella Street. Captain Steed was waiting for me in one of the rear booths.
Hi.
Hi.
You look like you're all set.
How does the outfit strike you, okay?
Yeah, fine. That old leather jacket's a good touch. Oh, better let your beard grow a little.
All right. I rented a room in one of the hotels down here. I could use a little expense money.
Glad you said a little. All right, I'll fix it up for you.
Here's the phone number of the hotel in case you want to contact me.
Good.
One thing that's got me a little worried, Skipper.
Yeah?
The legal angle. You can get pretty close to entrapment in cases like this.
Nothing to worry about. You just play it straight down the line.
Yeah?
The idea for the crime has to originate in the mind of the criminal. It's got to be all his idea. You just go along with it.
Okay.
Be sure and keep us posted.
Yes, I will.
Murder of his wife means a lot to Stone. He wouldn't want anybody getting in his way.
Yeah.
Be careful.
That night I had dinner with Trudeau at a cafeteria on South Grand, and then we caught a bus and rode out to the stadium where they held the midget auto races. We found the seats where Charles Stone was to meet us, numbers 4 and 5, row 27, Section B, main grandstand. The auto races started. At 10 minutes past 8 p.m., Charles Stone arrived. He looked like an average, prosperous businessman, well-dressed, medium build, dark hair that showed a few streaks of gray. Trudeau introduced us, and then he left.
Where you from, Kelly?
Phoenix?
Like midget auto races?
That's not why I came out here. Trudeau said something about a job.
Sure. Guess he told you what it's about.
Yeah?
You ever handle anything like this before?
I'd be a sucker to answer that one, wouldn't I?
I just want to know if you could handle it.
Trudeau told me about it. I wouldn't be here if I couldn't handle it.
Delicate job. Gotta be sure it's done right.
What are you looking for, references?
Gotta be careful, that's all.
Well, what about me? I don't know you from Adam. How do I know it won't be a double cross?
Don't worry about a double cross. Let's go below the grandstand. Get away from this crowd.
Fine with me. You haven't said anything about money yet.
Plenty of time to talk money.
I'd like to know.
How much you want?
Trudeau said 1,000.
Yeah.
When could you get it?
When would you want it?
Before? I'd be a dope to do the job without getting paid first.
I'd be just as stupid to give it to you first. Say, can I buy you a hot dog, cold drink?
Okay.
Smith?
Yeah?
One hot dog, couple of root beers?
One dog, 2 beers.
You like root beer?
Sure. How about settling on the dough, huh?
You do the job, you'll get paid. You can ask Trudeau if you like. He'll tell you I keep my word.
Well, it's got to go fast, that's all. I may have a job lined up in Phoenix. I got to get that dough and some new clothes. Got to put up some kind of a front. That's why I need the dough fast, no waiting.
You'll get your money. We can work out something.
Hot dog, 2 root beers, 40. Mustard's on the counter.
There you are.
Mm-hmm.
Move over there out of the way.
Okay. Well, you haven't told me yet.
What?
How do you want it done?
All depends.
I haven't got my gun. I'm on the lam. Have you got one?
No, I don't own one. Couldn't use a gun anyway. Too much noise.
Well, make up your mind.
We'll meet tomorrow night. We can talk about it then.
Look, mister, you expect me to sit on this thing for a week. I'm not making a career out of just this one job.
What are you worrying about? We'll set everything up tomorrow night.
All right, how about $10 on the cuff? I got 11 flat.
That's 5. See, that'll do.
All right. Now, how about that payoff, the 1,000? How do we set that up?
We can talk about that later.
Why can't we talk now? Look, Stone, I don't think I like your attitude. You haven't told me how you want the job done. You talk cute every time the payoff's mentioned.
Take it easy,
Take it easy, nothing. I'm taking the chances. How do I know I'm going to get paid?
How do I know you'll kill her?
Before I left Charles Stone, we set up a meeting for the following night at 8 o'clock. I caught a bus and went back to the hotel room. So far, I'd been unable to get any other corroborative evidence on Stone, evidence that could be presented in court. The next morning, I called the office and kept them posted on development. I had my meals at a lunch counter next door to the hotel, and I stuck pretty close to my room. At 2:30 that afternoon, Ben called.
We tailed Stone to the midget auto races last night. Did you do any good?
Well, not bad. Going a little slow, though.
We tailed him after he left here. We drove to a Beverly Hills address, apartment house.
Thought he lived in Glendale.
He does. The apartment he went to is registered to Jean Howard. Stayed before this morning. Checked the Howard girl out. She's a secretary at one of Stone's warehouse.
Maybe that explains why Stone wants to get rid of his wife, huh?
There's one more thing. We tailed him to a gun shop this morning. Bought a couple of things, and after we stole him, we checked with the store clerk. Told us Stone bought a box of shells, 32 caliber.
Same kind of gun he had registered in it, 32 S&W?
Yeah.
That's funny. Stone told me he doesn't own a gun.
Doesn't look too good in my book.
All right, now let's don't start worrying, huh?
Don't trust him a dime's worth, Joe, that's all.
All right. You want to check with me later on? I've got to keep this line open.
Yeah, all right. See you later.
Right. Yeah.
This is Stone.
Yeah.
Job's all set up, ready to go.
When?
Tomorrow night.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker.
It's the case of New York cover girl Rita Daigle. This is her actual signed statement.
I find Fatima different from other long cigarettes. They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality, and they're extra mild.
You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended.
And Fatima is extra mild, with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy king-size Fatima yourself.
You'll find king-size Fatima different from other long cigarettes.
They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality.
Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Wednesday, February 19th, 8:55 p.m. Charles Stone picked me up in his car at the corner of Alameda and 6th. He turned onto South Broadway and he headed down for the beach. He hunched over the wheel as he drove. I kept wondering how I was going to pin him down. We were less than 24 hours away from the scheduled murder of his wife, and I still didn't have a case against him that would stand up in court. He failed to produce sufficient evidence tonight. Stone had a good chance of going free, whether he succeeded in having his wife killed or not. I also had no idea what plans the suspect had made before he hired me to do the killing. There was a definite possibility that he might have arranged for somebody else to commit the actual murder and then set up a double cross with me as the victim. We knew he had a 32 S&W revolver registered in his name, but he denied to me that he even owned a gun. 9:03 p.m. We pulled up in front of Stone's beach house.
Most of the other homes around here are vacant, summer places. People don't start moving in until 1st of May.
But you said you're afraid of the neighbors seeing you here.
There's some living up the next block.
Oh.
Can't afford not to be careful. This one here. Here's the front door key. See if you can work it.
I know how it works. You go ahead and open it.
All right.
The living room, huh?
Yeah, bedroom's over here. Through this door.
All right, what's the story? Where do I start?
The wife should be here about 6 o'clock tomorrow night. She'll be coming down alone to get the house ready for a weekend party.
When do you want me here?
About 4 in the afternoon. Here. Here's the key to the front door.
Better pick it up and hand it to me, huh?
Okay. Here you go. First thing you do when you get here is pull out all the drawers in the bedroom bureau. scatter things around, make it look as much like a burglary as you can.
Yeah.
Same here in the living room. Desk drawer, table, cupboard. Turn it inside out, throw things around.
Leave my fingerprints all over everything?
I've taken care of that. Old pair of gloves of mine. Just find them here in this drawer. Remember that.
All right.
Let's see now. Oh, yeah, sash cord. I'm sure this ought to serve the purpose. Shouldn't have any trouble.
Yeah. Piece of rope's pretty new. It's a little slippery.
Won't be with the gloves on. She's not very strong. Shouldn't have any trouble. I'll leave the rope here in the closet.
You sure she's going to be alone?
Positive.
Where am I supposed to hide?
I'll show you. Here. Right by the front door. Closet.
Yeah.
My wife comes in, closes the door. She'll probably go right to the bedroom and take off her coat. Follow her in and do it fast while the back's turned. No screams. Neighbors might hear.
All right.
Want to clean and quiet. Do it as quickly as you can. Now, when you're finished, here's what I want you to do with her.
What's that?
Take the body and bring it this way. Come here. I want you to see.
All right.
Across the living room to these French doors. Open this one. You won't have any trouble. Take the body out here on the porch. Come with me now. I want you to get this clear in your mind.
Yeah, I think I've got it.
Take her down to this end of the porch. Right to the railing. Leave her here. It's very important. You understand? All the way down to the end of the porch here.
I don't get it, but I guess it's all right.
All right, let's go back in.
Look, Stone, I may forget the layout of this house here. If you draw a floor plan for me. I don't want to get mixed up here.
No, there's paper in the desk there. You can draw it yourself before you leave tonight.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Can't afford to take any chances. What was it? Yeah. After you're finished using the rope, I mean.
Yeah.
You'll find some rings on my wife's fingers. Take them all off. Big setting especially. There'll be a bracelet on her left wrist. Take that too.
What'll I do with them?
Put them in this white vase in the mantel here. The rings and the bracelet. Don't miss any of the rings. They're expensive.
Well, how about me bringing them to you? I can pick up my dough at the same time.
No, put them in the vase. As soon as that's done, leave here and go back downtown. I'll fix her up where we met tonight, 6 in Alameda, 7:30 sharp. I have the money for you then.
So you're going to be at 6 o'clock?
I have to cover myself. I'll stay on at the office. Special conference.
I don't know. I don't think I like this.
What do you mean you don't like it?
Suppose something should happen. I got no protection. I'd feel a lot better with a gun.
I told you I don't have a gun to give you. Why would you need one anyway?
I'd feel a lot better, that's all.
Buy one if you want. That's your problem. I'm paying you for a job.
I haven't seen your money.
I told you, when the job's done, you get your money then.
There's just one thing I want to make sure of. No mistakes here.
Don't worry, you get your pay. Ask Trudeau if you like. He'll tell you can trust him. You can ask anybody.
How about your wife? Before I left Charles Stone, I got one more valuable piece of evidence out of him, a special phone number written in his handwriting on the back of one of his business cards. In case anything went wrong, I was to call him at this number. In his own handwriting, I also got a list of times that I was supposed to remember. When to come to the house, when to leave, when to meet him for the payoff. The next afternoon at 3:30, I left the hotel and drove my car out to Venice to Stone's beach house. Captain Speed and another officer from Homicide followed me out. They waited in the house together. Shortly before 6 p.m., Mrs. Mildred Stone arrived with Biff, Ben, and Gil and Phoenix. She refused to believe the story of her husband's plot to have her murdered. Captain Speed laid out the evidence for her.
This key, Mrs. Stone, you recognize it?
Yes, it's the one to the front door. Must be Charles.
He gave it to this officer, Mrs. Stone, the man who was supposed to murder you.
No, I don't believe it.
Do you have any idea what's in that closet, ma'am, that one over there?
There's nothing in there. I cleaned it out the last time we were here. I cleaned out all the closets.
I'd like to show it to you, ma'am.
Here's a rope. I never saw that there before.
Mr. Stone gave it to me. It's supposed to be the murder weapon.
Just one more point, ma'am. Over here, please. Do you know what's in this drawer here?
Empty. It has to be. We never keep anything in there. Only when we move down to the summer months.
Joe?
Right. Care of your husband's old gloves. Is that right, ma'am?
Well, why would they be there? What for?
I was supposed to wear them while I was in the house so I wouldn't leave fingerprints.
Do you mind if I sit down?
Here you are.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stone. We know it's a terrible shock for you. I think you realize we had to tell you.
It's all right. You've been very kind. You saved my life. I'm sorry now that happened. It would have been better if he'd succeeded. Much better.
Take it easy, Mrs. Stone.
Terrible, terrible thing. Is there anything I can do for him?
He wanted to have you murdered, ma'am.
I know that. He wanted me dead.
Yes, ma'am.
Only one thing.
Yeah?
He's my husband, Sergeant. I love him.
6:45 p.m. I telephoned Charles Stone and told him the job was done. His wife was murdered. He said he'd meet me at 6th and Alameda Street for the payoff as scheduled. I waited. He failed to show up. At 7:30 p.m., Stone was placed under arrest as he parked his car in front of their Venice Beach house. A loaded .32 caliber revolver was found in his pocket. He was taken back to the city hall, the chief detective's office. Ben and I waited outside the open door. We could hear Thad Brown start the interrogation inside.
You know what we have you down here for, Mr. Stone? No, I haven't the faintest idea. What would you say if I told you your wife had been murdered? I think you're crazy. What would you say if I told you that you're accused of a murder? It's silly. It's ridiculous. I've been at work all day. I can prove it. All right, Friday, come in. You ever meet this man before? I've seen him on Skid Row. I don't know him. Do you recognize the man you hired to kill your wife? I didn't know the man. I didn't kill my wife. I don't understand all this.
The name's Kelly, Mr. Stone.
He's some fake officer. He's a Skid Row bum. I don't know him.
I don't think that's going to make it, Stone. Both you and your wife have been tailed constantly for the last couple of days. Photographs taken. Midget auto races. 6th on Alameda. Beverly Hills apartment.
Crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Mike, did you send the lady in, please? Mildred, you don't believe all these things you're saying about me, do you?
Here are the rings, Charles. The bracelet, too. I didn't realize how much you wanted them.
I didn't know it. I don't know what I was thinking of.
There, Charles. It's all right now. You'll feel better in a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am. It's all Friday.
Right.
What's it look like, Joe?
He's starting to talk.
Got me. He tried to have her murdered. She got the back for him.
What's the proof?
He sure must know him. What do you think?
How about a cup of coffee?
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On May 2nd, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. To the working detective, the difference between guilt and innocence is proof, in the form of physical evidence, in the form of testimony gathered from reliable witnesses. In determining any suspect's guilt or innocence, the difference is actual proof. And when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes, the difference is quality. And Fatima is extra mild. If you're a long cigarette smoker like I am, smoke Fatima. You'll find Fatima different from other long cigarettes. They cost the same, but in Fatima, the difference is quality. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Charles Farnsworth Stone was tried and convicted on soliciting the commission of a felony, 2 counts. He received a sentence as prescribed by law. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Fatima Cigarettes, the best of all long cigarettes, is brought to Dragnet from Los Angeles.
Hi, folks. This is Bob on the air for Chesterfield. Every Tuesday night, consult your local paper for time and space and hope.
And Bing, on the air for Chesterfield every Wednesday night, Crosby. I've called this little seminar to teach our new boy the ropes.
Say, Sag, I think it's only fair to warn you, with me selling Chesterfield this year, you'll have to limp along lively to keep up.
Oh, say, since when have you been in any competition, lover boy? When we're in pictures together, who always gets the girl?
Which only backs up the old saying, everybody loves a fat man.
Seriously, friends, Skins, Lint, and I, we do agree 100% on this. Chesterfields are milder.
And they leave no unpleasant aftertaste. So always buy our cigarette, Chesterfield.
The best cigarette for you to smoke.
Hear Hope and Crosby Tuesday. Next, We the People on NBC.
Friday, say happy birthday to Charlie Brown. He's going to be 30 this year. Join Charles Schultz, Phyllis George, and the whole gang for the ultimate birthday bash. Then on Monday, Charlie Brown finally meets his dream girl. On At Your First Kiss, Charlie Brown. 2 special Charlie Brown evenings, Friday and Monday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain.
This is CBS.
During Alpert's January Jamboree of Furniture Values, look for this circular with a $100 coupon. Copies available at Alpert's. Hurry. Sale ends Saturday at Alpert's.
What good is the plop plop when all you really need is the fizz fizz? Fast, pleasant-tasting brioche.
Ever wanted to ask a quarterback why he called that play, or ask a coach what his game plan was? Now you can see your questions answered every Friday on News Center 8 at 6. I'm Jim Mueller, inviting you to send your questions to Fan Forum, WJKW TV 8, 5800 South Marginal Road, Cleveland. Include your name and phone number. We'll pick one lucky viewer each week who will ask his question on the air. Look for Fan Forum, Fridays on News Center 8 at 6.
Ileitis and colitis are serious, painful diseases. Through research, the Foundation's looking for a cure. Please help.
Happy New Year from TV8.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. And now, here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, with Bert Gordon as the Mad Russian, Hazel Shermitt as Miss Duffy, our guest, Rudy Valley, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Duffy's Tavern, where do you late meet to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. How's business? The place is overflowing. Yep, the sewers busted again. Yeah. Which reminds me, Rudy Valley's coming down tonight. Rudy Valley. Well, remember the time you bought your first radio and when you turned it on, you know, you thought there was something wrong with it? Yeah, that's the guy. Huh? How'd he get started? Well, he studied for 8 years before he found out he couldn't sing. See? By then it was too late to stop. Yes, sir, and he turned out to be very successful. Did he what? Did he save his money? Duffy, did you hear that? Even the operator's laughing. Duffy, at Yale, they used to have a song called Boola Boola. Since Valley went there, they call it Moola Moola. Well, look, I'll call you back. I'm busy writing a new radio show for Rudy. Hey, Miss Duffy.
Yes, Archie.
I wonder if Rudy will be happy here tonight in our creaky old joint.
Why not? He's a little creaky in the joints himself.
Look, Miss Duffy, you're talking about the Rudy Valley.
Rudy Valley? Who's he? A sober Phil Harris.
Miss Duffy, please, have a little reverence for the departed. Don't forget, a guy like Rudy Valley gives us prestige here. Take a look at this menu I wrote up for the occasion.
Let me see it. Today only, the Rudy Valley Blue Plate, Connecticut Yankee Pot Roast, Vagabond Liver, New England Ham.
Yeah, it's boiled ham.
How do you know what condition he'll be in when he gets here?
Duffy, Rudy never gets in that condition, too.
Say, Archie, a man just came in and dropped a penny in the peanut machine.
So what?
I think it must be Rudy Valley.
Well, why do you think it's Valley?
She's counting the peanuts.
That's right, it is Rudy Valley.
My time is your time. Your time is my time.
Well, Rudy, I'm glad to see you. Look at you. I can see that you're the same old Rudy.
What do you mean?
Well, the way you came in singing, so generous and unstinting with your talent, singing for all mankind, whether they want to hear you or not.
A dubious compliment.
Well, dubious says it, dubious does. And, may I further say that you are looking as handsome as ever, them golden curly locks and that svelte, youthful figure and them svelte eyes. By the way, speaking of them eyes of yours, Rudy, which side of the 38th parallel was you born on?
Archie, I shall ignore your insults. May I further say that you are the same old Archie?
That's a lousy insult.
Say, Archie.
Yeah?
I'd like to meet Rudy Valley.
Well, why the sudden interest? You've been saying that you're young enough to be his daughter.
So what? With Rudy Valley, anybody young enough to be his daughter is old enough to be his wife.
Well, okay, I'll introduce you. Rudy, I know you came down here tonight to enjoy yourself, but this is Miss Duffy.
Looks like a Harvard man.
Gee, just imagine. Rudy Valley in person.
That's right, my dear. You may now faint.
Oh, thank you. Rudy Valley. That voice. Those nostrils. Still the stars to dear old nature, so the rift is reed.
Why, Miss Duffy, I didn't think you were old enough to remember the Maine Stein song.
Are you kidding? This dame remembers the Maine.
Quiet, Archie. You know something, Mr. Valley? Last week I wrote to NBC for a picture of a star. And guess what?
What?
They sent me a picture of you.
Oh, framed?
I sure was. I wanted Cary Grant.
Miss Duffy, I am now going to say something to you that I've never said to a woman before.
Oh, really? What?
Scram.
If it wasn't for his age, I'd punch him right in the nose.
Get out of here, will you?
No, Archie. I assumed that you had an ulterior motive in requesting my presence here tonight.
On the contrary, I did. Rudy, I got a great opportunity for you to make...
Money?
Well, it could run into it fast, but first tell me, how's your voice this century?
Oh, about the same as last.
Well, I got a radio program in mind that...
Would you like to hear me sing?
How avid. Well, yeah, go ahead. Let me hear how you sound these days.
Very well.
Terrific, Rudy. Still the same old Valley.
I haven't sung yet.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Well, here, I'll give you the key.
All right. If you were the only girl in the world, and I were the only boy, nothing else would matter in this world today. We could go on loving in the same old way, a garden of Eden just made for two, with nothing to mar our joy. I would say such wonderful things to you. There would be such wonderful things to do if you were the only
bravado, sheer bravado. No, you sounded just like Carmen Lombardo.
Another dubious compliment.
That's what Carmen Lombardo said. But for radio, just singing is old hat these days. You got to augment it up with something else. You got to be a singing cowboy or a singing disc jockey or a singing commercial, That's where I got an idea for a frightening mistress. You are going to be a singing detective.
A singing detective?
Yep, sort of a combination Thin Man and Margaret Truman. As I told you, Rudy, it'll be really frightening.
But what about a sponsor?
Stop worrying. Duffy will sponsor it.
What about a script?
Stop worrying. It's already wrote.
Who wrote it?
Me.
It will be frightening.
Stop worrying, will you?
Well, what about the salary?
Rudy, start worrying. Okay, everybody, we're going to do a rehearsal of the first episode of The Hummer. By the way, Howard Hull, you're the announcer here. I'd like you to read the commercials.
Oh, joy.
Now, with these commercials, you have to be subtle about them and kind of sneak them in.
Sneak them in?
Yeah. Okay, we're on the air. Ladies and gents of the radio audience, Duffy's Tavern brings you The Hummer, starring Rudy Valley.
My crime is your crime.
Now, a word from our sponsor.
Suckers.
Thank you. See the way they sneak them in? Now, we begin. I, Archie, am the Hummer's assistant. Him and me is a couple of private eyes, but we never cross each other. We are in our office, and the Hummer is sitting at his desk. Before him is a book of poetry and a bottle. The book is unopened. I speak. I say, Hummer, why don't you lay off of that poetry?
I can't help it. Me nerves is on edge. Why, I ain't the man I used to be. Archie, this grammar.
What's wrong with it?
The word ain't.
Look, Rudy, a lot of people ain't using the word ain't, but they ain't eating. Now, continue. Now, we're sitting in our office when suddenly... Just a second. Hummer, what was that ring?
The telephone.
What a deduction. The man is positively psychopathiatric. Hello? What? Somebody's been murdered? Okay, we'll be right over. Let's go, Hummer.
What's the address?
Gazooks, I forgot to ask. Hello? Where? Oh, thanks. All right, leave us go, Hummer. Well, sir, we arrived at the scene of the crime. A mansion in Beverly Hills. Rococo but simple. With a well-kept 9-hole golf course on a small island in the middle of the swimming pool. We rang the doorbell. Suddenly, the door creakingly opened, and we found ourselves face to face with something real sinister. How do you do? Tell me, sir, who are you?
I am Rasputin, the Chinese butler.
Well, I guess that clears you. Tell us, Rasputin, where is the late demented corpse?
There on the floor. The dead one. Oh. 'Tis my master, Mr. Throckmorton. Forgive him for not rising.
Well, Hummer, leave us examine the corpus delicti. Mm-hmm. Looks to me like he took poison internally.
Poison?
Poison, then how do you account for this large ice pick stuck in his back?
Hummer, you're a genius. Hummer, you're humming. Hummer, does this mean that you have found a clue?
Yes. Archie, remove your hat.
Why, is the dead man a woman?
No. He was a Yale man.
Amazing, Hummer. How can you tell that he was a Yale man?
Elementary, my dear Archie. Notice his attire. A derby hat and a raccoon coat.
Gazooks. As I see it, there's only one thing to do. Examine the ice pick.
What ice pick?
The one stuck in his back.
Oh, that one.
Just a minute, gentlemen. Before you examine the ice pick, I should like to wipe off my fingerprints.
A fair request.
One moment, my good man. Who are you?
Hummer, it's Rasputin, the Chinese butler that answered the door when we came in.
Oh, yes. I never forget a face.
Tell me, Rasputin, before the murder was committed, did you notice anything strange around the house?
Outside of me?
Yes.
Well, this morning, Mrs. Throckmorton, the widow, sent me out to have the ice pick sharpened. And as I am leaving, she is phoning the insurance company.
Words. We're looking for clues. Think. Think, my good man. Something unusual must have happened.
Well, let me see. The widow also sent me out for a sawed-off shotgun and a bottle of poison.
Ah, this is getting us no place. No clues, no suspects. And yet I am sure that a crime has been committed.
I agree with you, Hummer. There's something afoot. What do we do, Hummer?
We'll question the widow, Throckmorton.
Gazooks, what a brain. Never leaves a dame unturned.
And here comes Mrs. Throckmorton now.
Hello, tall, curly, and nasal. Glad you could come up and see the body.
Tell me, are you thinking, Hummer?
Yes, but back to business. Widow Throckmorton, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Hummer, tracker of men.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Mrs. Throckmorton, there's probably nothing to be alarmed about, but we have found your husband extremely dead. With an ice pick in his back. Mrs. Throckmorton, you realize what I'm saying? Your husband has been cruelly murdered.
Eek.
Mrs. Throckmorton, I hope you don't mind if we interrogate you.
No, I love it.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Throckmorton, before you married your husband, what did you do for a living?
I was a chorus girl. I was known as Ice Pick Nellie.
And why did they call you Ice Pick Nellie?
I don't know. Just a nickname.
Nothing but blind alleys.
Oh, butler.
You are calling me...
Who are you?
The butler.
Oh, yes, I never forget a face. Tell me, do you know who killed your master?
Natch.
You do? Well, tell us.
You think I'm a tattletale?
Butler, you mean...
I'm dummying up.
There's something suspicious about this whole thing. It gets bafflinger and bafflinger.
I've got it. I think I know we can find a clue.
Where can we find a clue, Hummer?
At Yale University.
Why, of course. It's obvious. Shall we go?
As the last rose of summer said to the other last rose of summer, leave us wither away.
Okay, leave us wither away.
Friends, if you want to wither away, eat at Duffy's Tavern. And be sure to try our steaks. The club steaks are personally clubbed by the manager. And now, back to our story.
And so we arrived at Yale University, where the Hummer came face to face with his old dean. The dean spoke.
How do you do?
A dizzy dean.
Dean, I regret to report that old Throckmorton, class of 1861, has been seriously murdered.
You don't mean...
Yes, Dean. But he was a true Yale man to the end. He died with his derby and his raccoon coat on.
Good for Throckmorton. At last he had made skull and bones. Tell me, what happened to him?
An ice pick in the back. And, Dean, we thought you might know who killed him.
I'll tell you who killed him. It was... Who? I'm dummying up.
And so, once again, history repeated itself. The Hummer learned nothing at Yale. So we continued our search for clues from one end of the globe to the other. India, New Zealand, Hialeah, Asia Minor, Far Rockaway.
Hialeah.
We even went to Antwerp and talked to the twerps. It was in Antwerp that we discovered that the ice pick was manufactured in Norway. This meant only one thing: Argentina. While we were sitting in a cafe in Argentina, a few strolling pampers came in and began to sing an old opera tune. Howard, an old opera tune.
Friends, I'd like to take this opera tune moment to tell you about the drinks at Duffy's Tavern. Remember, a drink at Duffy's is good for your stomach. Ask the man who had one. Now, back to our play.
And so we continued our search. From Stockholm to Oslo. From the Skagerrak to the Kattegat. Then, suddenly, the Hummer started humming. This could only mean one thing: Scotland. The next morning, we found ourselves in the heart of Scotland. Scotland Yard itself. We was greeted by Inspector McIntyre.
How do you, Hootman?
You are a Scotchman?
In this sky, do you think I'm playing Little Lever?
Oh, I'm sorry, Inspector. We have no time for fragilities. We're looking for clues.
Well, you've got a brobrech mulech necht to look recht. What sort of clues, Hootman, are you looking for?
Inspector, we're looking for the cad who murdered a Yale man in his old raccoon coat.
Was this Yale man wearing a derby hood?
Aye.
Is he having an ice pick in his back?
Aye. Do you ken anything about the case?
I'm dumbing up.
And so the search went on. We left Scotland and sailed for Juneau, Alaska.
Juneau? About the food at Duffy's Tavern? Just ask the man who's been there. He'll tell you where to go.
Thank you, Howard. And we continue. After many months of fruitless search, we returned to America and the Throckmorton mansion. The butler spoke.
How do you... Hey, it's you again.
This man is beastly familiar. Archie, who is he?
Hummer, don't you remember? It's Rasputin, the butler.
Oh, yes. I never forget a face.
Rasputin, is there any new clues?
Only one. Yesterday we had some highballs, and we had to use the ice pick, but don't worry. We stuck it right back into Mr. Throckmorton.
Just a second.
Quiet, everybody. The Hummer is thinking. There may be a solution to this crime yet.
Europa, the solution. I have it.
What is it, Hummer?
Archie, take the corpse's fingerprints.
Okay. Wait. Hummer, The corpse has no fingers, only claws. What does this mean?
Archie, remove his derby hat, yank out the ice pick, and tell me what you see.
Gazooks, it ain't a Yale man at all. It's only a polar bear rug. Hummer, does this mean...
Yes. There is no Mr. Throckmorton. There is no body.
You mean...
It was a perfect crime that was never committed.
Hummer, you're a genius. Well, Rudy, tell me, what'd you think of it as a radio play?
What do I think of it?
Yeah. Rudy, no. Rudy, stop humming at me that way. I know what you're thinking. Rudy, put down that ice pick. Rudy... Duffy. Yeah, well, have a good time and he'll be with you next week.
It's time to leave Duffy's Tavern for now, but be sure to be with us again next time for another hilarious get-together at everybody's favorite tavern.
It's time for the question of the day, and today's question is, from age 10 and under, what was your favorite video game growing up, and what system or computer did you play it on? For me, I think it has to be Galaga on the Atari 7800, since I managed to play that game so much it looped around and started, glitching out. So, yeah, that was mine, Galaga on the Atari 7800. But what was your favorite game and system from before you were 10 years old? Leave a comment below.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Following the course suggested by Rip Bender, Jimmy Allen, with Speed Robertson and Flash Lewis as companions, has reached the little airport at Potter, Texas, just at dusk. At the previous stop, a crooked mechanic on the field changed spark plugs in the engine of the plane, causing a forced landing. The boys also caught the gangsters Ace and Biffer in the act of leaving the field, attempted to stop them, but the bandits got away. It is now the following morning. Speed has become a bit suspicious of these stops recommended by Bender, and has cautioned Flash to thoroughly inspect their ship. And now we find them on the field at Potter, ready to take off.
Well, boys, the weather doesn't look any too good. Those clouds are rather low.
Oh, gosh, I hope we can go on through, Speed.
I ain't anxious to go nowhere in bad weather. Well, we'll have a weather report by radio in a few minutes. If it's all right south of here, we'll shove right along.
The weather from San Angelo Airport should be broadcast, I think about 7:50, Speed.
Okay. Let's see now. It's 7:48 and a half. Say, you better tune in your set, Jim. We want to catch that report.
I'm watching it.
How about our ship and engine, Flash? Remember, we're taking no chances from now on.
Well, I'll say we ain't. I spent the last half hour looking this buggy over. She's all right.
You know, as I recall it, there's a stretch of bad country between here and San Angelo. Now, we don't want any more forced landings. We might not be so lucky next time.
I ain't trusting anybody. My eye don't leave this buggy until we're in the air.
Oh, just a second. Be still a second now. I want to hear this weather report. It's coming in.
Okay, Jimmy. You're sure you're tuned in on San Angelo?
I'm quite sure. Now, wait a second. Now, here it is.
San Angelo Tower to all planes. San Angelo Tower to all planes. San Angelo weather. Solid overcast. Ceiling 100 feet. Visibility 1 mile. Temperature 65. Dew point 62. Wind northeast 4. San Angelo out.
Huh. You know, this cloud must cover the whole southwest. Only 100 feet ceiling at San Angelo. Well, if it gets bad, we can sit down at Sweetwater or Abilene.
You think it's all right, huh, Speed?
Well, the indications are that it may rain and get bad, but it's fair enough now.
What'll our course be then?
Here, let's unfold this map.
Okay.
Now, here we are at Potter.
Uh-huh.
Okay, we'll take off and go straight on through to San Angelo, gas at the airport there, and then make right for Devil's Pass Airport. It'll then be just a short jump down to the Diamond A Ranch.
Sounds good to me. I have the course marked out on the map. Let's see. Here it is. 200 degrees on the compass.
That looks about right. I'll tell you what, Jim. I don't think these low clouds are very thick. So when we take off, you bore right on up through them and fly with your compass. It'll be good practice for you.
Oh, just what I want to do, too. Oh, and gee, Speed, it sure is a wonderful sight. The sun shining down on those sparkling clouds.
That is that, kid. I always enjoy it, too. Now, wait a minute. Where's that fellow that runs the airport? Oh, yeah, there he is talking to Flash. Hey, come over here a second, will you?
Yeah, you bet I will, Mr. Robertson. Well, what'll you have?
I've never been over this course from Potter to San Angelo before. But as I recall the country, isn't there a bad stretch along here by the Brazos River on the map?
Well, I'll say there is. You hit it about 40 miles south of here, just before you get to the Brazos. See, it's right along in here.
Oh, yeah.
And then for about 70 miles, it's plenty tough. All broken up with canyons and low hills. Hardly a spot there that you can get an airplane in. We call it no man's land.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, we'll be above the clouds. We won't even see it, I hope.
Yeah. There ain't a thing out there but rattlesnakes and coyotes. About a year ago, a fellow started out there from here with that bad stretch of territory, and he really had trouble. He landed in a dried-up bed in a creek, washed out his ship, and it took him 3 days to get out. Boy, he was plenty fagged out when he got back here.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. It isn't any fun hiking through that brush when you're not prepared.
Well, how's the country after that?
It's all right. We won't hit any more rough spots until we get down near Devil's Pass Airport.
Ain't there some way to avoid that bad country?
Well, you can go around by the way of Wichita Falls. It takes you quite a piece out of your way.
Yeah, but it might be worth it.
Oh, there you go again, Flash. If you didn't have something to worry about, you couldn't be happy.
Yeah, but I ain't anxious to make friends with no rattlesnakes. What if we did have to land out there?
Well, that's your lookout, Flash. You're the mech on this trip. We won't have to sit down as long as the engine keeps running.
Yeah, but even engines quit once in a while.
Listen to him.
I guess we better pick out a room for you in the old lady's home, Flash. I can see you're not going to have much fun on this trip.
You know, we should have sent Flash ahead with Rip Bender. They'd get along well together.
Yeah, that's an idea. How'd you like that, Flash?
All right, I give up. I ain't saying another word.
Okay, Flash, we're going to hold you to that. Now, Jim, we're all set. As soon as we get off, pick up your course and check it before you get up into the clouds. You have a little crosswind, so watch your drift. And remember, use your compass. You can't fly by section lines down in this country.
I'll watch it, all right.
Okay, let's crawl in and get going.
Okay, here we go again. Oh, by the way, I want to run up the engine again before we take off.
Yeah, go ahead. Give her a twist, run her up.
She ought to turn up better than 2,000 on the ground.
Well, I'll see what it does.
Pour it to her. It sounds all right. What did she read then?
2,100. I guess we're all ready.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait, I want to fix something here, boys.
What's the trouble?
Well, this here metal door in your engine cowling is loose.
What's the matter with it?
Here, let me take a look at it. When you turned up your engine, it was flapping back and forth.
I thought you looked this ship over, Flash.
That guy must be crazy. Hey, fella, what door do you mean?
Why, this here door back near the firewall.
Maybe you better get out and take a look, Flash. Remember what happened up at Higley?
I tell you, I just got through looking over this ship. I'll get out, though, and see what's the trouble.
Wait a minute. Wait, I'll see what the trouble is. One of those cowling pins shipped loose. I'll have it fixed in just a jiffy, boy. There's no need of you getting out at all.
Oh, I thought it was something like that. I knew it couldn't be nothing serious. Them pins lose their tension and shake loose every once in a while.
You mean a cowling pin that holds the door shut?
Yeah, that's it. I got some extra ones here in my pocket. I always carry around a few extra cowling pins and a little copper wire for safety in turnbuckles.
There, go ahead and put one in. Let's get out of this place. We got a full day's flying ahead of us.
Gee, I'll say we have.
When we get to San Angelo, Flash, you better go over that cowling and check your cotter pins, too. We can lose a lot of time fooling around with stuff like this.
Okay, I'll do it. But I thought all them pins was new.
Well, there you are, boys. She's all right now.
Much obliged, mister. We'll be seeing you.
Yeah. Have a good trip, boys. And, good luck to you.
All right, Jimmy. Bust the gun to her.
Okay, hang on. Here we go.
Sight, Jimmy. There's nothing quite as fine as the sun shining down on a great big cloud bank.
How far have we gone, Jimmy?
No, don't get impatient, Flash. We've only been in the air 3/4 of an hour.
It must be about over that bad stretch of country.
Well, it's a nice thing about flying above the clouds. You can't see the ground no matter how bad it is.
I wish that guy hadn't told us about it.
He spoiled your whole day, eh, Flash?
I could be getting a good nap if it wasn't for thinking about that.
Well, another half hour and we'll be over some good country at this rate.
Say, Speed, what should my oil pressure show?
Your pressure gauge ought to show around 80, Jim. Why? What's the matter?
It's dropped down to 60.
Well, that's funny. It shouldn't vary that much. How about that, Flash?
Well, if the oiling system's all right, the pressure should stay right at 80.
Well, there shouldn't be anything wrong with the system. We put in new oil before we left Kansas City.
Uh-oh. It's dropped down to 50. Oh, gee, now it's down to 45.
Say, what the deuce is going on here? I don't like the sound of that.
You don't need to tell me. Oh, I knew something was going to happen. I could feel it in my bones.
We certainly shouldn't lose that much oil pressure.
But gee, it's down to 30 now. What had I better do, Speed?
There isn't much we can do. I can't figure out what's happened, though. Did you clean out that oil screen, Flash?
Well, it's the first thing I done this morning. There ain't a speck of dirt in that oil system. I'll gamble on it.
Oh, what in the world would cause it?
Oh, the pressure's down to 15 now, fellas.
If this isn't rotten luck.
Down to 15? Are you reading that gauge right, Jim?
I haven't taken my eyes off of it for 5 minutes. And it's slipping lower, too. It's almost down to 10 now.
Say, something's terrible wrong. What are we going to do about it, Speed? What are we going to do?
It's a fine time to be asking me. It's a cinch we can't get out up here and fix that engine.
Well, I'll say we can.
Uh-oh. My engine temperature's gone up to 210 degrees, and the pressure's almost to 0.
That's bad, real bad. We got to do something right away. This engine's heating up. That's a sure sign of trouble.
Shall we try to go along a while?
You can't do it if the engine's getting hot.
It's getting plenty hot, all right. Uh-oh, the temperature's up to 220 degrees now.
It's no use, kid. You can't run the engine this way. It'll ruin it.
It's getting awfully hot now.
Smell that? It's burning the paint off the cylinders. Catch your switches, Jim. We're going to have to sit down.
Okay.
All right, Jimmy, take a general glide and go right on down through the clouds.
What will we do? What will we do?
What can we do? Just sit here and wait.
Yeah, but that bad country is below us.
We'll have to take a chance. When we come out below the clouds, we'll see what it looks like then.
Yeah, and them rattlesnakes and coyotes will be waiting for us. Let's bail out of this hack. Oh, dear. Everything happens to me.
So, once again, Rip Bender's efforts to keep Jimmy and Speed from reaching the Croft Ranch in Texas have succeeded. How will Jimmy handle this dangerous situation? For more excitement, be sure to listen to the next thrilling episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Change your room, don't change your furniture. Change to Karastan. Change to a Karastan Harris design. Or a new Bedouin pattern. Or Egyptian themes. Change to Eastern primitives. Or an Obusan design. Change to a Mameluke motif from Egypt, Karastan's 50th anniversary rug. Change for the best. Invest in Karastan.
You know what I hate about cold weather? Static cling. Hi, I'm Marion Ross, and here is the neatest thing I've ever found to eliminate static. Static Guard. Just watch this. It's amazing. See? Spray. It's quick. It's easy. And it's safe on any fabric. It works on sweaters, your blouses, pantyhose, lingerie, everything. Who needs static? Get Static Guard. Static Guard. Spray static cling out of everything.
The many roles I play call for many hairstyles. So I use hot curlers, blow dryers, things that can be brutal to hair. I switched from one conditioner to another looking for help. Then came Alberto VO5 hot oil treatment. It works just like a salon hot oil treatment, but takes less time and money. I just heat a tube, smooth it in, and shampoo. My hair's left silky, shiny, more manageable than I ever dreamed. Alberto VO5 hot oil treatment. I'll never switch again.
Deck the halls with mop business, fa la 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 la. Have your fun at home and office, fa la 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 la. Speed relief to head and tonic, Alka-Seltzer, fast.
When you overdo the holiday pleasures, Alka-Seltzer is a Yuletide treasure.
Oh, what a relief it is, fa la 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 la.
Hey, man. How about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, B. Benaderet, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. The music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Now that the weather's warmer, naturally your doors and windows are apt to be open while you work in the kitchen. That brings up a little cleaning problem because dirt and dampness do come in to soil your kitchen linoleum. Of course, it isn't a problem if you have Johnson's Glow Coat on your floors. You just whisk away the dirt and moisture with a cloth, and right away your linoleum comes up smiling. That's one of the many nice things about Johnson's Glow Coat. It not only gives linoleum a beautiful polish and makes the colors bright and fresh, it also forms a tough protective wax film that wards off dirt and spilled things. Naturally, this wax protection makes linoleum last longer, too. Johnson's Glow Coat is wonderfully easy to use. There's no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. That's all there is to it. Glow Coat shines as it dries, never streaks. In only 20 minutes, your linoleum and other floors are shining beautifully and ready to use. Try it, won't you? Ask for Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. This is a great day in Westful Vista, the day of the big baseball game between the Elks and the Rotarians. And guess who's pitching for the Elks? Yes, sir? The fellow who claims to have fanned more men in his day than Sally Rand. Fibber Fireball Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
My goodness, I certainly will be happy when this day's over, Magee. For the past week, nothing but baseball.
My gosh, I'll be glad when this game is over. I'm as nervous as a beekeeper with the hiccups.
What are you so worried about? I thought you said you could pitch against those Rotarians blindfolded and with one foot in a bucket of cement.
I can, too, if I can get in form again. I just don't seem to have the control I used to have.
That's what Dr. Gamble said.
Yep.
He said you wound up like a $1 watch. And delivered like a punch-drunk mailman.
Oh, yeah? What does that tonsil snatcher know about baseball? He thought Ruth was a girl till I told him different. He still thinks a pop fly is an insect's father.
He's catching for you, isn't he?
Yeah, and don't think that's the least of my worries. The only way he can work behind a plate is to put meat and potatoes on it.
Well, I don't know what you're nervous about. After all, you did used to play a little professional baseball, didn't you?
A little professional baseball? My dear girl, I was the sensation of the 3I League for many a year.
Oh?
I had a fastball that come in like an aspirin tablet and had a hop on it like a jumping bean on a hot skillet. Didn't you ever read that newspaper clipping about me? The one I carry in my wallet?
Yes, I have, dearie. You mean the one with the picture of Wilson's inauguration on the back of it?
Yeah. You know what Gabby Hartnett once said to me?
No, what did Gabby Hartnett once say to you?
He says, don't bother me now, son. I'll autograph it for you after the game. That was way back in about 19...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. And how are you today, Arthur?
What do you mean, Arthur?
Professional abbreviation for arthritis. Or does that stiff elbow of yours come from patting yourself on the back prematurely?
Don't you worry about my stiff elbows, you muscle-bound sulfa huckster. You just wear 2 pairs of shin guards today, that's all. I got a fastball that would break the leg of an elephant. Even an elephant your size.
If you think I'm strong enough to take it, Doctor, just what are the Elks' chances of winning the game today?
Frankly, Molly, unless the poor man's Bob Feller here, the dizziest dean of them all, develops a little better control, we haven't got the chance of a brewery horse in the Preakness.
What do you expect, doggone it? My gosh, I haven't had a baseball in my hands for 20 years till this week.
That's quite obvious, Gas Jet. You've been throwing that apple like a nervous newlywed tossing her corsage to a bridesmaid.
Cut out that kind of talk in front of my wife, Gamble.
Why, that's all right, dearie.
Huh?
A corsage is a bouquet.
Huh? It is? I thought it... Oh, excuse me.
It's all right.
Incidentally, Doctor, how about you? Are you in shape for the game?
For your private information, my dear, I'll have to lie down for 3 innings after I struggle into my chest protector. When a man of my age and weight takes up baseball, he's begging for the kind of trouble for which I charge $10 a visit. $10, that is.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be 10 pennies. Well, set your curly little mind at rest, Fatso. Just hold your mitt out, and I'll smack him into it like a letter from home.
Pardon me for pointing, gentlemen, but aren't you wasting a lot of good breathing with all this yatta-ta? Why don't you go out in the driveway and do some more practicing?
That's a good idea, Molly. Come on, Doc. I'll fling him softly so it won't blister your little fat hands.
Just make it easy on yourself, Shad Rowe. I've got my catcher's mitt right here. You coming, Molly?
No, thank you, Doctor. I'll just watch you out the window. I sat on the front steps yesterday and lost $7 worth of bobby pins ducking wild pitches.
Come on, Doc. Our last chance to practice.
Okay.
Stand over there with your back to the garage door, Doc.
Right.
That's it. Now then, you ready?
I don't have to get ready to catch one of your pitches, knucklehead.
Hmm?
I could write a letter to my mother while I was coming in.
Oh, yeah? Well, try this on your thumbnail, windbag.
What kind of a pitch was that, weakling? I could have caught that one in my teeth.
You'll catch plenty of them in your teeth before I get through with you, wise guy. I was just limbering up on that one.
Try throwing one overhand, Genevieve. Who do you think we're playing for, Wellesley?
Okay, smart guy, you asked for it. Now I'm going to give you my old fireball. Brace yourself. Hey! Oh, my gosh, we broke one of McGee's windows, Doc. Let's get out of here.
This way, McGee, around the back and through the alley.
Yeah. Anybody coming after us, Doc?
I don't see anybody. Let go of my coattail.
Well, I'll keep running. If McGee ever catches us, we're going to... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
What are we running for? My name is McGee.
Well, how do you do? My name is Gamble.
Glad to know you, Bud. What you breathing so hard for, asthma?
No, that's passion. I just fell in love. Fell in love with the idea of giving up baseball.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and Coax Me a Little Bit.
Hey, Molly, I'm worried.
You're worried. Did you see Dr. Gamble's face when he left?
Huh?
He said the only way you were going to get the ball over the plate this afternoon was to put it in a wheelbarrow.
My gosh, I don't seem to have any control at all. If I lose this game... Hey, what does the paper say?
Well, I was just reading it, dearie. It says, pitchers duel expected as Elks play Rotarians today.
Duel is right. It'll be butcher's knives at 2 paces if anything goes wrong. I'll be gored by every elk in town. What else does the paper say?
Well, it says, Fibber Magee, one of the great speedball artists of his day.
Gee, does it really say that?
Yes, it does.
Read that part again. I like that.
Fibber Magee, one of the great speedball artists of his day. I think that was very kind of them, Magee.
What was?
They didn't say what day. Fibber Magee, one of the great speedball artists of his day.
That's darn good reporting, you know it. I remember when Paul Wainer was voted the most valuable player in the National League in 1930.
Pardon me, dearie. No. Paul Wainer got that vote in 1927. There was no award in 1930.
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. Anyway, the longest game ever played in the National League between Brooklyn and Chicago was...
Excuse me.
Huh?
The longest game played in the National League was between Brooklyn and Boston.
Oh.
On September 1st, 1906. Oh. And was called on account of darkness after 26 innings. Pardon me for interrupting. My goodness, who am I to be telling you about baseball?
Well, don't feel bad about it. Women ain't expected to know very much about the game.
Come in. Oh, hello there, Mrs. Carstairs. So nice to see you.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Mr. Magee.
Hi, Carsty. You going out to the ball game this afternoon? I'm pitching for the Elks against the Rotarians, you know.
I know you are, Mr. Magee. And I must say that my husband was almost delirious with joy when he heard about it.
Oh, is he a baseball fan, Millicent?
No, a Rotarian.
Oh, he thinks I'm going to lose, eh? That's a laugh. Them Rotarians ain't got anybody on that team that don't think a squeeze play is an accordion solo.
Oh, I don't know about that, Magee. There's some pretty smart businessmen in the Rotary Club.
That cuts no shortcake, Tootsie. The biggest tycoon in the world will look pretty small slinking back to the bench after I strike him out.
Do you expect to pitch the entire 9 outings, Mr. Magee?
The word is innings, Mrs. Carstairs.
Oh, really? My husband says it'll merely be an outing for the Rotarians.
Well, it's differences of opinion that make horse racing, baseball, and loose teeth, I always say.
You can tell that running mate of yours, Carsty, that the Elks will not only beat the Rotarians, but we'll beat them so bad that from now on their insignia will be a flat wheel.
I'll be only too happy to tell him, Mr. Magee, if I can get him to stop laughing long enough.
What seems to be amusing him so much, Millicent?
Well, he and a friend walked past here a short time ago and saw Mr. Magee pitching to Dr. Gamble. He came home practically in hysterics.
Oh, he did he?
Yes. It seems his friend wanted to know which of you was Olson and which was Johnson.
Maybe you didn't know, Millicent, but himself here used to play professional baseball.
You betcha. Wasn't it the Cubs that sent the scout after me that time, Molly?
No, dearie. It was the scouts that sent a cub after you. When you were about 9.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, Carsty, I played sandlot baseball ever since I was a kid.
Oh, you must have, Mr. Magee. The papers said you were one of the grittiest players they'd ever seen. Well, all I can say is may the best team win. And, of course, we shall. Good day.
Magee, does Mr. Carstairs play on the Rotarian team?
I should say not. There's too many guys in this town with spikes on their shoes that'd be praying for him to slide into second base. He'd get up looking like a punch board.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought Mr. Carstairs was very well liked by everybody.
Oh, he's a nice guy, all right, but who's going to pass up a chance to kick a millionaire?
Well, there's that, of course, although I never would have thought...
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. You know anything about our national pastime?
You mean criticizing the administration? Sure, a little. My uncle, Big Claghorn Wilcox, is a congressman.
No, Mr. Wilcox. He means baseball.
Oh, baseball, sure. I used to play on our high school team in Omaha. I was long stop.
You mean shortstop?
I was tall for my age. But what is all this, pal?
Well, he's got to pitch for the Elks in the big game this afternoon, Mr. Wilcox, and he's worried about his form.
It's really nothing serious, Junior, though there's a couple of things I got to iron out yet.
Such as what?
Such as where's the ball going after he throws it, for one thing.
Gee, pal, now you've got me worried. All us Elks are depending on you, you know.
Oh, are you on the team, Mr. Wilcox?
No, but I'll be out on the diamond during the 7th inning stretch.
Doing what?
Oh, I drive a car out into center field and give a demonstration of Johnson's Carnew. Gee, in front of 8,000 or 10,000 people. I hope I give a good performance.
Oh, I'll bet you will, Mr. Wilcox. Say, listen, why don't you borrow one of the Johnson Company's big vans and drive it in backwards? That ought to get attention.
Why would it?
Everybody would think of Van Johnson. Or would they?
No, I want to show people how to beautify their own cars and how easy it is with Johnson's Carnew. How they can give their pre-war cars that post-war look. I'll show them how simple it is to apply Carnew, let it dry, and wipe it off with a soft cloth. Cleaned and polished in one swell swoop. Yes. Well, then, as the game is called again, I unfurl a big banner. You see, a big banner, and then I drive off the field.
What does it say on the banner, Waxy? Inquired little Fibber, fearing the worst.
Oh, the banner. It says, play ball with your automobile. Get some Carnew right off the bat and see what a hit it makes when you get home. How do you like it, pal?
No. Well, I don't like it so well, but I haven't got time to rewrite it, Junior. I got to get this arm limbered up.
Just tell the Elks not to worry, Mr. Wilcox. Himself is just like a criminal lawyer. He always comes through in a pinch.
You got to go now, Junior? You haven't got time to play a little catch with me?
I'm sorry, pal. I've got to get down to the sign painters and pick up that banner. I want to be sure they spell Carnew, C-A-R-N-U. But look, stop worrying about your form.
You think it'll be all right?
So what if your form isn't perfect? Wear a girdle. Nobody'll know. Good luck with it, boy.
Look now, Magee, would you like to throw me a few pitches and see if you can't limber up that arm a little?
Gee, if it was anybody else, baby, I'd say yes in a minute. But the way I'm pitching, I'm dangerous.
Oh. I think I'd be safe, dearie. You didn't come anywhere near Dr. Gamble when he was catching for you.
Doggone it, that's just my trouble. Even my old knuckleball is gone. After it leaves my hand, it leads its own life. Boy, I'm scared.
Now, you just keep your trembling little chin up, dearie. This'll all work out. You've been in bad spots before.
Yeah, but Well, yes, I have, haven't I?
Well, of course.
Yeah.
You've been in worse spots than this one.
Certainly.
Absolutely.
When?
I can't remember, but I'm sure there must have been... Come in.
Hello, folks.
Hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hi, Wimp. You going to go to the ballpark and watch me pitch for the Elks today?
Yes. If I can sneak out of the house, Mr. McGee.
Oh.
Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife, still a little angry with me.
Oh, heavenly days. What for this time, Mr. Wimple?
It all came about because of a little baseball practice at home, Mrs. McGee.
Baseball practice, Wimp?
Yes. She caught me stealing home at midnight and tagged me out with a floor lamp.
Well, I do hope you can get out to the ball game, Mr. Wimple. It ought to be very exciting. Himself here used to play professional baseball, you know.
Did you really, Mr. McGee?
You betcha. I'll never forget the first write-up I had in the Sporting News. They said I was one of the greatest shoestring catchers they'd ever seen. If I could ever learn to catch something besides my shoestrings, there might be some hope for me.
And then he turned out to be a really hot-shot pitcher, Mr. Wimple.
Sweetie Face used to umpire softball games once. Oh, I'll never forget that.
Why, what happened, Wimp?
Well, every time she'd make a decision, somebody would yell, "Kill the umpire." One day she recognized my voice.
Well, you try and get out to the game if you can, Mr. Wimple.
Oh, I hope I can, Mrs. McGee. I'll wear my old uniform and bring my fielder's glove.
Do that, Wimp, and bring your old bat along, too.
Oh, she'll be there, all right. Well, goodbye now.
No, Mr. Wimple, not that door.
No, that's the hall closet, Wimp. That's not... Straighten out that closet one of these days.
The King's Men sing Ken Darby's Casey, the pride of them all.
The bases were loaded, the score was a tie. 2 outs and the hour was late. The bleachers exploded, excitement ran high when Casey stepped up to the plate. Oh, Casey's the guy with his eye on the ball, but mostly the ladies. Casey's the guy who's the idol of all, but mostly the ladies. Casey is mighty and manly. Casey's a dangerous gent. Egad, when he goes to bat, hang on to your hat. He's batting 1,000%. With the ladies, oh, Casey has nerve and he knows every curve. He's no hokey pokey. He gets away with that old double play. He's sure okie dokie. He makes all the ladies go gaga, it's true. No wonder they swoon when he comes into view. He was the Sinatra of 1902. Casey, the pride of them all. Casey was wonderful, Casey was great. He swung the mightiest clout. They knew he would knock the ball out of the state. Alas, poor Casey struck out. Oh, Casey's the guy with his eye on the ball, but mostly the ladies. Casey's the guy who's the idol of all, but mostly the ladies. You may think that Casey is through playing ball. The stands may be empty through summer and fall, but Casey's still swinging and missing that ball. Casey, the pride of them all.
My gosh, Molly, look at that crowd. Look at that bloodthirsty mob waiting for us to start.
Well, how do you feel now, dear? You got a little more confidence?
No, my right arm feels like it was made of concrete. It's going to seem like 5 miles from the pitcher's box to home plate. I wish I'd never
look,
got...
McGee, one of the teams is coming out onto the field.
Oh, yeah.
Why are they marching around in a circle?
That's the Rotary Club. Look at them. Look at them. There ain't a one of them weighs under 200. They'll murder me. They'll have me running. Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Hello, McGee. Hello, Molly.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Are you playing today?
No, they've asked me to umpire the game.
Well, let's shake hands then, Latriv. Looks like the end of a beautiful friendship.
If they made you the umpire, Mr. Mayor, you must know quite a lot about baseball.
Yes, I almost made a career of it, Mrs. McGee. In fact, as a boy of 16, I struck out from home.
Where else would you strike out from?
How was that?
You said you struck out from home. You would hardly strike out from first base, would you?
Well, in this case, Mrs. McGee, striking out from home is a term that means...
We're familiar with the terms, Latrivia. And you don't say struck out from home, you just say I struck out.
When I said I struck out from home, McGee, I didn't mean I struck at a ball.
Well, what else would you strike at? Not the umpire, I hope.
Please. I said nothing about striking
Anybody that would deliberately strike at an umpire, Latrivia...
I did not strike at the umpire. There wasn't any umpire.
Huh? What? No umpire? What kind of a bush league were you playing in anyway, Mr. Mayor?
I was not bushing in any ball play. I mean playing in any league bush, a game play. I said that this was merely a... When I said I struck home from out from last, third...
Who was on first?
You said I was on first. It was just that McGee?
Yes?
I don't think I'll act as umpire of this game after all.
Oh, why not, Your Honor?
Because if I stood behind that plate with McGee pitching, I'd say one word so often it would make him.
Make me what?
Ball. Goodbye!
Well, I guess I better be getting out on the field, kiddo. Wish me luck.
Oh, I do, dearie. I certainly do. You'll be all right now.
What time is it?
Almost half past.
My gosh, I better get going. I'll see you after the game, Molly.
If not sooner, sweetheart.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. Here are the batteries for today. On the mound for the Rotary Club, fadeaway Andy White. For the Elks Club, Fibber, Fireball McGee. Catching for the Rotarians. Yes, folks, it's still the first half of the first inning, and this so-called Fireball McGee has his fat catcher running around home plate with a butterfly net trying to snag his wild pitches. So far, he's walked the bases full without putting over a single ball that the batter can swing at. Looks like, wait a minute, something unusual is going on out there. A woman is running out to the mound. The umpire has halted the game.
Get that dame out of there! Play ball!
Just a minute, folks. We're getting a report on this interruption. The lady is... Yes, it's Mrs. Fireball McGee. She whispered something in his ear, and now she's leaving. He looks surprised. He's winding up, and here's the pitch. It's a strike! That ball was moved so fast it almost left a trail of smoke. Now he's winding up again. Here comes the next one. It looks like... Wow! Strike two! I couldn't even see that pitch, ladies and gentlemen. All right, McGee seems to be settling down out there now. He goes into his stretch.
Hold up, Fireball! Mow him down!
Hook it in there, McGee!
Strike him out, McGee. Yoo-hoo! Burn it in there, dearie. Candle bomb! Ban the gentleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this McGee is a powerhouse on the mound. It's the ninth inning, 2 away. And here's the pitch. Strike three, swinging. And that does it. Fireball McGee and his Elks Club team win by a total.
McGee, let me through, please. Let me through. I'm the man that just won this ball game single-handed's wife. McGee?
Hey, Mr. McGee. I'm the sports editor of the Gazette. Say, that was a great exhibition.
Oh, shucks, it was nothing that any red-blooded American boy wouldn't have done if his wife told him what my wife did.
Here, let the lady through. Right here, Miss McGee.
Oh, McGee, that was wonderful.
Well, Nat.
And now, if it isn't too personal, Mr. McGee, just what did your wife whisper in your ear when you were pitching so wild in the first inning?
Nothing personal at all, Bud. She just reminded me that I always used to pitch left-handed.
Somebody said to me the other day, I have a wonderful slogan for Johnson's Wax. Floor beauty is wax deep. Well, that's a pretty good slogan at that. It's certainly true that even the first application of Johnson's Wax makes almost any floor more beautiful. Even old floors that have dulled with constant use acquire a soft, mellow sheen that highlights your entire home. This shining coat of Johnson's Wax does wonders for your furniture, too. Tabletops look richly polished when you wax them regularly. Chairs and sideboards glow and sparkle. Wax-polished ornaments and picture frames and other things also add immeasurably to the charm of your home. And think how much easier it will be to keep everything clean and bright, because dirt and dust don't readily cling to a smooth waxed surface. And remember that Johnson's Wax protects these lovely surfaces against dirt, wear, and spilled things. Why don't you try protective housekeeping with genuine Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream?
More liniment, Lefty?
Yeah, thanks. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. My arm went with that last pitch. Was it ever sore? Right after the game, it tightened up so I could hardly lift it.
Oh, it was worth it, Magee. I was very proud of you.
Yeah, but how come you didn't notice I was throwing wrong earlier?
I did.
Well, why didn't you tell me then?
What? And ruin that good left wing before you ever got to the diamond? What kind of a trainer do you think I am?
Oh. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Maybe you'll be able to go out and play tomorrow, Chris.
Bayer wants him back outside, too. That's why there's Bayer Children's Chewable Aspirin to relieve the aches, pains, and fever of a cold or flu. Aspirin is what pediatricians recommend almost 2-to-1 over any other pain and fever reducer. Pediatricians most often recommend aspirin, and mothers rely most on Bayer. Bayer Children's Chewable Aspirin, because Bayer wants him back outside, too.
Is short hair in, Sally? Yes, but white gloves are out. Well, not when you've got age spots. Those brown patches? Ah, don't hide them. Fade them with Esoterica. Used daily as directed, Esoterica works below the skin surface. In most cases, age spots rise and fade off. No gloves, Mrs. Davis?
No problem, Sally. That Esoterica really works.
Don't hide age spots. Fade them with Esoterica.
Poured it on to win in Montreal that day. As a matter of fact, I've been training hard and pouring on the Wheaties since I was a kid. Because a nutritious breakfast with Wheaties tastes good, and it's good for you.
Take it from Bruce Jenner. Wheaties is the breakfast of champions.
Give me a smile with everything on it, and I'll pass it on. So give me a Coke when you smile, and I promise pass it along. I'm gonna pass it along. The world needs a break when it's tired and thirsty. Coke and a smile is how it should be. Coke adds life. Coca-Cola adds life.
I have a wonderful experience for you that, well, just wasn't possible before. It's called Polavision. Now, say there's a family dinner and everyone's pitching in. Voila! You're all seeing it again a few seconds later. It's a whole new way to have fun together. Polaroid's instant movies. I think it's remarkable. I do.
There's something special about a woman's touch. You do so much for so many. Yet some days you don't feel your best because of occasional irregularity. Then you take Correctol, the modern gentle laxative. Correctol's special formula combines a mild laxative with a softening agent. Its gentle overnight action will help you feel like yourself again. Next time, try Correctol, the modern gentle laxative so many women are using today.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind. That Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Tonight we celebrate the return of our star comedian, Fred Allen. Music by Peter Van Steeden and the special amateur contest. New music, new voices, new laughs with Fred Allen. It's Town Hall tonight. The crowd's cheering Fred Allen and Portland as they march down from Maine, scattering fishing tackle and wet bathing suits on all sides. The mighty Allen R players are running ahead of them wearing Palm Beach suits all ready for Indian summer. And they're all on their way to the old town hall. Tonight's the night, and everybody's going. Everybody! Here they come. Fathers.
The family's all here, Pa. What is it you got to say?
I don't want to hear a peep out of anybody for now, Ma. It's town hall tonight. Mothers. Lord, you got the house turned upside down. Did you lose something, Mother?
Lose something? I can't find my ear trumpet. It's town hall tonight.
Kitties.
Now, you get your things off, Junior. You're going up to bed. You ain't putting me to bed without a struggle, Ma. It's town hall tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old town hall, and there's Fred welcoming the crowd with a second-hand thought for today. Let's listen.
There are empty saddles in the old corral, but every seat is filled at the town hall, folks. Get your camp stools on the way in.
Oh, glad to see you home, Mr. Allen.
I'm glad to be back home, too, Mrs. Quigg. Plenty of room on the inside, folks.
Evening, Brother Allen.
Hi there, George. Laughing already, hey? Everything new but the jokes on the inside, folks. So hurry.
Hey, we're all set, Fred.
Okay, Harry, we're opening with Celebrate.
Right, let her go, Peter.
Celebrating. Everybody come and join us celebrating. Now to welcome the ones we adore. Salute the twosome, the party is for. Bring your girlfriend, bring your boyfriend. Let us walk now, we'll evermore roll. Then we'll have unwelcome toast to the ones we love the most, celebrating the fact that they're back home. Find it here now, clear the air now, just prepare now to laugh and be gay. Give a cheer from coast to coast, fill your glass and drink a toast, celebrating because they're home to stay.
Presenting that forgotten man whom I know you all remember, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, tonight, the town hall officially opens its new season. We were going to have a monster celebration for you, but some of the folks thought that a monster might frighten the kiddies, so we gave the whole thing up. Now, right after tonight's show, Hodge White is opening his new air-conditioned chili parlor. Hodge says he's going to keep his cooling system on all winter, and his new slogan will be, get your chili where it's chilly. So much for red-hot happenings around the village. And now for the town hall news. The curtain, Harry.
Coming right down, Fred.
Billboard lower. The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The town hall news sees nothing, shows all. Radio City, New York. Prominent radio comedian returns for winter series and is received at broadcasting station with open arms. Town hall news shows alleged prominent comedian entering Radio City.
This way for the Town Hall Tonight program. Tickets, please.
Excuse me, mister.
Yes, madam.
Is this Grant's tomb?
No, lady. This is Radio City.
Who's dead in here?
Only the radio comedians, lady. They're dead from the neck up. Town Hall Tonight tickets. This way,
Hi,
please.
Joe. Hi. Nice ticket taking, old boy.
Just a minute, wise guy. Where do you think you're going?
Well, I'm Fred Allen.
Never mind the double talk. Come on, where's your ticket?
Ticket? I don't need any ticket. I'm broadcasting tonight.
Look, this is Wednesday, buddy. The Goodwill Court's on Sunday night.
No buttons. I'm on Town Hall Tonight. I'm the star.
You ain't kidding me, tourist. I know the stars on that program. Soup, Bagel, and Dud. Two swell guys.
You haven't sensed the trend, old boy. Stoop, Nagel, and Bud finished last Wednesday, and I'm starting back on the air tonight. I'm Fred Allen, the, comedian.
Yeah, well, you ain't making me laugh. Now scram. Hello, George. Oh, good evening, Mr. Van Steeden.
Well, Peter Van Steeden.
You've got me, buddy.
You remember me, Fred Allen?
This guy says he's on your program tonight, Mr. Van Steeden. What program?
What program? Town Hall Tonight. Remember? I was on the show last winter. The name's Allen.
Oh, yes, the talking bird. You're a riot.
Now, wait a minute. I'll go right up with you,
No,
Peter.
you don't, long puss. You ain't getting by me without a ticket.
Now, see here. This thing's gone far enough. You're manhandling a personality.
No, you don't. Stay
Now,
where you are.
Here, boys. What's all the disturbance?
Sorry, Mr. Von Zell, but this bum's trying to crash the gate.
Harry Von Zell.
Sorry, brother. I haven't got a dime on me.
But I'm not panhandling. You remember me.
No, I don't remember the face. Your breath is certainly familiar.
My name's Fred Allen.
Congratulations. I'll see you around sometime. So long.
But, Harry, listen.
No, you don't now.
See here. Take your finger out of my dimple, menial. I can see I've got to go over your head. Get me the president of NBC. He'll get me in.
Listen, buddy, there's only one guy can get you into Radio City.
Yes, where is he?
Across the hall at that desk.
It's about time I got some service around here. Say, mister.
What can I do for you?
I've got to get into Radio City.
Give me 40 cents.
40 cents for what?
Don't argue. Get into this elevator.
Now, quit pushing me. Who are these people? Where are you taking me?
Radio City sightseeing tour. Going up?
Washington, D.C. I should have gotten in the elevator sooner, I think. Washington, D.C. Married man kissing his own wife in parked car is arrested and charged with disorderly conduct. Town Hall News shows a Washington married couple narrowly escaping arrest. The scene, a husband and wife drive up to his office.
I'll park right here. Now kiss me goodbye, darling.
No, it's too risky, Clara.
Yeah, kissing's pretty dangerous here in Washington, Ma. Nonsense, son. Your father's a taxpayer, and a taxpayer certainly has a right to kiss his wife in his own car.
Yeah, but Mr. Jones next door got 6 months yesterday.
6 months? For what?
A cop caught him waving at a woman on a bus. He couldn't prove it was his wife.
Well, we don't have to worry. I've got our marriage license right here in the car. Come on, Herman, kiss me.
Well,
Make it a quickie, Pa. I'll watch for the cops.
Let's go, Herman. Swing it.
Well, all right.
Break it up, Pa. Seize it.
Hey, what's going on here? Why, there's nothing, officer. Nothing, hey. What's that lip rouge on your neck, a birthmark? Well, it's You're under arrest, masher.
This is my husband, officer.
Quit kidding, lady. Married people ain't kissing this early in the day.
Oh, they're not. Well, take a look at this wedding ring and show him that paper, Herman.
Yes, here's our marriage license.
I guess that'll shut you up, Cossack.
This paper ain't shutting me up, lady.
What do you mean?
This is a cooking school diploma.
Clara! Good Lord, I brought the wrong paper.
Excuses don't go, folks. This is Washington, D.C., and kissing in public's a misdemeanor. Now, come on, both of you.
Just a minute, Flatfoot.
Hey, what are you doing in back there, son?
You can't arrest these people. They're married.
Now, how would you know?
Well, who do you think I am, Freddie Bartholomew?
New York City, New York. The Yankees win World Series in 6 games and become world's baseball champions for 1936. Town Hall News brings you the outstanding lowlights of the series. First, an interview with the man who almost bought the first ticket for the opening game of the series, Mr. Flubdub D. Fink.
Do I start talking now? Ladies and gentlemen,
Just a minute, Flubdub. How did you happen to almost buy the first ticket?
Well, the newspaper said it was going to be a nickel World Series, so I went up to the ticket window with a nickel.
What happened?
I was $9.95 short.
A flash from the third game. Lou Gehrig hits a home run. Town Hall News shows Gehrig coming home.
Come in, Lou.
We present for the first time over the networks the man who broke the World Series hot dog eating record for all times, Mr. Roland Moan. How many Frankfurts did you consume, Mr. Moan? No, just how many? Just give us the number, if you will, Mr. Moan.
I can't talk, mister. I'm so full of dogs I can only bark.
The first band to stand up to stretch in the... the first band to stand up to stretch in the lucky seventh, Mr. Tacit Flex.
Is this the microphone here?
Yes, Mr. Flex. I'm wearing the derby here. Will you, just an informal exhibit, if you will. You just show us how you stretch during the World Series?
Okay, but you'll have to stand back.
All right.
Watch this. Oh, gall darn these tight pants.
The man who yelled the loudest during the entire series, the season's champion heckler, Mr. Raucous Pipes. Mr. Pipes.
Yay, throw the bum out! Throw the bum out! Get him out of there! Right, God, throw the bum out! Throw him out! I tell you the...
Just a minute. Huh? Well, life isn't a personal appearance, Mr. Pipes. Now, you just come over to the microphone here.
I don't need no microphone, buddy. When I'm hot, you can hear me in Omaha. Yay! Throw the bum out!
Now, wait a minute.
Throw the bum out! Get him out!
Wait a minute. Just give us your bellowing high spot from the World Series. Which was your Pulitzer Prize catcall? Do you remember?
Well, in the third game, the umpire called Terry safe, you see, so I swings into action. Yay! Take that bum out! Oh, throw him out, you bum! Throw him out!
Did they throw him out?
I don't know. When I come to, the series was over.
Once again, the Town Hall News scoops the world. Tonight, we bring you a 10-second review of the leading motion picture of the week, The General Died at Dawn.
Wake up, General. What time is it, orderly? It's dawn, General. Thank you, orderly. Goodbye.
Gentlemen, thank you.
Fred, you know, it certainly is good to hear you saying thank you again. We all missed you. Did you really have a good time this summer?
Yes, I certainly did, Harry. But you know, after a while, I started to miss the city. The monoxide gas, the taxis scooting up your trouser legs, you know. Why, I even started to miss you, Harry.
Well, thanks, Fred.
Yes, I used to catch myself trying to remember things you used to say. You know, about Ipana and...
Oh, sure, Fred. You mean things like... Ipana is the toothpaste designed to help benefit your gums as well as keep your teeth white and sparkling.
That's right, Harry. And then you used to say...
The creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays don't give our gums enough exercise and stimulation to keep them firm and healthy. But you can help supply that stimulation by massaging a little Ipana into your gums every time you brush your teeth with it. And in that way, you give your gums the toning and stimulation they need to help guard against serious gum trouble.
That's it, Harry. It all comes back to me now. Remember how you used to finish up?
Well, certainly, Fred. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll have healthier gums, brighter teeth, and a far more attractive smile if you'll always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
Last evening, the Ipana Troubadours have just played Do You or Don't You Love Me? And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next... Hey, wait a minute, boys. Hey, boys, hold it. Peter, that song isn't in the program this week.
Isn't this where Stoop, Nagel, and Bud come on?
No. Haven't you quartet chaps been listening to the show tonight?
Yes, that's what gave us the idea.
What idea?
That Stoop, Nagel, and Bud ought to come on here.
Never mind, Stoop, Nagel. You fellas better practice your music. If you guys were any flatter, you'd sing horizontal.
I wonder what became of Stoop, Nagel.
Look, I don't even know what became of Sally. I can't be looking behind every bubble I see around, can I? Now, let's have it quiet, boys. Oh, I just get one thing up. Quiet, please. If that's the call of the wild, you can tame it down a teeny-weeny mite, if you will.
Hello?
Well, sir, as the man said when he opened the Oregon Road map, if it isn't Portland.
Yes. Gosh, oh, boys, whoopsie! Am I glad to see you back, Mr. Allen. Just fun, Bob.
Hey, wait a minute. You'll be all out of cheers before the football season starts. Why all this enthusiasm?
I'm chairman of the Fred Allen Welcoming Committee. We're going to have speeches and everything.
Well, this is a treat. Say, who's this man coming?
Oh, he's the first surprise.
Pardon me, sir. Will you sign for this basket of flowers?
Oh, the committee shouldn't have done this, Portland. Flowers for little old baggy middle-aged me. Oh, God.
Isn't it wonderful?
And good luck from me, too, Mr. Landon.
Landon? Landon, my name's Allen.
Oh, yeah? Give me back them sunflowers.
Why, Dad, what does he mean?
Don't get excited,
Coming
Mr.
in here
Allen.
with this.
Anybody's apt to make a mistake.
You certainly started my homecoming off with a bang, Portland.
Oh, you just wait. The bang is coming now.
Fine, I'll hold my ear.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the first speaker to welcome Mr. Allen back tonight is Mr. Hugh McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre.
Thank you. In behalf of the Caledonia Radio Fans Club, I take great pleasure in presenting Mr. Allen with a good luck horseshoe.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
Aye, don't mention it, lad. I'm only the spokesman.
But where is the horseshoe, Mr. McIntyre?
I've got the horse tied up outside.
You mean my good luck horseshoe is still on the horse?
Aye, you can bend down and help yourself. And your radio fans are hoping for the best.
Thank you, Mr. McIntyre.
That's fine. An auspicious start. I suppose my next present is an overnight bag that's still in Macy's window.
The next speaker on our welcoming committee, ladies and gentlemen, is DuPont Strudel, president of the Ready-to-Wear League, a jolly good fellow wholesale. Mr. Strudel.
A jolly good fellow wholesale.
Thank you personally. My friends, tonight I am here to welcome you purposely to my one-price sale in winter overcoat. With the new Harry Richmond transatlantic steam sailor, I am giving away 1 £10 bill, absolutely free. I'm a sucker. I thank you.
Hey, what kind of a welcome is this? Up to now, nobody's even mentioned my name. I suppose the next speaker will show up with the keyhole to the city.
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Allen. We'll get around to you in a minute. Quiet, everybody.
Quiet? I haven't heard anything yet.
No, you're certainly lucky up to now.
Now, look, Portland, don't bother with your other speakers. I'll just say a few words about myself.
Now, don't get your dander up if you'll just give me the floor for a minute.
All right, take the floor. I'll join the mural.
The featured speaker of the evening is Mrs. Mangle, president of the Mothers Club of New Rochelle.
Thank you. Mothers of the world.
What's that got to do with me?
You had a mother, didn't you?
I only remember Dr. Defoe.
Quiet. As president of the Mothers Club of New Rochelle, I take great pleasure in introducing my eugenic daughter, Gloria.
Thank you, customers.
And my 100% all-American son, Hemlock.
Hello, folks.
These kids have been listening to the radio.
Mr. Allen.
We are gathered here tonight to welcome Uncle Don.
No, it ain't Uncle Don, Ma.
Who is it?
He looks like Bucktooth Rogers. No, it's Mr. Allen, Mrs. Mangle.
Oh, yes, but why beat about the bush? My two kiddies have written poems of welcome, and I know we're all just dying to hear them. Aren't we, folks?
It's unanimous.
Carry on, Gloria.
A poem. Roses are red, violets are blue. If I had a petunia, I'd petunia in on you.
Petunia in on you.
Don't you like it?
Did she have that petunia left over from an old knock-knock?
Who's that?
Petunia.
Petunia who?
Petunia, your old gray bonnet, and you can pull it down over your insteps as far as... I'd have done better at Sing Sing.
Wait till Hemlock recites. My poem is called Allen.
Allen, well, now we're getting someplace.
L is for the latch you never handled.
Fine.
O is for the old age of your joke. U is just for you. I don't mean Benny.
I don't have to say.
S is for the snores your fun evokes. Y is for the yawns you give the nation. You're just a growing pain from coast to coast. Put them all together, they spell Allen.
Wait a minute. Lousy doesn't spell Allen.
That's what you think.
Why, that little one. Why, that's the last thrower.
Gosh, this is some welcome.
Oh.
Hey, Mr. Allen.
Get these people out of here. Give me those kids' heads. I'll show you knock-knock.
But I haven't made my speech yet,
You
Mr.
can make it
Allen.
on the wing.
I get it.
Goodbye, Portland.
Tally ho.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys sing Sweet Violet. Your A's, boys.
When I was a handsome young fellow, I sure had the time of my life. But one day a man broke my backbone when he caught me kissing his sweet violet. Sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to foot, covered all over with snow. One day I forgot my suspenders and took my girl out to a dance. While dancing I heard someone holler, "Hey, mister, you're losing your sweet violet." Sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to foot, covered all over with snow. We once were on Major Bo's program. We figured to do very well. We tipped off our best friends to hear us, but all they heard was a, all right, sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to foot, covered all over with snow.
If you want to steer clear of marriage and you're somebody's desire, oh, don't try a kiss that is tempting, for where there's smoke, there's
Sweet violet, sweeter than all the roses, covered all over from head to foot, covered all over with snow. Pretty violet, covered all over with snow.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, boys. Now, the next...
Say, Harry, what kind of skullduggery's been going on around here anyway?
Why, Fred?
Well, when I was dusting out the attic in the town hall early this morning, I came across this infernal machine here. What is it?
Oh, that's just an invention that Colonel Stoopnagel had left over. It's a penny for your thoughtoscope.
A penny for your whatoscope?
Thought, Fred. Look, you put a penny in the slot, and the machine tells you what you're thinking.
Oh, a quaint contraption, isn't it?
Yeah, here, I'll treat you, Fred. Sort of a welcome home present.
Oh,
Well, there goes the penny. Now listen to your thoughts.
I'm thinking of those Maine woods, the lazy stream, and that big, beautiful 2.5-pound trout, the one I bought from the guy. Hey, Harry, turn that thing off.
Oh, keep on, Fred. It's doing fine.
No, you try it. I have a penny here for you. See if it pulls a knife on you.
All right, Fred. Let her go. I'm thinking of smiles. Smiles of health. Smiles that can be yours more often, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll just remember Sal Hepatica. Because so many times your logy, half-sick, headachy feeling is caused by two things: waste in your body and acid in your system. And Sal Hepatica is the mineral salt laxative made especially to get after those two things, to remove waste from the body and also to help nature combat acidity. So whenever you're feeling under the weather, just do this.
Put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it.
Then see how quickly it will help you feel your old normal self again. So remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Well, there's that theme song that brings back to a drama-starved America the immortal, mighty Allen Art Players. They'll be with you immediately after your station announcement.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we gather to witness a miracle in the modern theater. The mighty Allen Art Players thrown back into employment. Tonight, they present a mystery playlet entitled Who Killed Barclay Rappaport? Overture, Peter.
Baldwin, confound that butler. You think old Mr. Rappaport? Yes, hang it. Baldwin, why do you always walk away when I ring my bell? Force of habit, sir. I've appeared for Major Bowes, sir. Bring me my nightcap. Your macaroons and buttermilk, sir? Yes, and turn on the radio. Right, sir. The radio always takes my mind off the buttermilk. Right, sir. The radio is turning, sir.
Time stands still. No, Crosby, Idaho. Police squad tests new shatterproof glass for riot car windshield. Shots are fired at pretty girl behind unbreakable glass. Ready, Miss Dodge?
All ready.
Fire, boys. Time stands still.
Oh, Baldwin, anything wrong, sir? Turn off that radio. Oh, I'm dying. Oh, egad, dead. Oh, I say. Help! Assistant! Help!
What's all the yelling for?
It's Mr. Rappaport. Cook, he's dead.
Glory be! Oh! What's going on in here? Can't you servants be quiet?
It's your husband, Mrs. Rappaport.
He's dead. Dead? Call up the insurance company.
Oh, but really, madam.
Well, do something. Call the police. Call Winchell. Call somebody.
Yes, madam. I say help. Operator. Police headquarters. Barclay Rappaport is dead. Help. Police. Help.
Come in.
Don't move nobody. I got you covered like a gigolo's ball spot.
Well, put down that gun. We ain't no clay pigeons. Yes, who are you? Hopalong Cassidy?
I'm Inspector Bungle, sister. This may be the old lady's home, but I ain't leaving till I get my man.
Oh, I say.
If you're the body, lay down, brother.
Now, how can he be the body? He's talking, ain't he?
That don't prove nothing. A lot of dead ones shoot off their mouths in a presidential year.
Don't be absurd, Inspector.
Come on. Which one of you three is the body? Somebody better talk before rigor mortis sets in.
The body's in that chair next to the radio. Don't point, Bridget. Excuse me, Mom.
Come on. Get up out of that chair, Bud. I'm from the furniture company. Say, he's dead, all right.
Well, you don't think Mr. Barclay Rappaport is playing possum, do you?
I don't care if he's playing Monopoly. What did you say his name is?
His name was Barclay Rappaport.
Barclay Rappaport? The meatball king?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Rappaport.
He knew his onions. Who bumped him off?
Nobody. He was listening to the radio and he dropped dead.
Maybe he was bored to death. Any witnesses?
Sergeant here was in the room.
Answer yes or no, flunky.
Well, I was in the room, but that is partly, sir.
Oh, but really, Baldwin, you're not Jekyll and Hyde.
Where's Jekyll and Hyde? Bring them two guys in here.
I'll get the Ouija board.
Don't move, you. Nobody leaves this room. There's something ain't kosher around here, and I don't mean you got a ham in the house.
Well, surely you're not hinting that Mr. Rappaport was murdered?
Why not? Barclay Rappaport was the meatball king. Any guy that sells meatballs has got plenty of enemies. Now, you better fess up, folks. Just what happened?
Yes, what did happen, Baldwin?
Well, Mr. Rappaport rang for me to get his nightcap and turn on the radio.
Yes, go on.
Some news flash came on. There were 3 shots fired. The master said, "I'm dying, Baldwin, dying." And then...
Then what?
He leaned back and carried on.
Then I rushed in, and I rushed in.
For show, eh?
That's our story, and you're stuck with it, Inspector.
Don't be too sure, gorgeous hussy. I'll take a look at the body.
I'm sure it was a heart attack.
My deduction will show what caused his death. His arm fell against this radio. Broke his wristwatch. Stopped at 10:05.
Oh, this is silly. The radio excited him, and he popped off. It's as plain as your nose in our business.
What program was he listening to?
I don't know.
It was something with 3 shots. Yes, I heard the shots in the kitchen.
Yeah, this dial's turned to 13. That's station PEW. Give me that phone, Jeeves.
You're only wasting your time, Inspector.
Hello, operator. Inspector Bungle talking. Get me radio station PEW.
What are you going to do?
Keep your zipper closed, sister. Hello, station PEW.
Yes, but you're too late to vote for the amateurs.
This is Inspector Bungle, Bud. What program was on at 10:05?
10-5? Oh, yes, time stands still.
Hey, listen, I'm working on a case. Could you do that program over again for me?
Oh, goody, an encore. The actors will be delighted.
Now, hold it, Bud, hold it. I don't mean the whole program. I just want what went on the air between 10:04 and 10:05.
Okay, turn on your radio. We'll broadcast it right away.
Thanks. Turn on that radio, Jeeves.
Right, sir.
What's the big idea, stupid?
I'm going to see if that program's exciting enough to bring on a heart attack.
It was those 3 shots that unnerved Barclay. I know it.
Quiet. The radio's starting.
Time stands still. No Prosty, Idaho. Police squad tests new shatterproof glass for riot car windshields. Shots are fired at pretty girl behind unbreakable glass. Ready, Miss Dodd?
All ready.
Fire, boys.
Turn off that radio.
Yes, sir.
How many shots did you hear in the kitchen, cook?
3. But there were only 2 shots fired just now. That's right, only 2.
Then what became of the 3rd shot, Inspector?
The 3rd shot is in Barclay Rappaport.
Heaven, glory be.
This is circumstantial poppycock.
Not so fast, Baldwin. I arrest you for the murder of Barclay Rappaport, the Meatball King.
This is preposterous.
The rumba's up, Bud. You're behind the meatball now. You fired the 3rd shot. You thought the radio'd cover you up.
Is this true, Baldwin Fenivesi?
Baldwin Fenivesi. Why, without these sideburns...
Oh, my jowl.
And without his English accent...
Hey, give me back those sideburns.
No, you don't. Quentin Scurvy.
Quentin Scurvy?
Yes, Quentin Scurvy, the vegetarian fanatic. Inspector Bungle never fails. Hey, Scurvy.
Yes, I killed him. Barclay Rappaport, the Meatball King, laughed at vegetarians. His slogan was, "A meatball a day keeps the spinach away." I showed him. I proved it to the world.
Proved what?
I am a vegetarian. He was a meatball fiend. I killed him.
What does that prove?
It proves that a vegetarian will outlive a meat eater every time.
Thank you so much for the first fall appearance of the mighty Allen Artleys, ladies and gentlemen, those tireless thespians who feel that the show must go on and on in spite of fervent advice to the contrary. But then, as that young fellow Publius Sirius said, almost 2,000 years ago, many receive advice, few profit by it. Isn't that true, Harry?
Well, generally, I'd say it was, Fred, but there are still some exceptions. I know that countless people have profited by the advice of physicians regarding sal hepatica. For more than 40 years, many have recommended it. For more than 40 years, it has helped change dull, logy feelings into brighter, happier ones. Because sal hepatica is the mineral salt laxative made especially to do 2 important things.
To remove wastes from the body and also to help nature combat acidity.
And those 2 things usually cause that logy, under par feeling. So the very next time you feel under the weather, ladies and gentlemen, profit by sound advice and do this. Put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. See how quickly and pleasantly it will help you feel alert, alive, and normal again. If you'll remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
And now we have a pleasant surprise for you, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we welcome as a special guest star a young lady from Mexico City. The Bristol Myers Company recently sponsored a talent contest in Mexico that ran for 1 full year. Now, the winner of this contest is this charming 18-year-old Mexican girl, Miss Maria Cristina Puga. Miss Puga flew to New York by Pan American plane and is staying at the Roosevelt Hotel during her visit to New York City as the guest of the Bristol Myers Company. This is the first time Maria has ever been out of Mexico City, and unfortunately, this little lady speaks no English, or I'd ask you to say a few words of greeting to you and vice versa. But her voice, I can assure you, is beautiful in any language. May I present then, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in America, Miss Maria Cristina Puga, singing Valse Musette from La Boheme. Miss Puga. Thank you very much. That was beautiful, and I do hope that you have a pleasant stay here in New York City, and be sure to carry our best wishes back with you to Mexico City when you return. Thank you.
Our Town Hall Amateur Contest. Tonight, Fred Allen has a special group of amateurs for this contest. So come on, let's give them a real town hall reception.
With Uncle Jim running around here. Thank you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is Boston night. All of our amateurs this evening come from Boston, Massachusetts. Good old Uncle Jim held an amateur contest for the town hall at the Metropolitan Theater in Boston last week, and while we originally intended to give just the winner an opportunity to appear on our program, but after auditioning some 1,100 amateurs, Uncle Jim found so many talented boys and girls in Boston that we have invited all 6 of the finalists to New York as our guests tonight. Now, these acts, the pride of Boston, will compete for a special first prize of $100 in cash and a second prize of $50. The applause will be recorded on our sound recording machine, and the 2 acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later so that you may select, with due thought and forethought, I might say, so that you may select your final winners. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to welcome Miss Gertrude Reynolds from West Roxbury, Massachusetts. Is that right, Miss Reynolds?
Yeah.
How are you enjoying your visit to New York City?
Oh, very much. Uncle Jim took us up to Radio City, and
He did, huh?
he's been wonderful to us all.
Well, Uncle Jim, you won't find anyone any nicer or better. I don't doubt if you'll ever meet anyone nicer or better than Uncle Jim.
I don't think I have.
No, he's very fine. Have you, do you like Boston better than New York, what you've seen of it so far?
Very much so.
You like Boston better? Well, you can't tell if you've been in Radio City all day. You haven't been out. Well, we haven't any buildings in Boston as tall as Radio City, have we?
That's what I don't like.
That's what you don't like, eh? Well, I think personally that tall buildings are really a waste of time. We have the Bunker Hill Monument. That gets to the point much quicker than Radio But I think Boston is one of the nicest cities in the country, don't you? We have lots of things there. We have the Frog Pond, where I studied voice years ago. And Paul Revere's home. Paul Revere never could have made his ride here in New York, do you think?
Not very much.
Say, with the traffic here, the British would have had him before he got out of 59. Well, we're very happy to have you here tonight, Miss Reynolds. And what would you like to sing?
All my life.
All your life will be spent in Boston, huh? All right, thank you very much.
Afraid to look, but I adore you. I place before you a heart that's an open book. All my life, hold me close to your heart, but all else above. Hold my love, darling, hold my life.
Thank you very much. That was Miss Gertrude Reynolds from West Roxbury. And now, ladies and gentlemen, would you rather stand over there, Joe, or over here? Over here, huh? There's a dancing... Well,
hello, Christine.
What? It's more interesting from over there. You think I look better from that side?
Better over here.
Oh, it's
better over
Oh, you rather... Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Joe Madden from Boston, Mass. You live in Boston, in the city, Joe?
Yes, I do. I'm an iceman there. I push at the truck.
You're an ice man? You push an ice truck, do you?
Yes, I do.
Oh, life is sort of a cakewalk for you then, isn't it?
That's right.
And you play the violin on the side?
On the side.
Rather an odd combination, isn't it? From the ice business to the violin. If it was the mandolin, you could use your pick, of course, later. But Uncle Jim tells me that you are more of a trick violinist than a serious musician. Are you?
Yes, that's right.
What sort of tricks do you do?
Well, I play in the back of the neck and on the hip and between the knees and with my foot.
Oh. Say, it must bore you when you see a fellow like Chrysler just standing there playing. With no handsprings or anything. It must get monotonous. Well, do you want to go right ahead now, and I'll explain, if you want me to the radio audience your various postures as you gyrate through the nocturne there. All right? You ready? The violin is now in back of Joe's head. Now holding the violin under his left arm. The bow is coming from someplace around his back there. I can't... Very good. Now the bow is rapidly inserted in Joe's shoe. He's doing sort of a one-legged Gazotsky with the bow coming up, rubbing against the string. It's rather difficult. You jump away from the... Now with the bow held in between his knees, the violin is stroked briskly up and down. Sixth violinist. Thank you very much, Joe. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from South Boston, Johnny, I guess you'd better go on the other side of the microphone there, for you dance, and that's the dancing mat there. From South Boston, Johnny Curtis. You come from South Boston, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
And you are a tap dancer, hey? South Boston is really the Newport of Boston, isn't it? All those beautiful beaches there, L Street, Carson, and City Point. L Street is known all over the country. Don't you think so?
Yes, sir.
On account of the brownies? I knew a brownie. Brownies are husky gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, who go in swimming all the year round, winter and summer, at this beach where Johnny lives there, over in South Boston. They're called brownies. I knew a brownie, Benny Drone. Did you ever hear of him? He disappeared for 2 weeks one winter, went in swimming over there, and 2 weeks later, a woman in Brookline heard someone yelling help in her icebox. This Mr. Drone, he was frozen in at L Street, chopped out by a bootleg iceman, and sold to this lady in Brookline. But you know many people over there?
Yes, sir.
You know Hambone Kelly, do you?
No, sir.
Don't you know Hambone? Hambone used to be a fine boxer just a few years ago. I knew people so religious they wouldn't speak to Hambone on a Friday over there. But you're going to, you don't mind me talking to you, Johnny?
No, sir.
You're going to dance for us, eh?
Mm-hmm.
What style?
Well, I'm going to do a sort of rhythm.
Rhythm dance, Fred Astaire dance?
No,
Wings and taps, huh? Oh, you all set to go?
Yes, sir.
Well, all right, you go right ahead. Thank you. is Johnny Curtis, ladies and gentlemen, from South Boston. And now, may I present Rose Rayner from Winthrop, Massachusetts, and Harold, how do you pronounce your name? Pamel. Harold Pamel from Dorchester. We're neighbors, Harold. I live in Dorchester, too. I'm sorry, it's getting sort of late. I was going to ask you a few questions about home, but I think to make sure that all the boys and girls get on, we'll just go right ahead. You don't mind, do you?
A bit.
And what are you going to sing? Sympathy from...
the operetta The Firefly.
The Firefly, thank you.
I need sympathy, sympathy, just sympathy. I won't think you are free. I will not scold, nor say you are bold. When I treat you tenderly, tenderly, don't blame me for you know I'm showing sympathy. When you treat me tenderly, tenderly, don't blame me, for I know you're but showing
Thank you. That was Miss Rose Rayner from Winthrop and Harold Pamel from Dorchester. And now, I thought someone had set up a mirror in front of me for a second. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have you meet from Needham, Massachusetts, Master Quentin Gulliver. How are you, Quentin?
Quite well, thanks.
Uncle Jim tells me that you are a sneeze expert.
I believe that's it.
Is that right?
Yes, sir. I'm a sneezer.
You do different types of sneezes, do you?
Yes, sir. I've analyzed them.
Well, do you explain the sneezes as you go along, or would you rather have... perhaps you better do it, huh?
Well, it's always been terrible. I mean, okay, sure.
Well, you go right ahead, Quentin.
Sure.
I'll travel instead of Gulliver this time. Thank you.
Well, the first sneeze that I'm going to deal with tonight is the dainty sneeze. Now, you've all seen dainty people, and of course, with these dainty people, we have a dainty sneeze, something like this. Now, next, we have what is known as a hefty sneeze, the alternative of a dainty sneeze. Now, the hefty sneeze with hefty people, something like this. Now, next we have what is known as the delayed sneeze. Now, the delayed sneeze brings up on one part, and there's a delay there, and then it's down on the other part. Now, the delayed sneeze is liable to be afflicted in anyone. The delayed sneeze. Oh. Now, of course, next we have the sneezing spasm. Now, of course, the sneezing spasm is oftentimes unavoidable. So I'm afraid I... good night.
That was Quentin Gulliver from Needham, Massachusetts. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the three boys, Charlie Condrato, William Duffy, and Philip Valendi from Woburn, Massachusetts, the Holton's Hillbilly Trio. You boys ready to go? All set? Well, go right ahead. Thank you.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, and I come to town to hear the band. Tell 'em, oh, I know all songs that the cowboys know, about corrals and where the dogs go. Learn them all from the radio. Tie-in. Take a boy. And young men from the Rio Grande. Tell 'em, fun. Hand me that game, boy. That's right. Damn cheap they can. I'm cowboy who never started second, never up shit to the dot now. Joy fixing starting now. If you're okay. With a buffalo roam around the old bar rats and the barbecue. Iddy-I-O-Ki-A-Ho-Dee-O-Day.
Hillbilly Trio in Woburn, Massachusetts. I didn't know that we had hillbillies up in Boston, probably good old Beacon hillbillies. And that concludes our contest for this evening, ladies and gentlemen. And now, while I get the results of your voting from our recording machine, I'll leave you in the capable care of that well-known doctor of smiles, Harry Von Zell.
To all of our new friends at their radios this evening, may I extend a sincere welcome. And to all of our old friends, we appreciate the friendly way you've remembered us during the summer. To everyone, thanks for remembering the two products that make all these hours of smiles in Town Hall possible. Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. Peter. Thank you very much, Peter. I see Fred has the results ready.
Yes, Harry, and what results? They're all tied up here. The applause meter, ladies and gentlemen, divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the 4 acts that we have called back on the stage. There's a triple tie and one away from that. I'm going to ask Harry to hold his hands over the heads of these boys and young lady, as I call the names, and I'm going to ask you to kindly applaud once again, if you will, for your final winners. Now, first, from South Boston, Massachusetts, the little boy who danced, Johnny Curtis. And then the sneezing master from Needham, Massachusetts, Quentin Gulliver. And from West Roxbury, Massachusetts, the young lady who sang All My Life, Miss Gertrude Reynolds. The last act you just heard, the 3 little boys, the Holton Hillbilly Trio. Thank you. The first prize, $100 in cash, goes to the Holton Hillbilly Trio, the 3 little boys. They're singing and dancing. The second prize, $50 in cash, goes to Miss Gertrude Reynolds from West Roxbury, Massachusetts. This is Fred Allen saying good night until next Wednesday, ladies.
If you've come to the age when you've got to exercise to stay in good condition, your hair may need something to keep it in good condition, too.
And here it is, Alberto VO5 Conditioning Hairdressing, with 5 special conditioners to revive dry, dull hair. Just a touch each morning puts new life in your hair.
Your hair looks terrific tonight.
And yours is just gorgeous. Alberto VO5 Conditioning Hairdressing puts hair in great condition.
This side of the medicine chest is mine. It has a lot of things for a cold that can relieve nasal and sinus congestion, sneezing, aches, pains, fever.
Well, my side does more because I've got Comtrex, the new multi-symptom cold reliever. Comtrex even relieves your cough. So all by itself, it gives more kinds of relief than Dristan or Contac or Bayer. For your miserable combination of all these symptoms, this is better. New Comtrex in tablet or liquid.
Right back in there.
Gordon Hall has a headache.
I don't like the feeling that I get when I have a pressure or tension headache.
Is this the aspirin product that you normally take?
Yeah, that's right.
Are you familiar with Tylenol?
Only the name. And I see here it contains no aspirin.
Will you try extra strength Tylenol?
Okay.
Compare the levels of medicine in the leading regular and extra ingredient pain relievers. Extra strength Tylenol has more medicine for your headache.
The headache is entirely gone.
What pain reliever would you choose the next time?
I would go out and I would buy extra strength Tylenol, predicated on what I have just seen.
How do you feel about the rest of the afternoon and your evening now?
I'm ready to go.
Extra strength Tylenol in tablets, capsules, and now available in new adult liquid. When used as directed, you get Tylenol safety, and you can't buy a more potent pain reliever without a prescription.
It's our 17th anniversary tomorrow. I just went out and bought her a nice card, and combined with the total alleviation of my headache, I feel like a new man.
I sell Avon.
I sell Avon.
I sell Avon.
See that smile? That's an Avon smile. Just never looks so good. See that mood? That's an Avon mood. You never felt so good. See that special kind of one-to-one that you only get with Avon. With Avon, you never look so good.
Saturday night, go downtown, see the sights, girls and pinballs, broken bright lights. Wish every day was Saturday night. Coca-Cola adds life when the lights are bright. Wish every day was Saturday night. Coke adds life, Coca-Cola adds life.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and into territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Seems to me, Riley, if you'd have brought your wife this far, you'd have brought her on into Dodge for me to care for.
I sure would have liked to do that, Doc, but Cassie just carried on about it, something terrible. She said she just couldn't stand another turn of them wagon wheels. So I come to get you.
Where are you bound?
We ain't decided on where to settle, Doc. Just heading west someplace where it'd be dry for Cassie.
Oh, well, you're traveling for your wife's health, are you, huh?
Yeah, Doc. That's the reason for it. You see, Cassie's been ailing for a year or two back home, and finally we just figured to light out yonder and see if it'd help her some.
When did she start to sicken?
Must be a week now, Doc. First she tried to keep on going, but it just got to be so she couldn't stand it to ride the wagon no more. So we stopped.
I see. Well, what are the symptoms?
How's that again?
What seems to be wrong with your wife? Is she in pain? Can she keep her food down?
Well, I ain't much up on what ails women, Doc, but she's coughing an awful lot, for one thing. She's awful weak. Can't hardly move around.
I'll examine it.
The wagon's around the next bend, Doc, down by the stream.
Oh, I was beginning to think it was in the next county.
Down there, Doc. Turn down there.
Now, I'll hit in right here. Under this tree. Oh, there.
That's good, Doc. You go on into the wagon now. I'll unhitch my horse from behind the buggy.
All right, Riley. It's kind of a hot day to be under all that canvas. Mrs. Riley, I'm Doc Adams. Your husband brought me from Dodge. Mrs. Riley? Easy now, Mrs. Riley. I'm going to turn you over this way. Oh, what a name. Riley, come here, quick.
What's the matter, Doc?
Easy now, Riley.
What's the matter, Doc?
What is it? I'm sorry.
Dead? She's dead? What, can't you do nothing?
No, I can't do anything. She's been murdered.
Because it does get on me sort of feel a great way. Wouldn't hurt nobody none to stomp off their boots before he comes in time.
Where's Matt?
Oh, Doc, where you been at? We was looking for you.
I haven't time, Chester. I gotta find Matt. Where is he?
Well, hold your horses. He's right back there.
Hey, you looking for me?
Oh, Matt, yes. You'll have to ride out east of town right away.
Oh, what's the trouble?
There's been a murder. A woman. Name of Tassie Riley.
Well, that's terrible.
Well, how did you know about it, Doc?
Her husband came to Dodge to get me. Wanted me to go out and treat her. They were on their way west in a wagon, and she got sick. When I got out there, she was dead.
You say she was murdered?
That's right. She'd been beaten to death.
Oh, where's the husband?
Well, I brought him in with me. He's up in my office.
I better have a talk with him.
No, it won't do much good.
Why not?
Well, to tell you the truth, man, I gave him a bottle of whiskey and told him to drink himself to sleep. He was in terrible shape.
Well, he still might be able to tell me something. Chester.
Yes, sir?
Get the horses ready. I'll meet you at the stable in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Doc.
I left everything out there just the way it was, Matt. I didn't move her or anything.
That's good.
You'll have to bury her, Matt.
Yeah. That's one thing I've learned how to do.
There it is. Right down there in that grove. Just don't seem right. Everybody riding off and leaving her laying alone in that wagon down there, Mr. Dillon.
Riley's staying wouldn't have done her any good, Chester.
Well, he told you about some trapper being around, didn't he?
I don't know if he told me or not. He was muttering about a trapper that had made camp with him all night.
Well, you're sure going to look for him, ain't you?
Yeah, I'm going to look for him.
My gracious. Sure is quiet, ain't it?
Yeah, it sure is.
We're going to bury her right here, Mr. Dillon?
I don't think so, Chester.
What?
The body's gone.
What? Mr. Dillon, you don't think somebody stole that poor woman clean away?
That's hard telling.
Maybe that's our answer.
What?
Look over there.
Why? It's a platform like up on poles. Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
That looks like one of them Pawnee graves built up that way, don't it?
Yeah, it sure does. Come on.
I declare, I ain't never heard of Indians stopping a burial quiet. Have you, Mr. Dillon?
No.
That framework don't look like it's been up there very long, does it?
No. Wood's fresh cut. All right, Chester, you hold it steady while I take a look, huh?
Sure, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Behind you.
Disturbing graves ain't seemly.
Well, who are you?
Them has passed on and got a right to rest.
I'm a U.S. Marshal. It's my job to find out who's up there.
Well, I can tell you that. Thought you on rest tonight.
You tell me who you are first, huh?
They call me Ben.
Don't you have a last name?
Not that I never heard, mister.
Are you a trapper?
Oh, I trade some in pelts and skins.
Uh-huh. Now tell me who's up there.
A girl, woman.
Who put her there?
I did, mister.
The Indian grave?
How come you buried her Pawnee style?
The Pawnees reared me, mister. I learned their ways. And their burying strikes me a sight nicer than digging in the ground.
Did you kill her?
No, mister. I didn't kill her.
He's bloodied up like he could have done it, all right, Mr. Dillon.
Doesn't look good for you, Ben.
Well, I reckon maybe it don't.
I'm going to have to take you along with me till I find out about this.
Into town?
Mm-hmm. To Dodge City.
You gonna lock me up?
Until I find out who did this.
Well, I ain't never been locked up.
Chester, get his gun.
Yes, sir. All right, hand it over.
You're slow asking.
How's that?
I could have shot the pair of you before if I'd been a mind.
That's right, Mr. Dillon. He could have done just that.
Yeah, he could. All right, come on.
Sit down.
I haven't got time, Kitty. I'm looking for a man named Riley. Have you noticed him in here?
Oh, I'll say I have.
Oh, has he caused trouble?
No, Matt, not trouble. I guess the poor man's got a right to take on some, losing his wife that way, but I can't help thinking he's overdoing it a little bit.
Oh, what do you mean?
Oh, it's just he's always up at the bar drinking and carrying on about his wife. I guess I just expect a man to stand things better than that.
And sometimes you expect a lot of us, Kitty.
Sometimes I get a lot, too.
Well, I guess I better go talk to him.
And he's down at the end of the bar.
Thanks, Kitty. Riley?
My name's Riley, all right. Who are you?
Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. I came to see you the day Doc Adams brought you into town.
I don't remember that.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm sorry about your wife, Riley.
You're too late, Marshal.
It'd help if you told me what you knew.
Well, I know. I know that my poor wife lies murdered. My poor wife that I was bringing west to get well.
Was she sick?
She's sickened all the way west, Marshal. I was bringing the doctor to her when we found her. Poor weakening thing.
And when you got there, she was dead.
Beaten, Marshal. Beaten. That's a terrible thing for a man to see.
Yeah.
I'd just like to get me that trapper.
What about the trapper?
That trapper fella's the one that done it. We shared fires 2 nights back, and he was leering at poor Tassie the whole time.
And you figure he followed you, huh?
Sure, Marshal. Couldn't have been nothing else.
You didn't take out after the Trevor.
But no, Marshal. Tell the truth, I was just plumb sick, and when the doc had to give me a powder, I sure would like to get my hands on him, though, and that's a fact.
You may get the chance.
What do you mean?
He's in jail. Come on.
I tell you, Marshal, it's giving me the sickness again, just thinking of seeing that trapper.
You'll be all right, Riley.
I was wondering if I hadn't ought to stop by Doc's first.
Let's stop in here first. He's back there.
Hello, Riley.
All right, Riley, do you recognize him?
Certain sure he does, mister. We camped at the same fire 2 nights running.
He's a trapper.
Made me mighty sorrowful coming on your wife that way. Didn't seem hardly like it could be, seeing her living so strong just the night before.
Riley says you did it, Ben.
Why, he bad mistook.
He said you were following him.
Well, was that, but a man shouldn't point no finger unless he's certain sure.
He seemed sure.
Riley, you're bad mistook.
Marshal,
we was friends, Riley. Well, you ain't got no cause to suspicion me.
Marshal, it sickens me to look at him. I feel the need to get outside.
All right, Riley, you can go. But stay in town. I'll need you to talk to the judge.
Sure, Marshal, sure.
Mister?
Yeah, Ben.
A man shouldn't tell if he can't prove out.
Well, he thinks he can.
Maybe it's his grieving that makes him so bad mistook.
Yeah, maybe it is.
Here's your victuals, Ben.
I'll be pleased to eat.
And I'll say this much for you. You sure ain't no problem to feed.
I ain't one to fuss down overeating.
There you are. Sure ain't like the usual on the people I get in here. From all the bellyache I get, you'd think I was feeding them straight out of a hog pen.
As long as you're fetching me free food, I won't complain none.
Well, I don't charge for it, that's one thing. I tell you the truth, Ben, I don't find it too easy to figure you out.
Oh? What's screwing you?
Well, you seem like a nice, decent kind of fella, and you ain't no bother at all in that cell. You ain't snarling and mean all the while.
Well, I don't aim to be.
And yet you could go and do a thing like killing that poor little sick lady out there, laying on what was maybe her deathbed.
You ain't talking about Tassie?
Well, sure.
Being ailing?
Why, you know that, Ben. Riley was bringing Doc out to see her when he found her killed. He said she'd sickened so all the way west she couldn't hardly move no more.
Who told that?
Why, Riley told it, of course. He was the one to know. He was her husband, wasn't he?
Her husband. Chester.
Well, I gotta get on back.
I'm mindful of that, but I figured you'd ought to know about that loose bar.
What loose bar?
That loose bar up to that window.
Oh, my gracious, I certainly should know about it. Maybe I better take a look at it.
You can climb up on that bunk there.
It sure don't make no sense to have a loose bar in a jail window. Just about got... Which one is it, Ben?
Yeah. I surely do. to do with this, Chester?
Listen here, Ben. Let me go now, Ben.
Just got to tie you up, Chester. That's all there is about it. These belts will have to do.
You can't go and do a thing like this, Ben.
Now, that ought to hold. I ain't happy about this, Chester. You tell the marshal I was driving like that. I ain't used to being kept in, and now I got to move out of here.
Well, it ain't going to do you no good. He'll find you. He'll bring you back.
Yeah, I reckon he'll have to try, Chester, it being his job and all.
Bet your doggone boots he will.
We all have to move in our own way, Chester. Now, you just rest easy until he comes and lets you loose.
Wonder what's keeping Matt.
Well, I wouldn't worry about Matt's missing a meal, Kitty. He considers eating as much of a duty as his job is. He'll be here.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Certainly I'm right. By the way Matt and Chester eat, they'd need a chuck wagon all their own on a cattle drive.
You against eating, Doc?
Oh, no, certainly not. But I don't specialize in it the way those two do.
Want another pitch pie?
Hey, don't mind if I do, Kitty. No, I don't mind.
Yeah, I thought so. Oh, here's Matt. Hello, Matt.
Yeah, feel up to taking on a little nourishment, do you?
Kitty, Doc? Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do. Joe, bring me some steak and potatoes and a piece of pie, will you?
Sure, Marshal.
All right.
Kitty was worrying about you, man. I think I convinced her that you wouldn't miss a meal.
Oh? I've been talking with the judge.
What do you mean about that trapper that you got locked up?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he did the thing, doesn't it?
Yeah, Doc, it does.
Well, I hope you have more than Riley's word for it. That man gives me the creeps, the way he's been carrying on.
He's taking it hard, all right.
Well, I'm glad I won't have to be seeing him anymore.
So what do you mean by that?
Well, he was in the Long Branch this morning. He'd had a few even then. And he told Sam he was taking his last drink in Dodge. It was too hard for him to stay around so close to where his wife was killed.
He was leaving?
Yeah, I told Sam he was going to pick up his things at the Dodge house and move on.
Excuse me, Kitty. Doc, I better try and catch him. Chester, we got to get moving. Chester.
I'm back here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. What in the...
Would you untie me, please, Mr. Dillon?
How in the world did you get in this mess?
Well, it was that fella Ben.
Turn around. Oh, what happened?
Well, he tricked me into climbing up to look at that window. He said one of the bars had come loose.
And then he jumped you, huh?
Yes, sir, he sure did. He did tell me to tell you he was sorry to have to do it.
Well, that helps. Yeah. There you are.
Thank you. Well, he was just as nice as can be. But he said he had to move on.
Well, that makes two of them. Riley moved on, too. Let's go get our horses.
Which one of them are we taking out after first, Mr. Dillon?
I'm hoping we'll find them together.
Well, I feel real bad about letting Ben get away, Mr. Dillon. He'll be awful hard to track. He's so used to this country and all.
Well, don't worry about it.
But if he got clean away...
He's not trying to get clean away.
What?
Look there.
Why, it's Ben. And he's got Riley.
Yeah, I figured they'd be together. Come on.
Free.
All right, Ben, let him go. Let him go. Now, what's this all about?
It's proved out, Marshal.
Marshal.
Let him talk, Riley.
It was him, Marshal. Killed his own woman. I know that as soon as I learned he was spreading stories about how ailing she was. Why, she weren't ailing, mister. She was a young, strong woman and done all this carrying and fetching. I knowed it was him when I learned that. And then it come to me why he was doing it. So as he could make like he was away fetching the dock.
Well, how about it, Riley?
There ain't no truth to it.
If he'd give me leave, mister, I could make him tell. I ain't one for hurting creatures, but it would come easy with him.
Maybe that's a good idea.
No, you keep him away, Marshal. Keep him away.
You got something to say, Riley? No? All right, go ahead, Ben.
All right. I killed her. She was making moon eyes at him, saying how nice and gentle he was. Now, a man don't have to take that from his woman.
A man doesn't have to kill her either. Chester, take him away.
Mister?
Yeah, Ben.
I'm sorry for the fuss back at the jail. It come to me that I couldn't do nothing in them four walls.
Yeah, Ben, I'm sorry about that.
You was doing what you figured was the right thing. Man can't always know for certain.
No, man can't always know for certain. Come on, Ben. I'd like to buy you a drink.
In Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Barney Phillips and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Latest news next, then Walter Cronkite, Dave Kammerer Sports, and The Mitch Miller Show on the CBS Radio Network.
I love the music on CBS.
I think they cover the news the best.
I love the drama on CBS.
The best.
I love the drama on CBS.
The best.
I love the drama on CBS.
The best.
I love...
Whoa, Susan, don't waste time just damp mopping.
Just damp mopping, Mom?
Here, pour some Future in the bucket and refresh the shine at the same time.
But we've always used Future straight from the bottle.
We still do, but watch. Future works with water, too. As you damp mop, it refreshes the shine with no added work. Dries fast as water, too.
Wow, it really perks up the shine.
It sure does.
Use Future both ways. Get a tougher-than-wax shine and refresh that shine whenever you damp mop.
This is a tough steel scouring pad. This is Scrunge, a unique new scouring pad with 252 cutting edges. How tough is Scrunge? Watch. Side by side, both pads scoured pan after greasy pan. Scrunge is made tougher than the tough steel pad. See? Yet Scrunge scours without scratching. Scours stainless steel, scours Formica countertops, even scours Teflon surfaces without scratching. Tougher than a steel pad, scours without scratching. Scrunge, new from Johnson Wax.
Broadway star Shelley Bruce for Color Track by RCA.
As Orphan Annie, my curls are auburn, my dress is bright red, and my dog is sandy brown. If these colors don't look right, see the 1979 Color Track. Getting the color right is what it's all about. And now, with channel lock tuning, it tracks the color more automatically than ever.
Before you see the Color Track system grabs it, aligns it, defines it, sharpens it, tones it, and locks the color on track.
RCA is making television better and better.
You know, last week I ate a few of those, drank a few of those, wrote a few of these, and a few hours later, indigestion.
Pepto-Bismol.
Relief.
Last Sunday, Mom filled my plate 3 times, gave me 2 desserts, and I got indigestion.
Pepto-Bismol.
Relief.
Pepto-Bismol coats, soothes, relieves.
This is Polaroid's One Step, the world's simplest camera. Look, you just press a button. and a motor hands you the picture. And the nicest part is you can still get this for Christmas. You just take something you got and don't want back to the store and say you'd rather have a one-step. This is called barter. It's an old American tradition. It goes back to the Indians. You can also do this with Christmas money. That's another old American tradition. It's called buying.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Everybody, this is Jack Benny, that gray-haired carrier pigeon talking. Uncle Sam has clipped an important message on my ankle, and I'm going to give it to you right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to win this war. And we'll win it a lot sooner if we all line up solidly behind our armed forces and keep them supplied with all the tanks and planes and guns and ships they need to do this tremendous job. And we can do that by buying war savings bonds. We must put aside 1 out of every $10 we make, 10% of our income, and buy war savings bonds. That's our quota, and let's meet it with the same determination that our boys are meeting the enemy. Buy those bonds and buy them right now. Thank you.
The Jell-O program, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Jump for Joy.
When you take a package of Jell-O off the pantry shelf these days and make up a grand Jell-O dessert, you can count on something extra delicious. Yes, extra delicious, extra rich, more flavorful and more enjoyable. Because today, Jell-O's flavor is locked in, locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles by Jell-O's new and exclusive process. This process protects Jell-O's tempting goodness, makes it even more of a delight. Never was Jell-O more enticing, more attractive looking than it is today. And thanks to Jell-O's new process that locks in the flavor, Jell-O now tastes better than ever. It's a new high in tangy, zestful flavor. Flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. But let your very next package of Jell-O prove it. Open the package. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and lo and behold, out will come Jell-O's captive goodness in a perfect flood of rich flavor. Get Jell-O tomorrow, friends, and see if you don't agree that Jell-O's locked-in flavor really is extra delicious.
That was Jump for Joy, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Jack Benny has started work on his new picture with Ann Sheridan. So tonight we would like to show you what happened when the whole gang paid Jack a visit at Warner Brothers Studio yesterday. Jack told us to come over to his dressing room about 9 a.m. and said that he'd take us over.
My mama done told me, son, a woman will sweet talk and give you the big eye, but when the sweet talking's done...
Now, where did I put that script?
A woman's a two-faced, a worrisome thing to leave you to sing the blues in the night.
Now, where's that script? I have to learn my scene with Ann Sheridan. It's very important.
From Natchez to Mobile, from Memphis to St. Joe.
St. Joe. They love me there. Oh, here it is.
Wherever the four winds...
Rochester, I'm sorry to interrupt your sunrise serenade, but if you don't mind, I wish you'd help me rehearse my lines for today. Here's your part. You be Miss Sheridan.
Oh, boss.
I just want you to read her lines so I can learn mine. Now, this is the sequence where I propose. It's a very tender love scene. Now, let's get going.
Well, as a rule, I don't get romantic until about dusk.
Now, quit stalling. You're going to be Ann Sheridan, and I'm going to propose to you.
Okay, get down on your knees and let's go.
Don't have to get down on my knees. That's old-fashioned. Now, start here on page 23. You're Connie, and I'm Bill.
Yes, sir.
I speak first. So you're seated in the patio wearing a white organdy gown, and you're sipping a lemonade.
Lemonade?
Yeah. And you're in a very gay mood.
Can't you make that a Tom Collins lemonade depression?
Rochester, I'm not interested in your reaction to liquid. Now, pay attention. Now, Bill enters through the French doors. That's me. Connie, I've come back. Come back to ask you a question that means more to me than life itself.
What is it, my sweet?
Connie, will you marry me?
But, boss, this is so sudden.
That's Bill! That's Bill, this is so sudden. Now, read your next line.
Okay. You look tired, Bill. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Well, Connie, I'm waiting for your answer. The answer that will fill my heart with joy.
A girl shouldn't rush into these things, Bill. First, I'll have to ask Mater and Pater. Who are they?
That's your mother and father in Latin. You see, you're a society girl.
Oh!
Now, let's continue. Connie, please say yes and make me the happiest man in the world.
Yes, Bill, I'll marry you.
Connie, my very own.
Bill, embarrass me.
That's embrace me. The word is embrace. Oh, Connie, you've made me the happiest. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's Rochester doing on your lap?
Huh?
It's quite all right, Miss Livingston. He just asked me to marry him.
All right, Rochester, I think I know the scene. You can start getting my clothes ready.
Yes, Bill.
I'm boss now. Well, Mary, how do you like this dressing room? It's all right, isn't it?
It sure is swanky. How'd you ever get such a gorgeous layout?
Well, it isn't mine exactly.
What?
As soon as Mr. Errol Flynn is over his cold, out we go.
You mean this is Errol Flynn's dressing room?
I don't care whose it is. I'm not going to dress in the boiler room anymore.
I don't blame you. That steam hissing must remind you of an audience.
Not that. It's too hot down there.
Say, Jack, remember that awful dressing room you had at Paramount?
Paramount. They hate me there. I'll never forget that dump they gave me to dress in. Every time I'd walk in the door, a loose board would smack me right in the face.
It was going out that bothered me.
Me too, come to think of it. Come in. Oh, it's my makeup man. Hello, Gordon.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Are we ready for our daily tussle with Father Time?
Just make me up and don't get smart.
Okay. Now, where did I put my trowel?
You don't have to fill in every wrinkle. Just put a little powder on me. Now, get going. He was on the phone, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Hello? Who? It's a Miss Hayden calling for Mr. Flynn, boss.
A girl, eh? Oh, I'll take it.
Oh, Jack, for heaven's sake.
Quiet, Mary. Flynn knows some pretty nice girls. Hello. Yes, Miss Hayden. No, this is not Errol Flynn.
Not even a reasonable facsimile.
Mary. You see, Errol's in bed with a cold. A cold. But Miss Hayden, if you're not doing anything tonight, how about dining with me and
pay half the check.
And pay half the check, Mary. Now look, Miss Hayden. Hello, Miss Hayden. Hello. Darn you, Mary. She hung up. Well, come on, Gordon. Let's get going. Make me look beautiful.
You're kidding, of course.
I am not. Do a good job. Mary, the next time I'm talking on the phone and you interrupt me, you're going to get right out of this studio. Now, believe me. Gordon, for heaven's sake.
What's the matter now?
Don't put so much makeup on my chin. Yesterday you buried my dimple.
I did?
Yes. Everybody was asking for it. Now be careful.
Say, Jack, why don't you have them darken your hair?
No, Mary, I like those gray streaks running through it. It makes me look mature.
You can't mean Victor.
Mary, leave me alone, will you? Say, Gordon, I'd appreciate it if you take that eyebrow pencil out of my ear. There's a table to lay it on.
Say, Jack.
What?
Where did Rochester get that beautiful watch?
Where? Well, I'll be darned. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
What are you doing with Mr. Flynn's wristwatch?
I'm modeling it!
Take that off! Look, just because we're using Errol Flynn's dressing room, we don't have to
Well, look who's here.
Oh, hello, boy.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
Hiya,
Jackson. Say, fellas, I've been waiting for you. Did you have any trouble getting in the gate?
No, we just put a little Vaseline on Wilson and squeezed him through. Never a straight line with that Harris.
Oh, you're as sharp as a doorknob.
Hey, Jack, are you really going to work with Ann Sheridan today?
What was that, Don?
I say, are you really going to work with Ann Sheridan today?
I sure am, Don. We're going to do our big love scene where I propose to her.
Oh, boy, Ann Sheridan. You kiss her, Mr. Benny?
Well, of course, Dennis.
Gosh, right after you kiss her, can I kiss you?
Definitely not. No use waiting. I got to have a talk with that kid. See who that is, Rochester.
Hello? Who? It's a Miss Wilkins, boss, calling Mr. Flynn.
I'll take it.
Oh, Jack.
Quiet. Hello? Yes? Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Wilkins. Mr. Flynn is home with a cold. But I'll be glad to take you to dinner. I'm a pal of his. You'll have to guess. No. 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 No, it's Jack Benny. Hello? 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 Hello, Miss Wilkins? Hello? Hello? Darn that operator, she cut us off. And just as I was doing so good.
You and Hitler.
Well, I was. See, that girl had a beautiful voice.
Ready for you on the set, Mr. Benny?
Okay, come on, kids. We're all going over to stage 7. So long, Rochester.
So long. Oh, say, boss, what'll I do if any more of Mr. Flynn's girlfriends call up?
Have the calls transferred to me on stage 7.
Okay. You're going to get hooked for a meal yet.
The idea, exactly. See you later.
Which way do we go, Jack?
Down the street to our right. Stick close, Dennis.
Gee, I hope I don't faint when I meet Ann Sheridan.
Why should you faint?
Well, I saw her in King's Row, and she was so beautiful I toppled right out of my seat.
You did?
It was all right, though. I told my girl it was indigestion.
Well, that was quick thinking. To our left here, fellas. To our left, right here. Here's the stage, right over there. Well, Hello there.
Hello, Jack. How are things going?
Fine, fine.
Good. How do you like working with Ann Sheridan?
Oh, swell, swell.
Glad to hear it. So long, Jack.
So long.
Say, Jack, who are those fellas?
The Warner Brothers. Everybody, let's go inside. And listen, I don't want any giggling or wisecracks while I'm emoting. It throws me. Now remember that, fellas. Here we are, fellas. Pretty big stage, isn't it?
Just a minute there. Have you got passes?
Well...
You gotta have passes, you know. Come to regulations.
Well, this isn't one of my... this isn't a regular tour. These people are guests of mine. This way, fellas.
I don't make the rules, you know.
Oh, shut up. Well, come on, kids.
Jack, who's that tall fellow over there biting his nails?
Where? Oh, that's Mr. William Keeley, my director. He's just a bundle of nerves.
Pretty jittery, huh?
You said it.
I have yet to see a director of yours that they didn't have to carry out screaming.
Well, it's not all my fault. Miss Sheridan muffs plenty of lines, too.
Say, Jackson, you sure there ain't a part in this picture for me?
For you? What could you do, Phil?
Well, you're doing a scene today where you propose to Ann Sheridan, ain't you?
That's right, I do propose to her. But where do you come in?
Well, just as she says no, I ought to crawl out from under the Davenport.
She's going to say yes. That's the way it's written. Uh-oh, jiggers, fellas. Here comes the director. Well, hello, Mr. Keeley.
Oh, hello, Jack. Paying us a little visit?
No. No, I'm in the picture. So absent-minded. Say, I've got a surprise for you, Mr. Keeley. I know my lines today.
Good. Then I can send this baseball bat back to the prop room.
Oh, by all means, you won't have to use force today. By the way, Mr. Keeley, I'd like you to meet a few friends of mine.
Now, Jack, I've warned you time and again about bringing sightseeing tours through the studio.
Oh, this isn't one of my... this isn't a tour today, Mr. Keeley. This is my radio gang, huh?
Oh, I'm glad to know you all.
How do you do, Mr. Keeley? Nice to see you.
Well, I'm raring to go, Mr. Keeley. Shall we get started?
Yes, in a minute. And incidentally, Jack, when we shoot the scene today, I wish you wouldn't stare right into the camera.
What?
In every shot, you seem to be looking for a seat in the audience.
Oh, well, I'll watch it.
Please do. I'll see you all later.
So long, Mr. Keeley. So long. Now, this was stage 7, folks. We will now proceed to stage 8, where I will show... Whoop! Pardon me, I'm so nervous. I got a little confused there. Now, where's Ann? I want you to meet her.
Oh, Jack, isn't that Miss Sheridan standing over there by the camera?
Oh, yes, that's Ann. Excuse me, fellas. I'm going over and break the ice.
Ice around Sheridan? Oh, Jackson,
I'll be back in a minute. I'll look in the camera if I want to. Never saw a director yet that wasn't jealous of me. Well. Good morning, Ann.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Well, Ann, you're certainly looking marvelous this morning.
Thanks, Jack. You're looking, too.
You left out a word there, but it's all right. See, you're the cutest thing.
Jack, will you please stop pinching my cheeks? It's too early in the morning for coochie coo.
Pardon me, I always do that, don't I? Oh, say, Ann, did you get the bunch of violets I left in your dressing room this morning?
Yes, Jack, they were lovely.
I'm glad. Huh?
But you mustn't do that anymore. You've been sending flowers to me every day.
Oh, well, it's only a gesture, really. It's not as if there were anything serious between us. Hey, Ann?
Jack, will you please stop running your hands through my hair?
Well, can I help it? I'm only human. Oh, by the way, Ann, would you mind meeting some people? It's that little group standing over there, you know?
Oh, I'd be glad to. Business is pretty bad today, isn't it, Jack?
Oh, these aren't tourists, Ann. They're the members of my Jell-O show. Come on, I'll introduce you. And you thought those violets meant that I was stuck on you or something. Silly girl.
Jack, don't skip. Let's just walk.
Oh, I'm as frisky as a lamb today, I don't know. Well, fellas, here she is. And this is Don Wilson, our announcer.
Hello, Don.
Oh, this is a pleasure, Miss Sheridan.
And this is Phil Harris, our band leader.
Glad to meet you, Miss Sheridan.
Hello, Phil. I've seen you so often, I feel I almost know you.
Oh, down at the Biltmore Bow, huh?
No, at Maisie's Beauty Parlor.
Look at him blush. Now, Ann, this is Dennis Day, our young tenor.
Hello, Miss Sheridan. This is the happiest moment of my life, by golly.
Well, you've met her, Dennis. Are you thrilled?
Please, don't talk to me for a minute.
I didn't know the kid was so emotional.
Pardon me, Ann. I'm Mary Livingston. Jack's too stupid to introduce me first.
I'm not stupid. I just forgot.
Well, I'm happy to know you, Mary. I've enjoyed you on all the programs.
Thanks. By the way, how's Jack been behaving?
Oh, he's been sending me violets and pinching my cheeks and skipping all over the place.
I know the whole routine.
Mary.
But believe me, Ann, he's harmless.
Oh, yeah? Harmless, eh? Who chased Hedy Lamarr all around the swimming pool at the Beverly Wilshire? Me.
Sure you chased her. She had your bathing cap.
Well, they're tough to get now. Oh, say, fellas, here comes my cameraman, Ernie Haller. Hello, Ernie. What a crew.
Oh, Ann, Jack, we're ready for the scene now.
Okay, Mr. Keeley.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet on the set.
Gee, those Warner brothers are always on the job. Nice of them to help out like that.
Now, Jack, this is the scene where you and Ann have been married 1 month and you've just had your first quarrel.
Married? But, Mr. Keeley, I learned the proposal scene. I don't know this other scene at all.
Oh, for Pete's sake. Well, here's another day shot to...
Mr. Keeley! Please. And don't worry, I'll get the scene. After all, I'm an ad-lib comedian.
Then why don't you answer Fred Allen once in a while?
Because in order to answer him, I'd have to listen to his program. And he's not going to suck me in that way. He's so smart.
Well, he was smart enough to put a finish on your play last week.
Well, I'm glad he did, because we didn't have one. Now, come on, are we making a picture around here or not?
Sometimes I wonder.
Oh.
Now, here's the idea of the scene. You and Ann have quarreled for the first time. She's begging you to forgive her, but you remain adamant.
Okay. What?
Adamant. You're cold and unresponsive.
Oh, adamant.
Now, let's run over it. Quiet for rehearsals, please.
Quiet for rehearsal.
Those Warner brothers, they're so conscientious.
Now, the scene is after dinner in your living room. And you're trying to make up with Jack, but he's reading the evening paper and ignoring you.
Ignoring Anne? Okay, I'll try.
All right, let's go. Anne, you have the first speech.
Yes, Mr. Felix. Oh, Bill. Bill, why must you be so stubborn? Is a silly little quarrel going to ruin our happiness and tear down all that we've struggled for? It's not fair, Bill. It's not fair. Speak to me, Bill, and I want the truth. Don't you love me anymore?
No, Connie. I'm afraid this is the end.
Oh, my Aunt Molly. Jack, put some feeling into the line. You're mad at the girl.
Mad at Anne?
Now read your line again, Anne.
Okay, I'll try.
All right. Speak to me, Bill, and I want to know the truth. Don't you love me anymore?
No, Connie. I'm afraid this is the end. I got away or I'll let you have it.
What in heaven's name was that?
Well, didn't I do it right, Mr. Keeley?
Oh, if I only had a little chicken farm in Ventura.
Well, for Pete's sake, what's wrong now?
Jack, you're not a gangster. You're the girl's husband. You just had a little quarrel, that's all.
Okay. Let go of my necktie. Please.
All right, Anne. Continue with the scene, please.
For a bunch of violets, I have to go through this.
Sorry, Anne. Let's go on.
Bill, I know this quarrel has been all my fault, and I'm terribly sorry. Let's kiss and make up.
No, Connie. It is too late.
It's not too late, Bill. It's not too late. Please, dear, take me in your arms and let the ashes of our love burst into flame once more.
Ooh, what she said.
Dennis. All right, Connie. I forgive you. Kiss me, my love. Kiss me.
Jack, you're not supposed to kiss her.
I know what I'm doing. Connie, kiss
Jack, stick to the script.
The heck with the script. Connie. I love you. Kiss me. Anne, speak to me. Holy smoke, she fainted. Fainted, eh? Ha, ha, ha. Now let Fred Allen finish this. Play.
Springtime, friends, is salad time. And what better way to celebrate the season than with a crisp vegetable salad made with tart, tangy lemon jello. It's as simple as can be to make. All you do is just dissolve a package of lemon jello in 1 pint of hot water. Next, add 1 tablespoon of vinegar and a dash of salt and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 cup each of diced cucumber, sliced radishes, and sliced young onion. Mold and serve on lettuce. And believe me, there's a perfect salad. A delightful combination of cool, crisp vegetables nestling in a shimmering mold of golden lemon jello. Don't miss trying it soon. Get several packages of lemon jello tomorrow. And when you do, be sure to ask for genuine jello, because jello's locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 31st program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting for the boys at Mather Field. Thank you, Mr. Keeley and Miss Sheridan, for appearing with us tonight. Oh, say, Anne, I think it's only fair to let the folks in on a secret. You really didn't faint when I kissed you.
No, but you nearly did.
See, I did at that. Good night, folks.
The Jello program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Boulogne and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
Welcome to the land of forgotten toys. Toys you've paid good money for, that your kids have lost interest in after a couple of hours. So for them, the fun is over. But now, with Playmobil Little People, the fun never ends. That's because they have movable bodies, lots of click-on accessories, and a whole world of kids' imagination to run on. And on and on. Playmobil Little People, the fun never ends.
When was the last time you tasted really good seafood?
Come on into Red Lobster. We've got plenty. Super shrimp. Tender fillets.
Beautiful lobster. Over 30 different delicious choices prepared just the way you like. And priced to keep you coming back for more. For lunch, for dinner, for seafood, you know where to go.
Red Lobster is where America goes for seafood. Leaf It's America, fatherly, youthfully, sensationally. Leaf It's America, motherly, lovingly, so elegantly. Leaf It's America's family, naturally. Leaf It's America, all of America. Leaf It's America, Yankee Doodle-lee. Yeah, feeling so good inside. It's something you can't hide. Feeling so good it shows. Everybody knows it's a silly Posturepedic morning.
Posturepedic, designed in cooperation with leading orthopedic surgeons for no morning backache from sleeping on a too soft mattress and for feeling so good it shows.
It's a silly Posturepedic morning. Yeah!
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
The Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, Jose Iturbi, Jimmy Durante, and Francis Gifford in Music for Millions. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight is an exciting occasion when we bring together a galaxy of stars you'd find almost impossible to duplicate. First, beloved Margaret O'Brien, the only player of any age who has been starred 4 times in 1 year in this theater. Second, the world-renowned pianist and conductor, Jose Iturbi, making his first appearance on our stage. Third, the one and only Jimmy Durante. Finally, for glamour and romance, we have the lovely Francis Gifford. They appear together in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's success, Music for Millions, directed by Henry Costa. We raise our curtain on Act 1 of Music for Millions, starring Margaret O'Brien as Mike, Jimmy Durante as Andrews, Jose Iturbi as himself, and Francis Gifford as Barbara, with Marissa O'Brien as Rosalind. In New York's Philharmonic Hall, the celebrated conductor and pianist Jose Iturbi is concluding a Tchaikovsky symphony. In the midst of this majestic music, an irreverent ripple of laughter spreads through the audience, for a little girl has just wandered on stage. But now a frantic gentleman rushes from the wings, grabs the intruder, and dashes with her backstage.
Let me down. And would you please tell me the meaning of this?
It's mutiny, that's what it is. Messing up Mr. Iturbi to say nothing of the late Signor Tchaikovsky? Who are you?
If you want to know my name, it's Mike, and I'm here to see my sister.
And who, might I ask, is your sister?
She's Mrs. Ainsworth, and she plays the bass fiddle.
I don't care if she plays the glockenspiel. You can't go walking on stage while Mr. Iturbi is waving that stick.
I'm very sorry, But may I ask who you are?
The name is Andrew, sister. Mr. Turby and me were inseparable. A fellow Bertuccio. He don't even make a move without me.
He doesn't?
No. Who do you think shoves his piano on stage? Who polishes up that baton? Who gets his hotel reservation? As well as an occasional $2 bet on the horses? Who? If not I.
Oh.
So start drifting, infant. Now.
I think you're mean.
So I'm mean. And you don't want to associate with no mean characters, do you?
Oh, very well. I'll wait over here.
I told you to take a powder. Mr. Turby's coming and he's burning up. In fact, he's percolating.
He's angry because I made the people laugh.
A fair approximation of the truth.
But I have to wait here until I find my sister. Oh, Barbara! Barbara!
Mike! Oh, darling. Where on earth did you come from?
Aunt Kate wrote a letter. Didn't you get it?
A letter? Why, no.
She wrote you to meet me at the train.
You mean you came...
And when you weren't at the station, a very nice policeman brought me over here. He even... Barbara, I think perhaps we better take a powder.
You, me? Such monkey shines at a concert I have never seen.
I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Turby. It was just that...
There's still a port, Mr. Turby. You better take another bow.
Very well. But you, miss, I want to see you in my office.
Yes, sir.
Don't be exasperated, Mr. Turby. Calm heads must prevail.
Is he mad, Barbara?
I wouldn't be at all surprised. Oh, darling, tell me. Why did you come to New York?
Because I missed you so, Barbara. Because I wanted to be with you all the time.
My.
I can't I? And Kate went to work in a war plant. And besides, I love you much more than Aunt Kate.
You're never going to leave me again, Mike. Now, let's go to the dressing room, and then we'll go to my boarding house, and you can...
But what about Mr. Turby? He said he wanted to see you.
To a vaudeville act. A baby walks on the stage. The audience giggles, and she just stands there and stops playing.
Who?
That girl who plays the string bass. I'll fire her tonight.
Good. Great. The minute the orchestra busts up, I'm going on my own. Already the Navy's got Shurovitsky, Konstantinovsky, and Capelloni. The Army's got Fiedelberger, Slivovitz, and Gubelstein.
Gubelstein, the piccolo?
Yes, Gubelstein, the piccolo. And it's also got Brinkenheimer, Botchkalupo, Tootle Flute, and Murphy.
Murphy? We have a Murphy?
The past tense, Maestro, we had him. Another month and we'll have nothing but females.
Perhaps Phil Spitalny had the right idea, after all.
And we ain't even sure then. Pretty soon the waves in the wax will get them, and then what? We've run out of sexes. That's the conditions that prevail.
You think they'll be taking the women, too?
Yes, when that happens, we don't have to worry. You know I play piano, too, Mr. Turby.
Mm-hmm.
Intending no reflection, it's been said quite frequently that I'm a virtuoso.
Really?
Yes, sir. A child prodigal.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, Mr. Turby?
Oh, yes. Mrs. Answorth,
Watch that temper, Mr. Turby.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Answorth, but I have forgotten completely what I wanted to see you about. Oh, nothing important, I'm sure. Good night.
But...
good night.
Yes, Mr. Turby. Good night.
With this scarcity of musicians, I fire nobody. Run along, Andres, run along.
What stress and strain. What a dilemma.
Andy.
Do I hear my name?
Oh, Andy, thank you. Thank you for saving my job.
I didn't do nothing. Somebody's got to keep this orchestra together, ain't they? But babies I didn't figure on. Draft boards I figure on. But babies I didn't never figure on. It's a nursery I'm running for babies. Me, a piano virtuoso, who could be out making a fortune.
Money isn't everything, Andy.
No, but I like to have it around so I could choose the type of misery that is most agreeable to me. I bid you good night, madam.
Good night, Andy. Well, Mike?
I'm very pleased that Mr. Turby didn't discharge you, Barbara.
Well, I'm slightly delighted myself. Come on, darling, we'll take a cab home. And when we get home, I'll introduce you to Jane and Rosalind. We all live together in Mrs. McGuff's boarding house. Jane and Rosalind play in the orchestra, too.
Barbara, do you feel all right?
I'm just tired, Mike. Here's something you haven't seen.
It's Joe, a picture of Joe.
We had it taken just before he went overseas.
Do you write to him every day?
Every day.
And does Joe still write to you every day?
Oh, well, he can't now, darling. He's very busy.
When was his last letter?
Oh, a few weeks ago, Mike. You have no idea how long it takes letters to come from the Pacific. It's so far away.
But don't worry, Barbara. I've been praying for him.
I'm not worrying, dear.
I've been praying to St. Christopher especially. He'll be sure to take care of him. Barbara, you're sick.
I'll be all right, Mike, really. It's just, well, standing up for hours with that big bass fiddle, it gets you down sometimes.
I'll take care of you. I will.
Thank you, darling. Thank you. Well, here she is, kids. Rosalind, Jane, this is Mike, my big sister.
Hello, Mike. Hi, Mike.
How do you do?
Anything you want, Mike, just holler.
Wait a minute. That's one thing she mustn't do. Holler. Oh, golly, that's right. Mrs. McGuff.
The landlady?
She doesn't like dogs or...
Oh, I very seldom bark, Rosalind.
She also doesn't like children.
Oh.
Well, all we have to do is to find a place for you to hide. Just in case.
Look no further. You just said where. In case. In Barbara's bass fiddle case. Here, Mike. It's big enough to hold 3 of you.
It can be my foxhole, can't it, Barbara? Just like Joe.
Yes, darling, just like Joe.
Oh, by the way, any news?
No.
Well, cheer up, will you? Joe's fine.
Sure, I know.
Well, now, where's Mike going to sleep?
With me, of course.
Janie, what about the sofa in your room? Well, just the thing. We'll bring it in here.
Well, maybe it would be better. We can put it over here.
Now, what do you think you're going to do?
Help you move the sofa?
Sit down and relax. You're not touching the sofa.
Why is everybody always worrying about you, Barbara?
Oh, I just guess they like me, Mike. Mike.
Barbara, what's the matter? Barbara!
Oh, she's fainted. Jane, call the doctor. Call him right away.
And don't worry, Mrs. Ainsworth. Everything's perfectly normal. You're fine. Well, good night.
Good night, Doctor. Doctor.
Oh, it's you, is it?
I sneaked out into the hall from Jane's room. Doctor, what's the matter with my sister?
Well, frankly, young lady, nothing.
But she fainted.
Well, lots of folks do that.
But she keeps smiling all the time, too. Well, there's nothing funny to smile at.
Indeed.
I'm worried.
Young woman, can you keep a secret? You're going to become an aunt.
Me?
Mm-hmm. Your big sister's going to have a baby. But don't you tell anyone.
Well, I won't tell anybody, Doctor. Will I be a boy aunt or a girl aunt?
Why don't you just wait and see about that?
Oh, I will. Barbara, are you still awake?
Mike, I thought you were asleep long ago.
Barbara, can you keep a secret?
I think so.
Well, don't tell anybody, but you're going to have a baby.
Mike.
It's true, Barbara. I just thought you ought to know. I'm all excited, aren't you?
Oh, all excited.
And I thought with you being kind to Bill, it would make you feel better, knowing about the baby.
Oh, it does, Mike. So much.
You can go to sleep now. You'll have sweet dreams.
Yes, I know I will. Mike, will it be a boy or a girl?
Well, why don't you just wait and see?
Oh.
Good night, Barbara.
We'll be starting the rehearsal soon, Mike, and I run along scoop. You know there'll be trouble if Mr. Torby sees you.
Oh, very well, Barbara. But all I do is hide. I hide at the boarding house and I hide here.
Avoiding both Mrs. McCuff and Mr. Turby, that's an achievement.
Oh, well, I guess I'll go to the usual place then, Barbara. But I'll be back.
Thanks, darling. Usual place? Yeah, that church up the street. I think she just sits and prays.
Well, things will be different when we start playing those army camps. I hope we'll...
Uh-oh. Here comes Andy.
Another announcement. Maybe the tour's off again.
Ladies and gentlemen of the aggregation and fellow artistes. While we're waiting for the maestro, it would seem entirely fitting and proper that I run over my concerto. We will commence with the first movement and kindly watch your vibratos. And, likewise, the agitatos. As for the harp...
Yes, Mr. Andrews?
Your slip is showing. Now then, I sits down at the ballroom and we're ready to commence. The first movement, if you please. study, putting the finishing touches to my unfinished symphony. And who walks in? My butler, unannounced. He hands me my copy of the Philharmonic News, which I was eagerly awaiting. And what do I see right on the front page? A picture, a group picture, with a headline reading, Musical America selects the 3 greatest conductors of all time, Toscanini, Turvey, and me. Who are those 2 guys? Mentioning me in the same breath. Why, you could have knocked me down with a filet mignon. But after due consideration, I arrived at the conclusion that there's room in this country for more than one great conductor. So, gentlemen, I vow to the inevitable. There's Toscanini, Turvey, and me. We are definitely the big 3. At concerts I've seen you applauding our genius. Good morning, Mr. Turvey. A fine day, is it not?
Good morning, Andrews.
The piano, it needs tuning, Mr. Turvey. It needs tuning badly.
Mm-hmm. Andy, you are a virtuoso. I'm convinced.
All I need is a crowd, Mr. Turvey. Put an orchestra in that pit. Then let me hear that overture. Hit me with a spotlight, and when I'm finished, believe me, pandemonium unlocked bedlam which causes complete chaos. And I say that with tongue in mouth.
Now, if we can settle down, please. The Greek concerto first. Please remember, when we're on tour, we shall have very little time for rehearsal.
If I may be permitted an interruption, Mr. Turvey.
Yes, Andrews?
The piano solo. I'd be very happy to oblige. You'll be busy waving that stick and
Oh. I think I can handle both, Mr. Andrews. Let me try it anyway, huh?
I'm consternated. I got talent oozing from every pore. But no, he's got to play piano, too.
Please now, allegro moderato. I beg your pardon.
Oh, hello. I went out, but I decided to come back.
I see.
I'm carrying the stool to my sister up there.
Oh, then, don't let me bother you.
Oh, no, sir, you're not bothering me.
Young lady, why are you taking that stool to your sister?
So she can sit on it naturally.
Oh, naturally. But why?
I can't tell you, Mr. Turvey. It's a secret.
It's a secret? Oh, all right. Go ahead. Give the stool to your sister.
Oh, but really, Mr. Turvey...
Sit down, Mrs. Ainsworth. Sit down. And you, please.
Me?
Yes. Would you mind leaving so this rehearsal can continue?
Oh, yes, sir.
Suppose you sit over there and let us know if you like it. All right?
That'll be fine.
Good. And now we start again from letter L. Allegro tempo. Comfortable, Mrs. Ainsworth?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good. Together now, please.
34, thank you.
Well, Mike, how was it?
Oh, very adequate, Mr. Turby. Very adequate indeed.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, everyone, take 5 minutes recess, please.
Jane, I've been looking all over for you. Look. A telegram. Quiet, Jane. This is for her. For Barbara. But how did you get... Mrs. McGuff just brought it here. It's about Barbara's husband.
Oh, no.
He's missing. Missing in action.
Oh, Roz, you've got to tell her.
I can't. The state she's in. What if she lost the baby?
Could we just be deceiving her?
We can wait until after the baby comes.
And lie to her every minute of the time?
Hey, what those you two?
Oh, nothing. Why? We'd better get back to our places. We've been rehearsing. Did you remember?
Was that a telegram you just put in your purse, Rosalind?
Telegram? Well, now, who would be sending me a telegram?
I shouldn't have asked. It isn't nice for children to be inquisitive.
Not nice to know, but quite natural. Roz? Yes? It wasn't anything that I... Skip it. I've just got a bad case of the jitters, I guess.
Don't be sad, Barbara. You'll hear from Joe soon. Honest you will. Honest.
Music for Millions, starring Margaret O'Brien, Hosea Turby, Jimmy Durante, and Francis Gifford. Act 2 of Music for Millions, starring Margaret O'Brien as Mike, Jimmy Durante as Andrews, Hosea Turby as himself, and Francis Gifford as Barbara. It's about a week later, and far from New York, the orchestra is now on tour of the country, entertaining at army camps. It's late at night. In her upper berth, Mike hears a muffled sobbing. She climbs quietly down to her sister below.
Barbara.
Oh, Mike, go back to your berth, dear, please.
I couldn't sleep because I knew you were crying. Barbara, I'm not ever going to leave you. Not until Joe gets back.
Joe's never coming back, never. Oh, Mike, he's never going to see his face.
Oh, dear. God's going to be angry at you. He really will, Barbara. Barbara.
Yes.
If you just pray hard, Joe will come back. He's sure to.
Just my asking isn't going to bring Joe back. Oh, Mike, I'm so lost and lonely.
Why don't you tell God? That's the best thing to do. He'll understand you.
Oh, Mike, what does God know of a woman's aloneness when her husband's gone and her baby's gone? Oh, no, Mike, he doesn't know.
Oh, well, maybe he gets lonely, too, sometimes. Maybe he likes people to come to him. The same way you want Joe to come back to you.
I haven't prayed since I don't know when.
It's easy. You just say what you want. You just say please.
There's some words you use.
You just say, please send Joe back to me. Please send him back. You just talk to him.
I'll pray, Mike. I'll pray now.
Thank you very much, boys. Now I think you had enough serious music for one day. I understand there are refreshments. Yes, we are hungry too. How about it?
Did you hear that, Mike? Refreshments.
I'll be right back, Barbara. I have to go to the cloakroom for a handkerchief, maybe.
Well, young lady, can I help you?
Oh, no, thank you. There's a stool in the cloakroom. I'd like to borrow it for my sister.
Go right in, honey. Just take the one the lady's coat is on.
Oh, thank you. I'll take her purse and her coat and... Oh, dear, there goes her bag. Everything spilled on the floor.
Mike.
Oh, hello, Rosalind.
What are you doing with my bag?
Well, I was just trying to...
Give me that telegram. Give it to me.
Oh,
Rosalind, are you out of your mind? Why did you push that child like that? She had my purse. She was going through my things.
I wasn't. It fell on the floor and everything spilled out. I couldn't help it.
Oh, Mike, I'm terribly sorry. Can you forgive me?
Well, I always try to forgive everybody.
Thank you. Barbara. Oh, forget it, Ross. It just sort of bowled me over for a minute.
Hey, what is this, a convention? Get moving, will you? They're giving us a shindig in there, dining, dancing, and everything.
I didn't know we were going to dance.
Sure we are. It's our ward, too, ain't it?
Oh, by the way, Mr. Andrews, sir.
Sir, that's better.
The colonel would like to see you, sir.
Me?
Oh, yes. He wants to thank you for your part in making this a very successful day.
Hey, I didn't do nothing. I ain't nobody.
We know who you are, sir, and we're not going to forget it.
Oh, Mr. Turby.
Yes, Colonel?
I'm hoping you'll do us the honor of playing the piano for us.
If you don't mind, Colonel, today belongs to the orchestra.
Mr. Turby, the boys would be most grateful if you played.
When there are pretty girls to dance with? Come, Colonel.
Just wait and you'll find out.
Your attention, please, men, your attention. In addition to the honor of having with us this great orchestra, we also have a great artist. I'm taking the liberty now of asking him to play for us. His name needs no mention. It's known wherever fine music is played.
So that's what you wanted to see me about, huh, Colonel? I'm overcome with justifiable unpretentiousness.
But Mr. Turby, isn't that your stage manager going to the piano?
But, Colonel, Mr. Andrews is a very good pianist.
But I didn't mean him.
Oh, this is most embarrassing. Most embarrassing.
Ladies and gentlemen, I sits down to the piano. I glance at the music on the piano, and what do I see? I see Chopin on the piano. Chopin's Etude. I'll play it. Just as I thought, a misprint. I'm chopping up the Chopin. I'll play my own opus. Now I know a fellow who can make your life so mellow. Now there's one like him in every town. He's half a man and half a clown. They call him Umbriago. Could be mayor of New York or of Chicago. Umbriago. Razors came from Portland, Maine to San Diego. When you worry, better send for Umbriago in a hurry. He's got lots of time. That's all he spends his time. He never spends a dime. So, when you feel low, better send for my friend Umbriago. Umbriago could be mayor of New York or of Chicago. You know, the other night, I went and visited Umbriago on the farm. And when I got there, I actually saw him milking a cow upside down. So I said, Umbriago, what's the idea of milking a cow upside down? He said, why not? I want the cream to come out on top. And so, when you feel low, better send for my friend Umbriago. The Bertuccio bids you adieu.
Trains, planes, army trucks, jeeps, and now a Greyhound bus.
Mike asleep, Barbara?
Sound asleep. Roz. What was in that telegram, Roz?
What telegram?
You're hiding something from me. There was a telegram, wasn't there?
Well, can't a friend of mine send me a telegram?
All right, Roz. That's how you want it.
That's exactly how I want it. Well, it looks as if we're getting into town. Our bags are back here, Barbara. See you in a minute.
We didn't fool her for 1 minute, Jane.
I know we didn't. And something's got to be done by somebody. And soon.
Rooms for the orchestra already, Mr. Andrews.
Did you get the piano for Mr. Turvey?
It's in his room, sir.
Thank you, clerk. We artistes have to keep ourselves in tune. You understand. Come on, girls, sign the register. Oh, Barbara.
We're here, Andy.
I got your twin beds on account of Mike.
Oh, thanks, Andy.
Now give her to me. I'll carry her upstairs.
Careful, Andy. She's heavy.
I got her.
Thanks, Andy. You're so...
I know I am. I'm beautiful. I'm just a nursemaid. That's what I am. It's too bad you're asleep, Mike. But you'd see what I'm enduring on your behalf.
Elevator going up.
That's us. Why don't I, Toby, carry you up to bed?
You say something, sir?
I'm confining my remarks to the woman in my arms. Mike, don't think I don't know. You and I, Toby, are chums. All I'm good for is to carry you around. Me, a portable bassinetti. Shh. Go to sleep. Never mind arguing about it. We don't have to get into no conversary about it now. Just keep sleeping. That's it. Just keep sleeping.
Don't just stand in the doorway, Mrs. Hansworth.
Jimmy Torby, I didn't think you saw me.
Come here. Do you like Claire de Lune? Mrs. Hansworth, those are tears in your eyes.
My husband loved it so. Claire de Lune.
And I played that badly to make you cry?
Oh, no, it was wonderful.
What's wrong, Mrs. Hansworth?
My husband, I haven't heard from him in the longest time.
You're afraid? No, Mrs. Hansworth. You mustn't lose your courage.
But I...
Look at me. Come now, come. Up. Barbara, the world is going to be a pretty sorry place.
I don't care about the world. I care about Joe. I love him and I want him to live. I tried so hard. I'm just a coward.
Coward? No, I don't think so. A woman, yes. Now, sit down, please. Let me play something else for you. This music for you. Happy music. This. Look, listen.
Oh, that was so beautiful, Mr. Iturbe. Thank you.
Don't thank me. Thank Chopin.
Good night.
You are smiling. Good night.
Andy, I guess I forgot all about you and Mike.
Okay, clear down last 31 center. I'm going to take the car run. 42.
I ain't sweet. I'm sour. I'm a sour lemon where that kid's concerned. She's disrespectful to me. She is. She and me is enemies. Enemies. And need I add, I'll be delighted when we get on that train tomorrow night for New York.
Now, Andy.
So I can comb her.
Going to 210, 242.
You hear to comb her out.
Good night, Andy.
Barbara and Mike are in the dining car. At last I can tell you what happened, Roz.
About your uncle?
Yes.
You phoned him?
Yes, well, he's a handwriting expert, like I told you.
Will he write the letter?
Well, he didn't promise. He mentioned something about it being forgery.
But all he has to do is imitate Joe's handwriting and write a letter to Barbara. Oh, Jane, she's going to lose her mind if she doesn't get a letter soon.
And the baby. Oh, he's got to do it, Roz. He's got to.
We'll call on him the first thing in the morning.
Albert, how important it is that Barbara get a letter. She thinks he's dead or something.
I could be arrested for even thinking about such a thing.
But all you have to say is that he was picked up at sea or in a jungle, anything.
Jane, the idea of my using my talents to... Oh, very well, I'll do it.
Oh, thanks, Roz. I brought along one of Joe's letters. I thought maybe if you studied the handwriting.
The forged letter will be at your boarding house tomorrow with phony postmarks, censorship, and everything. And I'm counting on both of you to visit me in jail.
Mike, what's Barbara crying about? What's happened?
She's crying because she's so happy. It came, Rosalind, it came. A letter from Joe.
Oh, Jane, Ross. I just don't know what to say.
Then just tell us what he says, Joe.
Oh, he's all right. He's fine. He was lost in an island for 3 months, but he's safe now. Just listen. He said, what a laugh I had in the boys when I turned up again. I was so glad to be back. I just hugged and kissed everybody. The men, too. He just kissed everybody, even the men. Imagine it. Oh, I'm so happy.
I knew the letter would come, Barbara. I knew it all the time.
Oh, I know you did, darling. Now, Roz, what a pest I was about that telegram you got. Oh, forget it. Oh, I was so sure something had happened to him. Mrs. McGuff.
I just wanted to find out about the letter. It was from him, wasn't it, Barbara?
Oh, yes, Mrs. McGuff, yes.
And then at the post... Well, and who is this? This child?
Oh, she's my sister, Mrs. McGuff. Her name's Mike.
Well, how do you do?
How do you do?
Well, I wish you'd come and stay with us sometime.
What?
It'll be more like a home with a little girl running about.
But didn't you tell us no dogs and no children?
Oh, no. Only boy children and boy dogs. This is a ladies' residence, you want to remember.
I think I have to go somewhere, Barbara.
You do? Where?
Somewhere to thank somebody for something.
She's going to church. I think I'll go, too.
Well, it worked, Roz. Uncle Albert's letter worked.
But why he had to mention some of the things he did, I just don't. Oh, well. It'll all be over in a few weeks, one way or another. Poor Mike. Mike.
I'm praying, Barbara. I'm telling God how happy you are.
Could you help me tell him too, Mike?
Just say thank you. Thank you. That's all.
In a moment, we'll return with Music for Millions, starring Margaret O'Brien, Jose Iturbe, Jimmy Durante, and Francis Gifford.
Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
Act 3 of Music for Millions, starring Margaret O'Brien, Jimmy Durante, Jose Iturbe, and Francis Gifford. Several weeks have gone by, and each week Barbara's had a letter from Joe. But there's a new bass fiddle player in Mr. Iturbe's orchestra, for Barbara is now in the hospital awaiting her baby's arrival. In the room for expectant fathers, Rosalind, Jane, and Mike are waiting too.
So here's where you all are, huh? Here's where you're hanging around when there's a concert on tonight. Or didn't you know?
Hello, Andy.
Hello, she says. Comes time for the downbeat and you're all here having a baby.
Now, wait
a minute.
Not even a half a minute. There's a cab out in front. Get moving.
Oh, all right. Come on, Mike.
I can't.
I can't. I'm not going.
Well, stay here then. Come on, girls.
Oh, Mike, please, you can't stay here by yourself.
I'll leave word to phone if there's any news.
I have to stay.
You do, huh? You ain't gonna sit there and ruin a concert for thousands, are you?
Yes.
Look, this is no time for whimsicalities.
Oh, we can't go and leave her, Andy.
Yes, you can. Go on, grab that cab. I'll get her out of here and get another taxi.
Be nice to her, Andy. Come on, Jane.
And please, mind Andy, Mike.
Tell Mr. Iterby he'll have to start proceedings without me. Ballin', huh? That's fine. Now, what do I have to do? Carry you? I carried you once before and you didn't put up no squawks.
I won't. I'm not going.
You're not?
I promised my sister I'd never leave her. I'm not going to. Never.
Wait a minute. I didn't mean nothing. Oh, come on, Mike. Nothing is as bad as all that. Nothing.
Yes, it is. It's the worst.
All right, it's worse. Just stop your bawling, please.
You won't take me away.
Who says anything about taking you away? I mean recently.
You changed.
I guess so. I knew I was a softy, but I never thought I'd fall apart completely. Well, move over, sister. We may be here for a couple of weeks.
Why?
You know, that there stork, he's a pretty temperamental bird.
The stork?
Yeah, the stork.
The stork doesn't bring babies, Mr. Andrews.
It don't?
No, it doesn't. Only children think the stork brings babies. You should know better than that.
And tell me, what does bring him?
An angel.
An angel?
A real angel. Everybody knows that.
Well, you're really grown up, ain't you? Just a real old-timer, huh?
I'm over 7. I know everything except one thing, Mr. Andrews. I mean about the angels bringing babies. Why does it have to be in a hospital?
You mean you don't know why is that?
I don't think I do.
Oh, everybody knows that. Sure, you just figure it out sometime.
You tell me.
It's a cinch. You could figure it out in no time.
Do you know?
Do I know? Do I know?
You didn't know about the angel, though, did you? You thought it was a stork, didn't you?
All right, I'll tell you.
Yes?
Okay. Angels got wings. You know that, don't you?
Oh, I know that very well.
That makes them something like an airplane, see? And an airplane has got to have a landing field, see? And the hospitals, well, they make the best landing fields.
Oh, of course. Were you ever a baby, Mr. Andrews?
Was I ever? Of course I was a baby. I was born, I know that.
Did you cry?
Did I cry? Sure, I hollered. That's where I acquired my attractive hoarseness.
You cried because you wanted to get back to heaven. Did you know that?
No. Honest?
Honest. You didn't want the angel to leave you.
But he left me. He certainly left me. He certainly ain't bothered with me none since. He ain't around here now.
Aren't you happy sitting here with me?
Oh, sure, I'm happy. Everything's...
Minus 3,000 going on 340.
Just fine.
I think you're hunky-dory too, Mr. Andrews.
Who? Me?
Yes, and I like the way you play the piano. I even like it better than the way Mr. Turby plays.
No, you do?
Yes, and I think you're pretty.
You think... Now, wait a minute. I'd like to believe that, but I can't be dishonest with myself. Look at me.
I'm looking.
Do you see the hair that ain't there? Do you see the schnoz that is there? Do you see this macadamized complexion? Do you see what I see when I look in the mirror?
I still think you're pretty.
I thought that you and me was enemies. Do you know something, Mike?
Know what, Mr. Andrews?
You know that angel? The one that brings you in place of the stork?
Yes.
Well, he ain't never left you, Mike. He's right with you every minute. And I can tell you he just don't stay around with most people. He just drops that bundle and runs. But he ain't never left you. And I got an idea that he ain't never going to either.
I hope your angel and my angel like each other.
Yeah, Mike. Me too. Me too.
Hurry, Jane. Oh, I hope we've made it in time. The concert must be ready to start.
Gosh, I wonder if the baby's been born yet.
Jane.
Uncle Albert.
Hello, Roz.
Oh, we can't stop at the stage door, Unc. We've got to get inside.
This won't take long. I have a confession to make.
Well, if it's about those letters, Uncle Albert, I really think you've been overdoing it.
Overdoing it?
Once a week. That's really too many letters.
Jane, I haven't been writing any letters. That's what I wanted to tell you. I started to write the one you asked me to forge, but I couldn't do it.
But she got your letter the very next day.
If Barbara got a letter from Joe, it was from Joe. I never wrote a word.
Oh, Uncle. Oh, that's wonderful.
That means Joe's all right. He was on the island. He is safe and sound.
And you're not angry? I thought, well, bless my soul.
Come on, Jane. We're going in there and we're playing tonight like we've never played before.
Listen to that hand, Maestro. You better go back out there and take another bow.
Andres, where have you been all evening? Don't you know that?
I'm talking about angels, Mr. Kirby, at the hospital.
That's right. And one of them just left a package at that hospital, Miss Travy, for Barbara Ainsworth.
And I'm a boy. It was a boy, Aunt.
A boy? Andres, that's wonderful.
Oh, it was nothing at all.
And Barbara's fine, and she told me to tell you, and I'm going to write you all about it tonight.
Joe, oh, yes, the husband.
Pardon the interruption, Miss Travy, but they're still clapping for you out there. Those nice paying customers.
Oh, yes, excuse me. Thank you very much. Now, if you will excuse me, I have a special announcement to make to my fellow musicians. Ladies and gentlemen of the orchestra, it's a boy! And now, for a lovely girl in a hospital, and for the baby boy in her arms, and for a soldier so far away, I would like to play a melody that they cannot hear, and yet, in a sense, I think they will hear it. I know from now on, I will always think of it as belonging to them as their own Claire de Lune.
Mike, get off the stage, Mike.
But I want to hear Andy.
And I want you to hear it too, Mike.
Everything turned out just fine, didn't it, Mr. Kirby?
Yes, Mike. Just fine.
Music for Millions struck a happy note in many million hearts, I'm sure. And our thanks go to Margaret O'Brien, Hosea Turby, Jimmy Durante, and Francis Gifford. Jimmy, I'm sure our audience joins me in extending our best wishes.
You've certainly done very well in show business, Mr. Durante.
And that from another veteran is praise indeed.
Jimmy, I remember the old days when you were teamed with Lou Clayton and Eddie Jackson at the Silver Slipper on Broadway.
What did you do at the Silver Slipper, Jimmy?
Tried out a couple of sock songs. What else?
Mother says you were really sensational, Mr. Durante.
Yes, Lou on the dance floor, Eddie with the songs, and me at the piano. A triple threat.
Well, Jimmy, I understand that Metro Goldwyn Mayer is giving you an anniversary party next week in New York.
They have taken over the Silver Slipper and renamed it Club Durante.
How long will the party last, Jimmy?
One consecutive night.
Are you going to have any celebrities for dinner, Mr. Durante?
That's cannibalism. Even a Durante ain't that hungry, Margaret.
Actually, many of Jimmy's old friends will be there.
Jimmy, I'll bet you'll see a lot of hilarity at that party.
Hilarity, too? How do you like that? Everybody wants to get into the act.
Well, when I heard about Jimmy's anniversary from Joe Pasternak, I wanted to be there from the very beginning.
Is it going to be a surprise party, Jimmy?
Surprise? Wait till they see the joint the next morning.
I wish I could be there. But I have to attend an opening with Wallace Berry.
And what's Berry's got? What has Berry got that I haven't got?
Oh, it's just that we're in the picture together.
I tried not to make a mistake on this. Margaret, think before you answer that. Good night, Bill.
Good night and happy anniversary. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Monday on Cotter, a Southern fried Casanova gives Vinny some competition. And on the season premiere of Operation Petticoat, the Sea Tiger finally gets a real mission as an underwater hospital. Then, the Baltimore Colts versus the New England Patriots on Monday Night Football.
Tomorrow.
As long as I'm paying your dental bills, you're using a fluoride toothpaste. But, Mother, I need this gel for fresh breath.
Ladies, try new double protection Aquafresh.
Aquafresh gives you all the cavity-fighting fluoride of the leading paste and all the breath freshener of the leading gel. Concentrated in one toothpaste.
So?
Well, if it has all my fluoride and all my breath freshener, we'll take the Aquafresh.
New double protection Aquafresh fights cavities and freshens breath.
If you have a phone, you can pay your bills by phone with a Paymaster savings account from University Savings. Just call us, tell us who to pay and how much. We'll write your checks, mail them, and pay you 5.25% interest on your daily balance. If you pay bills, a little talk with University Savings pays off. Yes, account number.
This is KTRK TV Houston.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
The sound that eddies upward from Broadway is the sound of shock, a thing composed of laughter, trumpet, the clack of heels, a cry from the lonely bed. You stand at the window at police headquarters waiting for some part of it to touch you. And in one way or another it does. The frightened voice through a phone, the impersonal alarm of a teletype, or a tired officer walks into your office, tugs at your sleeve, gives you a message. Shooting on the Manhattan side of the George Washington Bridge, it says. Take the last side road on your right before you get there. Officer Murray will meet you. The siren on your squad car spills into the empty pockets of the night, fills them with its own brand of shock. And you're there, and Officer Murray meets you.
This way, Danny. That car parked over there.
What happened?
A boy and a girl. You'll see. Kim?
How bad?
I'm no doc, Danny. Ambulance is on its way. Lost a lot of blood. When I found him, the car was open, the boy's position like he was trying to get out of the car.
What about the girl?
4 shots from up pretty close, looks like. Dead.
Motive?
Like I said, I'm not a doc, but it wasn't robbery. Here, wallets from both with just the amount of money you'd expect neatly dressed kids like that to have. Identification, too.
Let's see. Boy's name, Ted Forstek. Girls, Ruth Ballard. Both kids, both of them. Just touching 20.
There's something else, Danny.
What?
Other side of the road. Come on.
Somebody picked a nice secluded place for killing.
Yeah. This road's blocked off, Danny, but kids slip around wooden roadblocks. That makes it a lover's lane, makes it more thrilling. Here. Look, see?
Huh? Looks like somebody made a U-turn in an awful hurry.
Yeah. Narrow tire
Reds, I guess Model A. Smack this tree, some paint scraped off. Oh, comes the ambulance, Danny.
Then to the whispered, muffled sounds of the night in the river is added the furied lament of the siren, and the attendants of the dead and the dying are there. They lift the boy gently, carry him to the waiting ambulance. Then the girl. There's less need to be gentle. They close the doors, and the boy and girl belong to them, to the attendants of death. And for a fragment of an instant, there's silence. Then the night returns to fury. At headquarters, you make your initial report. You leave orders to trace a car that left tire marks and paint scrapings across the road from the scene of death. You look for duties that will delay you, and there are none. And you know you must go to an address and tell whoever is there that a girl has been murdered. A man is there, a man who's been watching the fights on television, drinking a glass of beer.
Just a moment, Mr. Clover. I'll turn the sound down. There. Yeah, we can still see the picture. We won't be interrupted. You enjoying the fights, Mr. Clover?
Ruth Ballard, is she?
Ruth? Ruth is my daughter, Mr. Clover. Is that why you're here, because of Ruth?
Ruth's mother, Mr. Ballard. Maybe she should be here, too.
Ruth's mother's dead. She died 3 years ago. What about Ruth, Mr. Clover? Something wrong? She been in an accident? Please, Mr. Clover, don't just stand there. What is it? Why are you here?
Mr. Ballard, it's
Something's happened to Ruth, hasn't it? Tell me, I have a right to know.
Ruth is dead, Mr. Ballard.
No.
I know of no other way to say it, Mr. Ballard. There's...
No. It's all right, Mr. Clover. It's all right. You have to do things I understand. How? Ruth, how?
We found her in a car, shot, murdered, Mr. Ballard.
In Ted's car?
Ted Forstack? Yes.
The boy?
He was shot, too, but he's alive. Unconscious, but alive.
I'm glad for Ted. He's a good boy.
You knew him, Mr. Ballard?
Only when it came to take Ruth out. We'd talk a little about the fights. I'd offer him a beer. And then Ruth would be all dressed. They'd go out. I'd wait up for Ruth. Because I don't get much chance to talk to her. I work all day, so I wait up for her. I was doing that tonight.
Her other friends, Mr. Ballard, who were they?
I don't know. I know very little of how Ruth lived when I was away from her. It's hard, Mr. Clover, to be a father, to take care of a girl properly, to buy her clothes, food, make it so she could hold her head up among her friends. I didn't do so good, did I, Mr. Clover? No good.
Mr. Ballard,
You know something, Mr. Clover? Ruth wasn't really my daughter. She was a stepdaughter. I adopted her because I loved her mother. Then I loved Ruth like she was my own flesh and blood. Now it's my fault. I should have taken her away where a child can live decently. It's all my fault.
Mr. Ballard, if I can help
No.
in some way...
No. Thank you. Just go away, Mr. Clover. Just go away.
You leave quietly because the words are never there to touch a bowed-down heart. It's almost midnight, but you've another call to make. The address is on Amsterdam Avenue. The address in the wounded boy's wallet. The front of it is a store, stationery, candy and cigarettes, the peeling gilt says. Walk in and face the lady and the man who are about ready to close for the night.
Phone is right over there in back of candy counter.
Perhaps the mister wants to buy something, Anna. Perhaps he doesn't.
This time of night? You know, Mikhail, this time of night is always to use phone.
No, I'm...
See, to buy something, Anna.
I'm from the police.
Yesterday we have sent money for license to sell cigarettes. Check. Check is good one.
Please, Anna, the mister said nothing to check. Police?
Danny Clover. You're Mr. and Mrs. Forstack?
So?
Maybe...
What do you want of us?
Your son, Ted.
Yeah.
Ted and police. Finally. He has hit a man, robbed a man.
He's been shot.
Robbed a man and was shot.
No, not like that.
Yeah, bad? Hurt bad?
Pretty bad, Mr. Forstack.
And it hurts, Ted?
He's unconscious. He's in the hospital, St. Agnes. He's being taken care of.
What happened to Ted?
We don't know exactly. He was parked in a car with a girl, with Ruth Ballard. She was shot to death. We don't know exactly what happened. Maybe you can help.
A boy of mine. His friends hoodlums from gutter. This is help I give you.
What about his friends?
He belongs to a club, as a young man should, for social, for contacts. The Adonis Club, it is called.
Our baby, living his life with bombs.
All right. And the girl, Ruth Ballard.
He mentioned her name, I think, but it was not frequent name. I'm sorry for her.
Oh, good evening. Customer.
And not customer, Evelyn.
Oh, then I invite him, too. Where's Ted?
He is...
I brought a cake from the party, a whole cake with white frosting. Nobody touched a drop. Where's Ted?
A neighbor of this woman, Mr. Evelyn Sherman. She shows puppets to parties. Sometimes she brings something to us from party.
I'm from the police, Miss Sherman.
What's the matter with Ted?
He's been shot.
Liar. Show me you're from the police.
Evelyn, the man...
Show me.
All right. Here.
But he's a baby. Ted's a little baby. I watched him grow up. Shot.
You better come with me, all of you. I'll take you to the hospital. At the hospital, a nun told us softly that we couldn't see the boy. He was still unconscious. Dr. Sinsky was with him, had left orders no one was to be permitted to disturb him, not even a Mr. Clover. We'd have to wait until Dr. Sinsky said it was all right. So we waited. Then a nun walked through the dark corridor and ushered the shadows of night away, and it was daylight. The city yawned and began its day-long scream, and we waited. Then a voice whispered to me that there was a phone call for Lieutenant Clover in the office. This way. Thank you, sister. Danny Clover speaking.
Danny, this is Sergeant Gino Tartaglia. How's the boy?
He's not out of it yet. What do you want, Tartaglia?
We traced the car, Danny. That car that left its fingerprints at the scene of the crime. We tracked it down, Danny.
Where is it?
It is a delivery truck in the alley back of Kilbert's Cleaning and Dyeing Establishment, 1845 West 125th Street. Registered to George Kilbert. On the ball, huh, Danny?
Yeah, you can paste a gold star in your notebook, little Gino.
Be with you in a minute, pal. Oh, these pleated skirts. They take the life out of a man. These pleated skirts make you old before your time.
You're Calvert? George Calvert?
Yeah, I told you I'd be with you in a minute, pal. There. This doll will love me for the way I press her skirt.
You're big with the ladies, huh, George?
Well, let's put it this way. Not one of them has sent in her resignation as yet.
Where were you last night, George?
You must have a reason to ask me something personal like that. You a wounded husband or something?
Just a policeman, George.
Oh, don't show me your badge. I can tell by your sloppy suit.
Where were you last night, George?
I don't think you got a right to ask me without you show me I committed a sin or something.
I'll do that, George. Where you were, where your car was, a murder was committed.
You mean up there near the George Washington Bridge, a girl was murdered?
I didn't say a girl.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Don't pin me to the wall. I said a girl because up there in that lover's lane, it's known that girls are sometimes killed. There were guys who go around doing that.
You were there, huh, George? Alone?
You got nothing says I was there. You're trying, policeman. That's all you're doing. Trying.
There was a tire mark off your delivery truck. Your fender scraped on a tree, left paint. What was the matter, George? Were you in a hurry to get away?
No, I wasn't in a hurry. She just wanted another kiss. She likes to cuddle up and kiss me while I'm driving. This is bound to make me lose a little control.
See? Who, George?
The once-a-weeker. We date once a week. June Leonard. Lives in Brooklyn someplace. You go ask her. She was with me all the time. I don't know anything about a murder. Ask her. And fix her so she don't lie.
June Leonard, huh? We'll ask her. While you were up there, George, with June Leonard, did you hear shots, a series of shots?
We heard nothing. Nothing at all. Except each other. That's how it is when you're in love.
You should know, George. Let's go.
Go? Go where? What are you talking about?
Booking you for suspicion of murder.
Are you crazy? You're crazy, you stinking rotten cop. You walk into my place of business and take me away from
her. He was scared and protesting when I took him with me. At headquarters, I had a thing to do. I called the hospital and told Dr. Sinsky I was on my way down. And Dr. Sinsky said room 302. He'd wait for me by the elevator door. It took 10 minutes to get there. And Dr. Sinsky was waiting.
Danny.
Dr. Sinsky, how's the boy?
Danny, why is it that our conversation must always open on sorrow?
Can I see him?
This way, Danny. In here. You know these people, Danny. Mr. and Mrs. Forrestek, Miss Sherman.
Yeah, I do.
Doctor, it seemed like my son, his lips were moving just as you left the room.
Yes? Danny.
What?
Quietly, Danny, please. The stethoscope on the table.
All right. Here.
My son. My son. My son. My son.
He's dead, Danny.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the late summer afternoon, Broadway stands on a corner, sips its penny plain, and sums up the day. Some days are better than others. Some days you break even. The horse don't come in, but you don't get fired that day either. You get a play and you don't get hurt. But take today now. Here's a day. DiMaggio miracled with bases loaded. The Rainmakers worked up a due. And a boy, a lover, died of bullet wounds inflicted by a person of persons unknown, thus holding in final embrace the girl he loved. The girl who was also shot to death in Lover's Lane. Here's maybe a tragic day, but here is a day. Or as Sergeant Gino Tartaglia presented it to me.
Danny, I give you the end of a perfect day. When you come to the end of a perfect
Tartaglia,
day.
you're singing again.
Oh, Danny. Danny, you are like my wife, like Mrs. Tartaglia. You deny me and yourself the pleasures of life.
Oh?
Yeah. At home, every time I start singing, Mrs. Tartaglia turns on the Hoover. She says it's to vacuum clean the Tartaglia rug. But all the time, I think it's because she's jealous of my vocal cords. Well, Danny, what progress have we made?
No, you tell me, remember?
Oh, yeah. Item. The boy, Ted Forrestek, like a million other kids in our city. Too tough, too smart, from a poor family, consorted with others of his type in a club called the Adonis Club.
I know. The girl, Ruth?
Nah, no connection with the Adonis Club. No close connection with anybody except her stepfather and the boy, from what we can find out. Nobody wanted her dead, from what we can find out.
Anything else?
Yeah. We have picked up June Leonard, that dry cleaning man's girlfriend.
Why didn't you tell me? Where is she?
Right outside, Danny. Should I bring her in?
Miss Leonard?
Yeah. Hi, Miss Leonard.
Come in. Sit down, Miss Leonard.
Why was I arrested? Why was I brought here? I never done nothing.
Last night, Miss Leonard. Where were you?
I was home. I was sitting at home listening to the radio.
You're lying, Miss Leonard. George Calvert says you were with him.
Promised me. All right, so I was with George. Is that wrong to be with a fella? You arrest girls for that?
We do, and there's been a murder. 2 murders.
What are you talking about? Murder? I don't know nothing about a murder. All I know is I work and try to have a little fun. All of a sudden, murder.
Ruth Ballard. Did you know her, June?
No, I didn't know any girl by that name. Oh, please, let me go, will ya? My father will throw me out if they find out I got mixed up in
Ted Forrestek. Did you know him?
No, I never heard of him.
George Calvert. Did he know them?
How do I know who George knows? All I know is he thinks he shows me a good time sometimes. I ask him no personal questions.
Ruth Ballard and Ted Forrestek were shot to death near the George Washington Bridge last night. You were there, June.
No, I wasn't.
You were, June. George says you were. How long were you there?
I don't know. An hour, maybe 2 hours.
Did you hear shots while you were up there with George?
Shots?
Pistol shots, shots from a revolver.
No, I didn't hear anything like that. I didn't hear anything except George whispering to me.
George says he heard shots.
Why, that dirty look. All right, I heard him. I heard a lot of shots. I got scared. I made George drive us away from there real fast because I was scared.
George was with you all the time?
Leave me alone, can't you? Please leave me alone. I want my father.
Taglia.
Yeah, Danny. Yeah. Come with me, Miss Leonard. Come along.
Sergeant Tartaglia was gentle when he took her away. Then I made a phone call to the Adonis Club. No one was there, boys told me. Try later when everybody would be there at the dance, Daddy-O, the boys said. Starts at 10. Come one, come all, Daddy-O. Daddy-O got there at 10:30 to the basement clubhouse on 3rd Avenue. Got pointed out the chief Adonis, a youth who leaned against the bar and was having fun looking at the dancers through a beer bottle held by like a telescope. I ruined it for him.
You're in the way, Buster.
I want to talk to you.
Huh? All right. What's your big need, Buster?
I'm from the police.
Oh? Well, make me think so. You're hiding your buzzer under the lapel? Let me look, huh?
See?
Huh. I'm Dolly Nercio, you?
Danny Clover.
All right. We got no back room here, if that's what.
About Ted Forrestack. He was a member here.
A cub, an apprentice. We were breaking him in.
You celebrating his memory with this dance?
No. Life goes on, the book says. The dance was scheduled before Ted's dying was. Poor Ted.
Who killed him, Dolly?
Who killed him, Mr. Clover?
Look, Dolly.
What do you want me to say, Mr. Clover? I don't know who killed him. I knew Forrestack. Sure played cards with him, hoisted a glass with him, exchanged phone numbers with him. That's the thick and thin I went through with him. So now I'll never talk to him, so.
Nothing else, huh?
He was a fortunate boy, Mr. Clover. He's dead, but when he wasn't that way, he was fortunate. So let's not pop a tear.
Fortunate?
Girls. He was a boy girls were happy with.
And?
Happy girls are generous girls. One of them was real happy. One of them was real generous. Give him nice things. Shirts to wear, wallet strip from alligators, money strip from who knows where. Expensive watches to make his wrist look pretty.
What girl did that?
They never said. That's a number we never exchanged. But real expensive stuff, Mr. Clover. You'd never believe it.
Not an idea. Who?
If I did, I'd take over. None of our girls could afford that stuff. Hey, go look at that loot, Mr. Clover. It's still around, I guess. You'll see what I mean.
Mr. Forrestack. Mr. Forrestack, wake up.
I was not asleep. Oh, it's you, Mr. Clover. The messenger of death. Who died today, Mr. Clover?
Mr. Forrestack.
Look at my little store, Mr. Clover. Look at how it's covered with dust. I don't take care anymore. All my life I build something, keep it clean, gets covered with dust. My boy, too.
Mr. Forrestack, I came
to grieve with us, with me, with my wife, Anna. It is hard to understand Anna sometimes, Mr. Clover. Her mouth says to you she hates our boy, but now he is dead, and Anna lies on our bed and does not speak, does not weep. But in the night she cries out our boy's name. Thank you, Mr. Clover. Goodbye.
Your boy's room, Mr. Forrestack. There may be something in it that'll help us find Ted's murderer.
It will not bring our boy back. It will not make him answer his mother's cry.
I have to get into that room, Mr. Forrestack. If not me, someone else, but we'll get into it.
You will be quiet. You will be very quiet. You will not say a word to Anna.
Where is it?
In the back. What is left of our life hides in the back. Come, Mr. Clover.
Mr. Forrestack.
Quiet. I told you, Anna's not to know you're here. This is Ted's room.
Where'd he keep his things?
What things? All over the room are things that belong to my boy.
Personal things, jewelry, wallet, things like that.
Oh. Here in the dresser drawer. Here they are, Mr. Clover. Expensive things. This watch, this wallet of alligator money.
Where'd he get them?
I do not know. Anna thought he robbed them.
What do you think, Mr. Forrestack?
They are rich. I never knew things like these. I could not get them for Ted. Ted could not for himself.
What do you think you got him, Mr. Forrestack?
I told you I do not know. I asked Ted. I beat him to tell me. I beat him. He could have broken me. He said, it's none of your business, old man. I beat him.
I want to take these with me.
All right. But you will return, Mr. Clover, before Anna knows they are gone. You will return them. Please, Mr. Clover.
Sure, Dr. Sinsky, anytime. Sit down.
Thank you.
Oh, what's on your mind, Doctor?
Nothing, except I dropped in here to conform with standard operating procedure, autopsy report. You in the mood to listen? I think you should.
All right. Go ahead.
Ruth Ballard shot 4 times. Supplementary report from ballistics showed the bullets from the same gun that killed the boy. 4 times, Danny. Any one of the shots would have killed her instantaneously.
Well, what else about the girl?
Nothing else.
I think she was killed only because someone wanted her dead.
What?
Someone wanted her dead, Doctor.
I know, 4 shots. A person in animal fury would have done that. From what I can tell, I'd say she was sitting in the car. A person came up to her, shot her 4 times. Nothing more than that.
Uh-huh.
Do you know who did that, Danny?
A person who was jealous of her. A person who loved Ted Forrester. A person who gave Ted expensive presents.
Do you know who?
Don't make me repeat myself, Doctor.
Then who?
Stick around. I'll show the person to you.
Yes? Oh, it's, Mr. Clover, isn't it?
May I come in, Miss Sherman?
Well, I was just practicing my puppets for a party tomorrow, Kitty's party.
May I come in?
All right, come in. What do you want, Mr. Clover?
It's about Ted.
About his murderer?
Maybe.
Then why are you here?
Go ahead, Miss Sherman. Practice your puppets. I'll just look around.
But I don't see why we'd be...
Go ahead, Miss Sherman. Hey, Sherman.
Wait a minute. What is it?
This photograph of Ted.
He gave it to me.
This ribbon from a track meet tucked in the frame.
He won it. He gave it to me.
Why should he give them to you?
I asked him something he liked me. He gave them to me.
Huh? These, too?
Put them down.
Man's gloves. Ted's?
Put them down.
All right. Ted's gloves, huh?
If you're through, you can get out.
Not yet. I want to show you some things.
You've got nothing to show me. Get out.
A wallet. A wristwatch. You gave them to Ted. Look at them, Evelyn.
Give them to me. You've got no right to touch
Presents
them.
to Ted from you, Evelyn.
Give them to me.
Because you loved the boy. Really loved him like a woman loves a man.
All right. Yes, I loved him because he was someone a woman could love.
And be jealous of.
Yes, yes.
But he didn't love you?
You're lying.
He didn't. That's why he was with Ruth.
Ruth was nothing to him. He always came back to me.
For the rich presents. He didn't love you.
You lie. You're a liar.
So you killed the girl. Shot her 4 times in your fury. And Ted. Why did you shoot him? Because he tried to stop you? Because you knew he didn't love you? He didn't love you. He didn't, Evelyn.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to kill Ted. He got in the way. I didn't mean to.
She stood there, her body swaying, her fingertips pressed into her cheeks. Then a thing happened. She looked suddenly old. The youth she had fled from her. All at once she accepted it. Knew there was nothing left. She made no protest when I took her arm and led her through the door. Broadway, where the people of the swarm race against the fugitive night. Each in his own way, make time stand still. That's the trick. But dawn comes and the gutters are choked with the waste of minutes, the infinite man-hours of loneliness. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Lieutenant Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Bea Benaderet, Jerry Hausner, Lou Merrill, Jack Crucian, and Anthony Barrett.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Guess who?
Ooh, onions.
Hey, that's strong.
Yeah. You ought to get the Signal.
Get the Signal.
New Signal mouthwash. It fights strong mouth odors, even onions and garlic.
New Signal, a mouthwash so effective it fights strong mouth odors, even onions, even garlic. Clinical tests prove it. Your cleaner, fresher breath will prove it.
Guess who?
Hey, you got the Signal.
New Signal fights strong mouth odors.
Mrs. Butterworth?
Yes?
How come you taste so good?
Well, my syrup is very thick and rich.
Thick and rich?
Just watch. See how the leading syrup just runs over this stack? While Mrs. Butterworth takes her own sweet time. Now, my syrup's got to be thick to pour this slowly. Truth is, Mrs. Butterworth's is twice as thick as the other syrup. Thick and rich and...
Mrs. Butterworth, I love you.
Oh...
Announcing 1979 Pontiac style with our new Sunbird Coupe. With more standard features than ever before and for less money than a comparably equipped 78. Delco AM radio, white walls, custom wheel covers, body side moldings, tinted glass. 5 new standards for $79. Plus bucket seats, carpeting, deluxe steering wheel, 4-cylinder engine, and more. More 79 Sunbird for less money. Now that's starting the new year Pontiac style. Tuesday, the Fonz trades his wheels for a ton of bull.
What am I, nutso?
And it may be the last roundup. Then a bump on the head brings out Shirley's hidden talent.
Showtime!
And the beast in the boys.
Our beach has gone nude.
And everyone else goes bananas when the girls join the crowd on Three's Company. Tony's got a shot at the champ on TV's newest hit. It's Taxi.
Tuesday, starting at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on ABC.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. Yours truly, Bill Goodwin, the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, Bea Benaderet, Elvia Allman, and Verna Felton. For your Thursday night comedy enjoyment is George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, It's Maxwell House. The coffee that gives you so much more for so little more, that is bought and enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in the world. Yes, Maxwell House. Expertly blended and radiant roasted for rich, mellow, extra flavor. Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Well, last Thursday, Gracie had a brainstorm. She read that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer planned to make a picture version of that best-selling book, The Hucksters. And since the book is all about radio, Gracie reasoned that George would be a natural for the lead. However, as George pointed out last Thursday...
Honey, Clark Gable is set for the picture.
Oh, but that's ridiculous when they can get you. Why, you can out-Gable Gable with one ear tied behind you.
Well, Gable is the lead, and that's that.
Oh, he won't be the lead when I'm through. Goodbye.
Where are you going?
Well, I'm going to MGM and tell them to get the lead out.
Gracie, relax. Why are you so set on me doing the picture?
Well, because The Hucksters is a story of the radio business, and you practically started radio.
Oh, honey.
It's natural casting. If they were making a picture about the automobile business, they'd get a fellow who started that. Glenn Ford.
Oh, yes, Henry's father.
Yeah. If they were making a picture about the washing machine business, they'd get William Bendix.
Gracie.
If they made a picture about the perfume business, they'd get a man who invented cologne.
And that would be?
Jerry Colonna.
Yeah. Well, I didn't invent radio, so just forget the whole thing.
But Gracie didn't forget it. Friday, she brought the subject up again. This time, she tried flattery.
You know, George, you look remarkably like Clark Gable.
Gracie, be sensible. Gable stands 6'4".
How tall are you?
5'6".
You gonna quibble over a fraction of a foot?
Forget it.
And besides, what if he is a little taller? You're built exactly like him.
I am?
Exactly. You have 2 feet, 2 legs.
Gracie.
2 arms.
Gracie.
2 eyes.
That's enough.
2 heads.
What?
I mean, 1 head.
Look, I've had enough. I don't want to hear any more about this.
Oh, I know what's stopping you from doing the Hucksters. You're afraid Clark will feel bad if you take his job.
Oh, sure. That's it.
Well, while you're making the picture, let him do our radio show.
Clark Gable would be scared to death in front of a microphone. He'd probably have to stand with his arm around you to hold himself up. That would be pretty tough on you.
You're cute.
Well, let's forget it. Now, let's not bring the subject up again.
However, on Saturday, Gracie managed to bring it up again. Oh, not directly. This time, she led into it ever so subtly.
Chilly this morning, isn't it, George?
Yeah.
Speaking of the Hucksters, why don't you do that?
I told you to forget that.
Why, darling, if you'd only decide whether you want to make the picture or not and stop beating around the bush.
I did. The answer is no. N-O, no. 9. Nix. Nothing doing. And that's final.
Can't decide, huh?
Can't make a decision.
Well, Gracie realized that George had reached the limit of his patience, so for the last 5 days there's been no mention of Clark Gable. But Gracie's still scheming. We find her now discussing her scheme with a famous movie star, a star who, though young, has flashed to instant success due to his exceptional looks and talent. The movie star speaks. What's your scheme, Gracie?
Well, Bill, I've called a special meeting of my club, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to convince George that he can replace Gable.
Oh, I bet you had to slip the old babes plenty to do that.
Bill, the Beverly Hills Uplift Society is a cultural group of intellectual ladies interested only in the artistic development of the cinema. And I did not, as you so vulgarly put it, have to slip the old babes plenty.
Oh,
4 bits apiece, and they jumped at it.
I see.
The girls will arrive one by one in Clatter, George. But you can start things rolling right now.
How?
Well, as you're leaving, you tell George that
Well, I'll be running along now, George. Thanks a lot for the cup of coffee.
That's okay, Bill.
Hey, you know what my girl said about you last night?
What?
She said you were the handsomest little devil she'd ever seen.
Oh, go on.
Honest. And you know what else she said?
Bill, stop.
Well, she said that, too. But first she said that you reminded her of Clark Gable.
That's silly.
Yeah, isn't it, though? Well, I guess women look at things differently than we do. Well, so long, George.
Me look like Gable. Always kidding. Still, Bill never goes out of his way to flatter me. It's ridiculous. Gable is 10 inches taller than I am. Come in.
Hello, it's, oh, pardon me. I have the wrong house, Mr. Gable.
Gable? No, it's me, Mrs. Morton. George Burns.
Bless my soul, it is. The way the light struck you there in the doorway, I could have sworn you were Clark Gable.
No, it's me.
Is Gracie home?
Yeah, I think she's upstairs. Go in the den and sit down.
Thank you. What a remarkable resemblance. I simply can't believe my eyes.
The way the light struck me in the doorway. I wonder where I was standing. But this is silly. Gable is 6 inches taller than I am. Come in.
Well, here I... Oh, I'm sorry. I must be on the wrong street.
Who are you looking for, Mrs. Bagley?
Why, you know my name.
Good.
Imagine Clark Gable knowing my name. Oh, wait till I tell the girls. Goodbye, Mr. Gable.
Wait a minute. Look again. It's me, George Burns.
Well, burn my sugar stamp and call me a sourpuss. It is George Burns.
Yeah, it's the way the light strikes me here in the doorway. You want to see Gracie?
Oh, yes. We girls are going shopping.
Well, make yourself at home in the den. Gracie will be down pretty soon.
Oh, all right. My, that man is a spitting image of Clark Gable. I just can't get over the resemblance.
Imagine the light here in the doorway making me look like Gable. It's amazing. Why, he's at least 3 inches taller than I am. Come in.
Am I late for... Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought the Burnses lived here.
They do.
Well, don't tell me you rent a room from them, Mr. Gable.
Mrs. Gray.
This housing shortage is terrible. Imagine a big movie star like you.
Mrs. Craig. I'm not Clark Gable. I'm George Burns.
No.
Yeah, it's a natural mistake. We are about the same height.
Why, I can't believe it. It's just too much for a body.
Even yours?
Where's Gracie? I must tell her about this.
You can wait for her in the den. But don't bother to tell her. She'll see it for herself.
She certainly will. Why, I never saw anything amazing in my life. They're alike as 2 peas in a pod.
How can everyone take me for Gable? Why, he's at least an inch or two shorter than I am.
I wonder how many people will recognize that tune you're playing.
Oh, it may not be familiar to the kids, Bill, but I remember it. It's called I Want to Go Back to Michigan, Down on the Farm. And when Irving Berlin wrote the song back in 1914, folks were humming it from Houston to Hackensack.
Well, Michigan's seen many changes since those days, Meredith. A city called Detroit got to be auto capital of the whole world. And towns like Pontiac, Flint, and River Rouge became as familiar to this nation as the prize-winning fruit crops that made the Michigan farmlands famous. Yes, Michigan sure is a mighty impressive part of the American scene. Which brings to mind how Maxwell House coffee is a very real part of the American scene, too. Here in America, we love coffee. It's long been our favorite drink. And it's a fact that more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House coffee than any other brand in America at any price. Northeast, south, and west, it's Maxwell House wherever you go. Explaining this popularity story, of course, is flavor. The mellow, full-bodied Maxwell House flavor that results from the masterful blending of these choice Latin American coffees. Manizales for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other fine coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. Adding up to great coffee at its flavor peak. So why not enjoy the very finest in coffee drinking pleasure? You can for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than you'd pay for the cheapest coffee sold. Just say Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, girls, did you carry out my instructions?
Yes, Gracie, we told your husband that he looks just like Clark Gable.
Now, Gracie, you tell George he looks like Gable, and it's all set.
Oh, no, I'm using psychology. I'll tell him that he doesn't look like Gable.
I don't get it.
Well, last week I told him he should make the picture, and he wouldn't. Now I'll tell him he shouldn't make it, and he'll break his neck to do it. Husbands are stubborn little rascals.
Maybe you've got something there.
Oh, sure. You've got to let a man think everything is his own idea, like when you marry one. The girl sends her folks to the movies, drags the man to the sofa, turns down the lights, asks him if he's ever thought of marriage, says, oh, this is so sudden, goes down and picks out the ring, leads him to the altar, and when it's all over, the man says, boy, look what I did.
Gracie, you're right.
My plan will work if you girls will do a good advance job.
Oh, don't worry, we did. George thinks the light in the doorway makes him look like Gable.
Good, here goes. Oh, George, where are you?
Over here, Gracie.
Why, George, you've moved your easy chair into the doorway.
I like the light here.
Really?
Makes me look like somebody.
Who?
Can't you tell? Famous fella. His name begins with a G.
G? General Grant?
No. I'll give you a hint. They used to build something on the outside of a house. Something I look like.
A stoop?
No.
A bay window?
No, think. The House of the Seven?
Oh, I know, dwarf.
It's Gable, dear. Clark Gable. I think maybe I can replace him in that picture.
Picture? What picture?
I'm talking about the idea you had last week.
Idea? What idea?
You said that I should replace Clark Gable in the Hucksters.
I said that?
Yeah.
You replaced Gable? You?
Well, what's so funny? You said I'd be much better than Gable.
Oh, George, I must have been delirious. That's the silliest thing I've ever said.
Now, look here.
Wait till Mama hears this. She thinks the silliest thing I ever said was I do.
What's so silly about it? Why couldn't I replace Gable?
Well, aren't you a little short?
Last week you said I was plenty tall.
Oh, I must have been dreaming.
Oh, fine. So all last week you pulled my leg.
Well, it didn't help. You're still too short.
Oh, yeah? Well, it so happens that plenty of women think I look like Gable. I may do this picture just to show you.
Really?
Yeah. Just because Gable is a little taller doesn't mean he's better. In the end, I may be bigger than he is. Go back in the den.
Yes, dear. Girls, our plan is working like a charm. He went for it hook, line, and sinker.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Oh, I hope you didn't discourage him too much, Gracie.
Oh, don't worry. Another club member will be along in a minute and tell him he looks like Clark Gable all over again.
Another club member? Who?
Meredith Wilson.
Oh. That's right. We did take him into the club.
Well, sure, we made him an honorary woman.
But can't we trust him to flatter George?
Well, of course. As president of the Uplifters, I ordered him to do it. And in this organization, people do what the president says. This isn't Congress, you know. There's the doorbell. It must be Meredith. Well, let's just settle down and wait.
Come in. Oh, hello, Meredith.
Why, what are you doing here, Clark Gable?
Meredith?
Have you purchased this home, Clark Gable? Or are you just visiting here, Clark Gable?
Meredith, I'm not Clark Gable. I'm George Burns.
Good heavens, can this be true?
Sure, it's true. I don't really look like Gable. It's just the way the light strikes me.
Well, you certainly look like Gable to us girls.
Us girls?
Yes, the Uplifters. I'm an honorary woman, you know.
Oh, the Uplifters. Come to think of it, every woman who dropped in here today is a member of that silly club. And they all told me I looked like Gable.
Oh, we're very loyal. When Gracie gives an order, we obey.
Gracie ordered them to tell me I look like Gable?
That's right. Golly, if I'm not careful, I'll let the cat out of the bag.
It's already out.
Darn it, there's been a leak.
Yes, somebody told me. But there's no harm done, Meredith. You've convinced me that I look like Gable.
Well, good. I'm a loyal uplifter, and I wouldn't want it said that I sold out to the opposite sex.
You didn't.
Although, at the moment, I'm a little confused as to just which sex I'm opposite.
Well, go in and tell Gracie everything is fine.
Gee, I'm glad.
Well, Meredith, did you tell him he looked like Clark Gable?
Yes, Gracie, I accomplished my mission.
Oh, wonderful. By now, the little plum is ready to be plucked. I'll go out and admit that he was right and I was wrong. That he's just the man for the lead. George?
Yes?
George, I've been talking to the girls, and you were right. You should definitely have the lead in that picture.
Picture? What picture?
Well, you know, that idea you had a while ago.
Idea? What idea?
Well, you said that you should replace Clark Gable in the Hucksters.
I said that?
Yes.
Me replace Gable? Me?
Well, what's so funny about it? You said you'd be better than Gable.
Oh, Gracie, I must have been delirious. I'm too short to replace Gable.
George, would you try to pull my leg?
Who do you want to replace, Dietrich?
Now, I mean, are you joking about this?
Of course not. Anybody who thinks I could fill in for Gable is nuts.
Well, I think so.
There's your proof.
Then you won't replace Gable?
Me replace Gable?
Oh, stop cackling. I'm the one who's laid the egg.
You're not kidding, sister. This time, your little scheme didn't work.
Blue Skies, Meredith Wilson and his chiffon music.
has gone wrong. George caught on to our plan.
Oh, that's no.
I wonder if someone could have let the cat out of the bag.
Oh, surely not.
We didn't give it away.
We girls are too smart for that.
We certainly are.
Say, come to think of it, everything was fine before this honorary woman came along.
Who, me?
I'll bet anything this jerky flute player squealed on us.
I make a motion we torture the truth out of him.
I second the motion.
I make a motion we adjourn. Goodbye,
Now,
all.
come back here. Do you know how we torture any member who betrays our club?
How?
We cut off her fingernails so she can't scratch.
Well, that doesn't sound so bad.
Oh, no? Oh, wait till you take your girdle off.
Gracie, that won't work with him. He doesn't wear a girdle.
Oh, that's right. Too bad he isn't George.
Well, we've got to figure some way to torture him.
We certainly do.
Now, ladies, please, you're not acting like gentlemen.
Hiya, girls.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Mr. Goodwin.
Whoa, gee, girls, why so sad?
Oh, our plan fell through, Bill. Meredith here betrayed us.
What? Why, Meredith, you little worm, if you weren't a woman, I'd slug you.
We're trying to figure out some horrible torture for him.
Well, he deserves it. And I know just how to make him scream with agony.
Oh, tell us.
Well, first you tie him hand and foot.
Yeah.
And then you take some boiling water.
Uh-huh.
Then you make a cup of Maxwell House coffee and you don't give him any. Boy, that's really torture because Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold.
Oh, Bill, we need a torture even worse than that.
Worse than that?
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got it. Oh, this is really a fiendish torture. You get Betty Grable and Lana Turner over here. You put Grable in a bathing suit and Turner in a sweater.
Oh, yes.
And then you tie Meredith hand and foot.
Yeah.
Then you make another cup of Maxwell House coffee and don't give him any. Now he's screaming. You see, Meredith knows that the careful selection and blending of choice Latin American coffees plus radiant roasting give Maxwell House that famous flavor. In fact, it's so wonderful that it's bought by more people than any other brand of coffee at any price. Everybody knows Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
But, Bill, what are Betty Grable and Lana Turner for?
Well, they're for me. I'm not being tortured.
What now? More tricks?
No, I'm through with trickery. I have to admit defeat.
Good.
I'm sorry I used such drastic measures, George, but I honestly felt that you were the perfect lead for the Huxtons because of your radio background. Why, you were the first big star on the air.
No, Rudy Valley came first.
Only by a nose.
Yes.
You were the real pioneer. When radio started in New York, George Burns was there. When it moved west to Chicago, George Burns was there. And when it came to Hollywood, George Burns was there.
That's right.
And Kilroy thinks he gets around.
But, Gracie...
Why, you were in radio when the street singer didn't have a street to sing in.
Gracie...
I'll bet you taught Jessica how to drag a net.
Gracie, I realize that I've got the radio background all right, but I still couldn't replace Gable.
Oh, I guess you're right, George. I made a fool of myself. And the girls think so, too. They're in there right now voting me out of the club.
Really?
No, I don't blame them. I've got it coming. My love for you blinded me, and
We're leaving, Gracie.
Yes, and we voted you out of the club.
You are no longer an uplifter.
That's right. In the opinion of us girls...
Oh, shut up.
Well, you were right to kick me out of the club, girls. I deserve it.
You certainly do. Imagine saying George Burns could replace Clark Gable. Why, he couldn't fill Gable's shoes with a sand bucket and shovel.
Blanche, you're right.
The very idea. Getting us to say this little shrimp looks like Clark Gable. Ha! He looks like Karloff with Sinatra's muscles.
I know, Clara. I lost my head.
Replace Gable in a picture. He couldn't replace Lassie in a kennel.
that now, Margaret?
He'll never be a movie star if he lives to be 100, which gives him about 3 more days to try.
Now, just a minute. I'm not so...
Oh, shut up.
Well, goodbye, girls. I'm sorry I disgraced us all.
Goodbye.
Hey, they didn't have to get so tough about it. Idea of kicking you out of the club just because you think I'm as good as Gable. Well, they can't do that to my wife. I'll show them. You stop crying, honey. I'm going right over to the studio and tell them I want the lead in the Hucksters. That's what I'm going to do. Wait here while I get my hat and coat. I'll teach those old crows to make my wife cry. I'll get the lead if it's the last thing I do.
You, girls. Yes, Gracie? He fell for it hook, line, and sinker.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, yours truly, Bill Goodwin. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, I've changed my mind. Even though the girls did kick you out of the club, I can't go through with this.
You mean that trick didn't work either?
Oh, so that was just another trick.
Yes, dear.
You girls must think that husbands are simpletons. That husbands are goofs that can be led around by the nose. That they have no intelligence. Well, say something.
Well, there's nothing left to say. You covered it.
Good night.
And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations. Get Bird's Eye. Get Bird's Eye spinach. Dewy, fresh, and delicious as spinach you pick in your own garden. No work. It's whistle clean, all washed and trimmed for you. And it's thrifty, too, because there's no waste. 1 box serves 4 people. So get tender, luscious Bird's Eye spinach tomorrow. But be sure it's Bird's Eye. Remember.
It can't be the same if it ain't got that name. Get Bird's Eye frosted food.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
There's a new excitement in small cars. AMC's new Spirit DL.
Let the Spirit move you. Let the Spirit move you.
Let the Spirit move you to beautiful style. Let the Spirit move you to a beautiful ride.
Let the Spirit move you. Let the Spirit move you.
Sporty looks, corduroy bucket seats, and a sleek instrument panel. American Motors has the Spirit.
Let the Spirit move you.
One key to getting clothes cleaner is getting them to the bottom of the washer as often as possible. Watch what happens when we put a sock in this Frigidaire washer. Watch what happens when we put it in the best-selling brand's Best Washer. It's not surprising that independent laboratory tests prove all Frigidaire jet cone washers clean better than their Best Washer. Frigidaire, engineered by General Motors.
What will you find in this beautiful case with a tortoiseshell look? It's for women only. Personal Touch by Schick, designed to shave us beautifully. The beautiful razor with a tortoiseshell look. Beautiful curved handle to shave awkward places where men don't shave. Twin blades to shave you beautifully close. Refills razor and matching case at a beautifully low price. Try Personal Touch with the tortoiseshell look, designed to shave us beautifully.
At Avco Financial Services, our people have a certain spirit.
Avco is me.
And here's what that means to you.
We're there to loan money, but our primary concern is to help the customer solve his problems.
The customer is what I care about more than anything.
I treat the customer as a personal friend of mine.
Well, my goodness, the customer is all important. Without the customer, you wouldn't have an Avco.
The customer is everything.
Avco Financial Services. Our people put you in the best company.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now, the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents... The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of One for the Senator. 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3. Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. You get all 3 in the Betty Crocker cereal tray. 10 separate packages of your 3 top favorite breakfast cereals, all in one handy carton. Each package holds just enough for 1 good serving. You open a fresh package every morning. Wheaties, Cheerios, or Kicks. Try it. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. State Senator Durham was the honored guest at the dinner that would open the city's biggest charity campaign. The anteroom of the Ritz Hotel was crowded before the dinner began. A number of leading citizens and many businessmen and women were among those present, as well as newspaper men and women and photographers. Britt Reed of the Daily Sentinel was there as a guest. His powerful newspaper was represented also by a number of reporters. Michael Axford and Lenore Case were among those present.
Someday, Michael, I hope to cover an affair like this officially.
Officially? What do you mean, Casey?
I mean on a press card.
By golly, that would be something. I don't see why Reed never sends me out to cover special doings like this.
Michael, there's Senator Durham.
Where?
Over there, the man with the white hair. Oh, golly, I wonder if I could get a statement from him.
You mean for the Sentinel?
Yes.
But Casey, we're not here as reporters.
Nevertheless, if I could get a statement, I bet the Sentinel would publish Senator Durham's opinion on the bill to legalize dog racing.
Dog racing? I'm against it. By golly, I'm against anything that leads to gambling.
Come on, Michael. We've got to get to the center.
Well, hang on to me coattails, youngster. Shoulder pad. Oh, pardon me, please. Oh, excuse me, ma'am. Let me through here, please. Begging your pardon, madam.
Well, sir, don't thank me for coming here. Let me to thank you for the chance to appear at the gathering in behalf of so worthy a purpose.
Senator Durham.
Yes. Good evening, Miss...
Case. Lenore Case of the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, the Daily Sentinel, huh?
May I have a statement?
Statement?
Yes. What do you think about the Whippet bill to legalize dog racing in the state?
Dog racing? My dear young lady, I'm definitely opposed to anything that is promoted by gamblers. Skillman is behind the Whippet bill, and Skillman is one of the most notorious gamblers in the state. With him involved, dog racing will become a racket.
Well, I gather, then, that you're emphatically opposed to the Whippet bill.
I'm opposed to the Whippet bill and also opposed to Skillman. There was a time when he practically ran the state before the gambling places were closed down.
May I quote you on that?
You may quote me on that, and on what I'm about to say. I shall vote against the Whippet bill and do all in my power to persuade my colleagues to do likewise. I hope to see the bill overwhelmingly defeated in spite of the Skillman lobby.
Well, those are pretty strong words, Senator Durham.
I mean every one of them.
Senator Durham, Mr. Skillman is betting that the bill will pass at the next meeting. Have you any comment on that?
Well, young lady, if I were a betting man, I'd cover every bet Skillman could make.
Oh, Senator Durham. Oh, there
here you are, Senator.
Mrs. Berkson, delighted to see you.
Oh, Senator, it was so good of you to come to our meeting tonight. One of the photographers wants a picture of you, handing your contribution to me. The first contribution of the campaign, you know.
Delighted. I have the check right here in my pocket all ready for you.
Now, stand just a little to one side, will you, Mrs. Berkson?
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, you, move back. We don't want you in this picture, just the senator and Mrs. Berkson.
It's you he's talking to, Michael.
He needn't throw his weight around like that.
And now, how's this?
Oh, that's fine. Now, Senator, if you'll just hold out the check.
Like this?
That's it. There, gotcha. Thanks.
Well, Senator,
I wonder what paper he's from.
Well, just a minute. Hey, buddy.
Me?
Yeah. What paper are you from?
Who's asking?
Well, you needn't be that way.
Excuse me, Junior. I've got my pictures. I got to get out fast. I'll see you in the funny.
My Golly, that little worm. Who does he think he is? Did you hear him, Casey?
Yes, Junior. I heard him.
I'd like to know what paper he's with, by golly. That I would.
Michael Axford's blue eyes would have gone wide with wonderment if he had known that the insolent photographer had been sent to take a picture of the senator by none other than the notorious gambler, Jake Skillman.
Hey, Skillman, you in there?
Come in, Regal. Did you get the picture?
I got it. I stopped by my place long enough to make a quick print. It's a Lulu, Skillman. Here, take a look.
Mm-hmm.
There's the big boy handing out a check, just like you wanted.
This woman, these people in the background.
Now, don't worry about them. I can black out everything in the picture except the senator himself. Now, all I need's a shot of the boys in the back room.
They're all there, and so's a roulette wheel.
Good.
Now, you know the kind of a picture I want, don't you? I want it to appear as if Senator Durham is in a gambling place with a number of men with criminal records. He's to be receiving a check from Limpy Ryan.
Limpy here?
In the back room.
I know what you want, and I'll see that you get it. Now, you just tell the boys in back to stand where I want them to. I'll take their picture and make a composite, so it'll look like Durham was with them.
That's all I want. When I show that picture to the senator, I'll have a meeting out of my hand. Follow me, Regal.
Sure. Hi, boys. Hey, stop the wheel a minute. Now, you boys do what Regal said. He's going to take a picture. And after that, I think I'll have jobs for all of you in my new enterprise. Dog racing.
Let's select Street. That first Senator Durham to oppose dog racing. Whip it, Bill doomed for failure. Read all about it. Set and elect Street. That
That's the stuff I like to publish. It's a first-rate story, Miss Case.
Well, I'm glad you like it, Mr. Reed.
I knew we could count on Senator Durham.
He didn't pull any punches.
He actually made these statements about Skillman and the gambling crowd.
He certainly did.
You have to be very careful in quoting a man like Senator Durham.
Well, the quotes are exactly as he made them, Mr. Reed. I was very careful about that. But, Senator Durham.
Good morning.
Oh, Senator Durham, this is a surprise. I'm delighted to see you.
Oh, you are.
I enjoyed meeting you last night. Dad's spoken so much about you.
I knew your father very well before he left the city. When he ran the Daily Sentinel, people weren't misquoted.
Misquoted?
That, young man, is what I said. Who's responsible for the page one story about me?
I wrote it, Senator Durham.
Well, Miss Case interviewed you last night. Don't you remember?
Oh, yes, I remember seeing you.
I think I've quoted you accurately.
Young lady, you've done nothing of the sort.
What?
Read. Your next edition must carry a correction about my views on the dog racing bill. These quotes are entirely untrue.
Untrue? Or is it untrue that you're opposed to the Whippet bill to legalize dog racing in the state?
I'm not sure I shall vote for the bill, but I'm virtually certain I won't oppose it.
Well, of all...
What made you change your mind?
I did not change my mind.
Well, last night you said you were opposed to the Whippet bill, to gambling, to racketeers, and particularly Skillman and his crowd.
What's your source of information?
I'm the source of information. You made that statement to me. Michael Axford will back it up.
Young lady, do you realize that it's the word of a reporter against that of a state senator?
But there were two of us. And probably several other people heard you make those statements.
I don't want to discuss the matter any further. Reed, I have a correction prepared. Here it is. It's worded in a way that would cause you as little embarrassment as possible. I trust you will run it as typed. Here you are.
Well, Senator Durham,
And please read. Do as I've asked.
Well, of all things. Well, Mr. Reed, this is preposterous. That
Take
man...
it easy, Miss Case.
Oh, he's impossible. Michael Axford will tell you that he made those statements.
I don't doubt it. According to this statement, he's done a complete reversal. You remember what he said just before he left?
Yes. He said, quote, "Please, Reed, do as I've asked," unquote.
That, Miss Case, was a plea.
Oh.
Something happened between last night's interview and this morning. I wonder if the Skillman crowd has gotten to the senator.
I'd like to find out.
Let's do it.
Well, how?
Senator Durham has bought a house here in the city, a place that used to belong to a friend of mine. I know it quite well. I think if you're talking to him alone, he might break down, and I'll be near enough to hear what he says.
Near enough?
I'll have to get in secretly, but I can manage that.
If you're seen sneaking into the senator's house, there's
I'll not be recognized as Britt Reed, I promise you that, Miss Case.
Oh.
You probably won't even see me, but I'll be on hand as the Green Hornet.
That evening, Britt Reed spoke to Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, about the surprising reversal of Senator Durham's position.
He was under a terrific strain, Cato. He was lying about those questions, and he knew it.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt.
Durham is proud of his record, and he's honest. A lot of pressure must have been put on him. Now, I want to find out what that pressure is and what can be done about it.
Well, how we do that, Mr. Britt?
This case is going to call on him tonight. We're going to be there to hear what's said.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. We'll continue our story in just a moment. If you like your breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest best, then just you get the Betty Crocker cereal tray. That's the swell new cereal assortment, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks, in 10 separate individual packages, all in one handy carton. Each of the 10 packages on the cereal tray is specially treated with an extra heavy coating of wax, a protection which helps seal out air and dampness, thus guarding flavor and freshness. That way, each cereal stays extra crisp and has an extra brisk edge of flavor. Another thing, each individual package holds just enough for one good-sized serving. That means your breakfast cereal remains sealed in its wax, crispness-protected package until the very moment you eat it. Each morning you open a fresh new package. Each morning you have the extra pleasure of breakfast cereal at its crispiest, freshest, most flavorful best. Enjoy this extra keen, crisp breakfast cereal flavor. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray with 10 separate packages of 3 top favorite cereals, Cheerios, Wheaties, and Kicks. They're extra good, extra crisp, extra fresh. Now to continue our story. That evening, Senator Durham seemed somewhat ill at ease as he escorted Lenore Case to his library and invited her to sit down.
Senator Durham, before Britt Reed took over the Sentinel, I was private secretary to his father.
Oh, yes. Dan Reed is a splendid man, a good friend.
He and his newspaper have always been loyal to you. That's why I came here tonight.
I don't understand this case.
You and I both know you were accurately quoted in the Sentinel. Mr. Reed made the change you asked for because we're on your side.
Yes, I know. Miss Case, perhaps I owe you an apology for saying you misquoted me.
An explanation will be more satisfactory than an apology. You had a reason for your change of position on the dog racing bill. A great deal of pressure must have been brought to bear on you. What did Skillman do?
Miss Case.
Oh, you needn't be afraid you'll be quoted again. This is strictly off the record. And I want the truth.
Did Britt Reed send you here?
I wanted to talk to you for a number of reasons. The Sentinel can stay on your side, or it can oppose you.
Uh-huh. Yes, the Sentinel could become serious opposition. I do owe you an explanation, Miss Case. Yes, I do. By thunder, I'm going to give it to you. Off the record.
Yes.
I'm going to show you a picture that was brought to me last night by Skillman himself.
Oh, that racket.
It's right here. I think you'll recognize some of the people. You'll be surprised at what you see, in view of the fact that I have always been strongly opposed to gambling.
Wait, this is a roulette wheel.
Yes.
And you're...
It appears as though I'm accepting a check from Limpy Ryan, a man with a criminal record as long as your arm. I'm smiling as if I'm enjoying the entire proceeding. Others in that picture include hoodlums and gamblers.
This looks like the... It is. This is the same picture that was taken of you at the Ritz last evening.
It's the same picture, Miss Case. It's trick photography. It's a composite picture.
Of course it is.
And yet, you know what the publication of that picture would do to me.
Yes. The opposition paper would publish it.
And in spite of all the explanations I might make, there'd be some who'd think I gambled and had private associations with hoodlums and ex-convicts, despite my public statements against them. I'd be labeled a hypocrite, of course, and worse.
Gilman threatened to release a copy of this picture if you opposed the Whippet bill. Is that it?
Worse than that. He'll not only release it, he'll release a story that a dog racing syndicate refused to pay me for my support. That I'm opposed because I couldn't collect.
Do you know who did this photography?
A picture of me was made last night.
Yes, I know,
And I assumed that the photographer was from the paper. I didn't suspect that he was working for Skillman.
You're talking too much.
Masked!
That masked it. The Green Hornet.
Hold it, Senator.
How did you get in here?
Rear window. Sit still. You too.
Yes, of course.
Are you working for Skillman?
And Tinhorn? No, he wouldn't admit it, but he's working for me. He's my bird dog. He flushes the game for me. Game like you. I'll take the picture.
No, What are you going to do?
Collect. I'll play the Skillman game, but on a larger scale. You can't buy me off with a vote in the Senate. It'll take cash, and you'd better have it.
Where you...
Save it. I'll be here tomorrow night at 9 o'clock. You'd better have $5,000 ready.
5,000?
That's what I said. And don't try any tricks. As for you...
Me?
You've been around long enough to know a lot about the Green Hornet. You might tell the senator how a few people tried to double-cross me and what happened to him. And don't talk to anyone else if you value your neck. See you tomorrow, Senator. Tomorrow evening at 9 o'clock.
That Hornet. I'll call the police.
I'll get headquarters for you, Senator Durham. You can tell the police everything. Tell them about the Hornet and the picture he stole and about Skillman's...
No, wait, Miss Case. Hang up that phone. Hang it up.
Oh, but Senator...
I can't call the police. If I do, Skillman will carry out his threat. What can I do? I'm caught between two fires.
I tried to react naturally, Mr. Reed. There wasn't anything else I could do. I didn't know what you had in mind when you took the picture and threatened the senator.
Lenore, the senator heard the Hornet threaten you. He thinks you're in danger because you were in his home. Now, he'll listen to a suggestion from you.
A suggestion?
Yes.
Do you think he'll follow it?
I'm sure he will. Tell him to put himself in Skillman's hands.
What?
Tell Skillman everything that happened. What the Hornet said and how the Hornet stole that copy of the photograph.
But if Skillman knows the Hornet is to return to the senator's place tomorrow night, well, Skillman will have his gang on hand.
That's right.
He'll get the Green Hornet.
Wait till you hear the rest of the plan. Now, listen carefully because I'm going to talk fast. I want to get to Police Commissioner Higgins' home before the commissioner goes to bed. That's the program, Commissioner Higgins. How do you like it?
Britt, you're sticking your neck out.
Well, perhaps. A little.
A long way. Skillman's pals are tough. They shoot fast.
Maybe not too fast.
It's dangerous, Britt.
Then you suggest that we forget the whole thing.
Huh?
Throw my plan out the window. Let Skillman blackmail the senator. Let the senator sell his vote and his influence so a gang of racketeers can run rampant in the state. Shall we do that so I won't run the risk of stubbing my toe?
All right, Britt. You win. I'm with you.
Lenore Case called on Senator Durham the next day and outlined a plan that deepened the lines of worry in the statesman's face. He winced at the idea of calling on Skillman for help. But as Lenore continued talking, he realized that the plan was the only logical solution and called Jake Skillman. The gambler welcomed the chance to get the Green Hornet and brought several of his associates to the senator's home well in advance of 9 o'clock.
We shouldn't have much longer to wait.
Relax, Senator. You're getting more worried all the time.
Of course I am.
We'll handle the Green Hornet. Been waiting a long time to get a chance like this, haven't we, Limpy?
You said it, boss. But if you don't get him, if he gets away and spreads the news that you men were in my...
He won't get away.
If he gets in by surprise, as he did last night...
He won't. If he tries to unlock the back door, he'll find Deke waiting in the kitchen.
And Trigger Vance is watching the side door.
If he comes to the front door, Limpy and I'll take care of him. Call me a bird dog, huh? A tin horn. Well, I'll show him where to head in.
What's that?
The front door.
Come on, Senator. We'll go with you.
No gunplay, please. If there's shooting, the whole neighborhood will be roused, and the police will come.
Don't worry. We'll handle the Hornet without gunplay. Open the door. Get back, Limpy.
Expecting me, Senator?
Yes.
I don't like to stand here on your porch wearing a mask. I'll step inside. Now then, Senator.
Get him up.
What? We got you covered, Hornet.
Skillman himself.
Yeah, the guy you called your bird dog.
Put the gun down, Skillman. You're not foolish enough to fire at 38 in a neighborhood like this.
Just don't count on that.
Make him take off that mask.
Why don't you come close and try taking it off and see what happens?
So you thought you'd cut yourself a piece of my deal, huh? Thought you'd swipe a copy of the photograph I have of the senator and use it for blackmail.
Copy? I have more than the print, Skillman. I have the negatives.
The negatives?
Yes, I got them from the file of the guy who took the pictures.
Oh, you did, huh?
The original picture showing the senator handing a check to Mrs. Berkson, and another picture of your hoodlums around a roulette wheel.
That's it. That's how he did it. He had two separate pictures. He had a composite. It looked as if I was being paid off by his men.
I don't suppose you brought the negatives with you.
Of course I didn't. They're in a safe place.
Yeah, safe place, all
I'm
right.
cutting in on your game, Skillman. You're blackmailing the senator to vote your way. I'm out for the cash.
You're bluffing, and I'm calling your bluff.
You are?
Yeah. You see, I know that you haven't got the negatives of those two photographs. After I got the prints I wanted, I personally burned the negatives. We'll take him, Limpy. Get his gun. Pull off his mask. Right. No, you don't. Look out. He's got a gun. I'll get him.
Drop it, Brian.
Hey, the law.
Oh, you got him, Chief. The cops. The cops. Shoot him, boss. Shoot him.
No, you don't.
No.
That'll hold you, Skillman.
Get that one. Get the Green Hornet. He's going that way. Chief. Let me get a shot at him. Get him.
During the confusion, and while Police Commissioner Higgins and a couple of policemen fought with Skillman and Limpy Ryan, the Green Hornet snatched open the front door, ran down the steps, and streaked to the Black Beauty, waiting with the motor idling and the door open at the curb.
Take it away, Cato.
All the double crosses I've ever had in my life, this is the worst. Durham, I'll get square with you if it's the last thing I do.
You're through, Skillman. With your record, you'll be in jail for a long time. Won't he, Commissioner?
He certainly will, and so will Ryan.
My arm's busted.
Well, that'll teach you to pull a gun on the law. I'm just sorry I didn't get a shot at that Green Hornet. Why, hang it all, Commissioner, I could have had him if you hadn't bumped into me.
Don't worry about the Green Hornet, Jim. We have Skillman and three of his associates.
So you got Vance and Deke, too, huh?
Certainly. We captured them as soon as you put them in place.
And I suppose you were hidden in the house all the time?
Yes.
The police arrived 2 hours ago, Skillman. They've been waiting to hear you and the Green Hornet have a showdown.
And we heard enough to prove you tried to blackmail the senator with trick photography. Now move along. We're taking you to headquarters. And that'll be the first lap of a trip that'll end behind bars.
Oh, Mr. Reed. Oh, thank goodness you're all right.
Oh, were you worried, Miss Case?
Of course I was worried. You were playing with dynamite tonight. Why, any one of those racketeers might have shot you before the police could move in.
Well, have things worked out?
I know they did. Oh, isn't it just wonderful?
You know?
Uh-huh. Senator Durham telephoned a few minutes ago to thank me for suggesting that he call Skillman to deal with the Green Hornet and have police planted in his home to deal with both. I've just finished typing the story for the next edition.
Oh, good work.
The senator said that I should give all of the details to you and that you'd handle the story of his position on the dog racing bill. He said whatever you did would be all right with him.
Good. Well, Miss Case, let's have the story.
Oh, as if you didn't already know it. Did you have any trouble getting away?
No. One of Commissioner Higgins' men had his gun ready to take a couple of shots at me, but the commissioner just happened to get in his way.
Oh, good for the commissioner.
Yes. I'm glad he's on our side.
That's Select Street, Fibber, Green Hornet agent, downfall of blackmailers, Senator Durham sets trap. Read all about it. Defeat a whippet bill assured. Set Select Street, Fibber.
Boys and girls, your eyes will really pop when you see the swell-looking Model City that comes with the Betty Crocker cereal tray. It has all kinds of buildings, houses, and stores that you cut out and build. There are many different style houses, one-story, two-story, old-fashioned, modern, brick, all kinds. Some houses even have separate garages and automobiles. All this on just one Betty Crocker cereal tray. Still other houses, stores, and equipment come on other cereal trays. The Model City is easy to build, too. There's no pasting or gluing needed, and many slots are pre-cut. Just ask your grocer for the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the handy cereal package with all three of your breakfast favorites, Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix. Get yours now. You've been listening to The Green Hornet, brought to you by the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the cereal assortment of individual packages of Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kix.
Wahoo! Boy, do I feel terrific.
He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, that energizing breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats, all ready to eat. Remember, Cheerios is a real bodybuilder. Cheerios really helps to build up strength and energy and endurance. And, that delicious, fresh toasted oat flavor. It's wonderful. Try it. For your better breakfast, always start with Cheerios. 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 Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This is a George W. Trendle production, directed by Charles D. Livingston and written by Fran Stryker. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Tomorrow night at the same time over most of these same stations, the Lone Ranger rides again in another thrill-packed adventure of the early West. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Wednesday on 8 is enough.
Who does Tom know named Joyce?
Abby thinks there's a new woman in Tom's life. Then, Farrah Fawcett Majors returns to Charlie's Angels. And meet Dan Tana, Private Eye.
How much do they want?
They want you. The premiere of Vegas. Wednesday.
Hello, I'm Gino, and we've just created a new pizza that you won't find in any pizzeria. Gino's Italian bread pizza. The crust makes it different. Light and crispy Italian bread, hearth-baked to a golden toast. You won't find Gino's Italian bread pizza in any pizzeria, only in your grocer's freezer. Try our new Gino's Italian bread pizza. It's the taste that the pizzerias just can't touch. Thank you.
Why are car shoppers everywhere deciding on Datsun?
The deal that I got today was great.
I got a good deal with a Datsun. A very good deal.
I walked in and asked for what I wanted, and in an hour I had it.
This is my third Datsun, and as an engineer, I find that it's a well-engineered product. The car's built good.
Before the new cars come out, and at the cost of inflation, now is definitely the best time to buy a car.
Year-end deals on Datsun quality. We are dealing.
Houston's Choice for News tonight at 10.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The masked rider of the plains was the greatest champion of law and order in the early western United States. But justice meant more to him than the letter of the law. There were times when he allowed himself to be considered a criminal in order that a real criminal might receive the punishment he deserved. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Someone's waiting in the trail ahead! Hail, Silver! Away! A young man stopped in front of a cell in the county jail at Kirkwood and turned to the jailer who had been his guide.
Thanks, Clem. I'd like to speak to this feller alone if you've got no objections.
Reckon not. You can have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Howdy, Snyder.
You came.
Sure, why not? I see they got you in my old cell.
I won't stay here.
No, I guess you won't.
Beginning to realize I'm not easily beaten, eh?
No, that weren't what I had in mind at all.
No?
When I agreed you wouldn't stay here, I meant after your trial they'd be taking you out to hang. Say, you ain't really figuring to go free, are you?
I am.
Just because you've denied that confession the Lone Ranger and Judge Thornton tricked you into making?
That's not evidence.
It won't help you none just the same. Especially after I took the stand and had my say.
Yes. That's why I sent for you.
Yeah?
You're not going to testify.
Huh?
You're taking that kid of yours and clearing out. You're the only witness they've got who can hang me. With you out of the way, the case will have to be dismissed.
Well, now, this is right interesting. So I'm to take Gene and pull stakes, huh?
Yes.
What for?
Money?
Snyder, that's a good one. I still look simple to you, do I?
You fool, can't you tell when I'm serious?
Oh, I reckon you're serious enough. Reckon I'd be, too, if I was in your boots. But I'd sure hate to have to say when you're telling the truth and when you ain't.
This time I am.
I ain't having any. You fooled me once into telling the law it was me killed Craig. You said you'd give me $20,000 and get the judge to hand down a suspended sentence.
Wait.
Shut up. I confessed to what happened. Thornton gave me life. And the bank book you gave me, showing how you'd put $20,000 in the Kansas bank for me, was forged. You never had no notion at all of keeping your bargain. I was just the goat. And if it hadn't been for the masked man, I'd still be where you are. No, Schneider. This time you're barking up the wrong tree. It's just a waste of time, us talking. So I'll say good day to you.
No, you won't, Brad.
I'm going.
Why, don't you care what happens to your daughter?
What's that?
There are men who still take my orders, Brad, even if I am behind bars. And I can still strike at my enemies.
You threaten Gene?
It doesn't have to be that way. I'd rather it wasn't. It's for you to choose. Accept my money, disappear, or...
Or what?
I'll let you imagine the alternative.
Why, you... Blast your hideout!
Save the effort, Wallace. You can't reach me.
If I could, I'd break your neck for you.
You're turning me down?
You think I'd ever do anything else?
You're behaving like an idiot.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you something.
Yes?
I'm just a no-account homesteader with a young'un to care for. And no cash to my name worth mentioning. You're one of the biggest fellas in this state. Leastways you was till you was jailed. For all I know, maybe you still are.
Take my word for it, Wallace. I'm still too big to be opposed by you.
But if you was 10 times as big and I was twice as small, I'd still tell you to go to blazes like I'm doing right now. Snyder, if it's up to me, you'll hang.
Wallace.
Well?
One of these days, you'd give anything in the world not to have said that. But then...
Then what?
Then it will be too late.
Brad repeated the conversation he had had with Snyder to Molly Craig, daughter of the Kirkwood lawyer whom Snyder had murdered.
You think he meant it, Molly? You think he can really do anything to hurt Gene sitting in jail there?
I don't know.
What could he do?
Brad, listen, I wouldn't want to frighten you without cause for anything.
You mean you
I told you that I helped Father in his work. Pa lived to get evidence against Snyder and died because he succeeded.
Yes, I know.
Snyder's wealthy. He had dozens of men working for him, men who'd stop at nothing. Most have left since he got in trouble, but there must be some who'll still take his orders while he can pay.
Then Jean is in danger.
Brad, if I said she wasn't, I'd be lying.
A skunk that'd harm a young'un like her ought to be lynched.
Lynching won't help if something happens to Jean first.
Well, what can I do?
Find the masked man.
Huh?
Tell him what you've told me, and if I've judged him correctly, he'll help you. He's on our side, Brad. I'd never hesitate to ask him.
Molly, that's the best scheme yet.
It's the only one.
Sure. But how in thunder will I find him?
Brad, that I don't know, but I do know this.
Yeah?
If I had a daughter who'd been threatened, I'd find the masked man if I had to stay in the saddle day and night.
Molly, will you ride and get Jean and bring her here?
Now?
Yes.
Of course, but couldn't
I ain't
you...
got the time. I'm hunting out the masked man, and I'm starting right now. Hi there, mister. You seen anything of a masked fella riding a white horse and traveling with a redskin?
Masked, you say?
Right.
Can't say that I have. What?
Sorry, mister. If you ain't seen him, I got to keep going. Get up there.
The masked fella I seen, young fella, was a month back, and then there was 3 of them. Held me up and took my cash.
No, then that wasn't him. Get up. Gosh, I've been looking for a week. Ain't nobody seen that fella?
I have not, senor.
Then I might just as well give up. Well, thanks anyhow, friend.
Si, senor, si.
Come on, boy. We're heading back for Kirkwood. Get up. Molly, he weren't to be found. Nobody's seen him. I made a full circle and asked everybody I met. Just like the ground opened up and swallowed him.
Brad,
Huh?
I...
Hey, what's the matter with you? Molly, is there something wrong?
We tried to find you, but we didn't know where to look.
Hey, something is wrong. Yeah, and why ain't Jean here to say hello? Molly, didn't you get her? She's sleeping?
Brad, please, try not to get excited.
Molly, what is it? Where's Jean?
She disappeared.
What?
Don't worry too much, Brad. She won't be harmed. I'm sure she won't. They promised.
Who promised? Molly, what's happened? I got
Please,
it.
I'm trying to tell you.
Talk.
It was 2 days ago.
What was?
When they came. It was just at supper. They came right in without knocking. They would have killed us if we'd tried to interfere.
Who were they?
I couldn't tell. They were masked. I think they were strangers.
And they took Jean?
Yes.
Snyder.
Please.
The rotten, crawling coyote. I'll get him if it's a Let go of me.
Brad, please, listen. You can't do anything. You can't. You mustn't. You'll only make things worse. Please.
Let me go, I tell you.
No, if you shoot Snyder, you'll be thrown in jail.
If you think I care what happens to me?
I'm not thinking of you. I'm thinking of Jean.
I don't...
If you're in jail, what will happen to her?
I don't... What am I to do, then?
Nothing.
Huh?
Just hide until after Snyder's trial. When it's over, if you haven't testified, Jean will be returned.
But if I don't testify, Snyder will go free.
Yes.
But he deserves hanging 1,000 times over.
Yes.
And you'd have me save him?
Not him, Brad. Jean.
It's one and the same.
I know.
Molly, I don't know what to do. I thought there was nothing in the world I wanted half so much as to see that polecat swing. But if Jean gets hurt by it...
Yes, that's just it. Whatever must be, Jean comes first.
Oh, kid.
Don't worry, Brad.
Molly, why couldn't I have found that masked man?
But at that same time, many miles distant,
Young fellow, you say?
Uh-huh, about 30. Had sandy hair, and he sure seemed mighty anxious to find you.
Brad Wallace.
That his name? I didn't know him.
He was looking for me. He's in trouble.
Trouble? What kind of trouble?
That's what I'll have to find out. Thanks, stranger. Maybe you've done Brad a bigger favor than you know. Come on, Silver, come on!
Responding to his master's command, the Lone Ranger's great stallion raced across country with the speed of the wind. Nor did his pace slacken when they approached the camp where Tonto waited.
Hurry, old fellow! Tonto! Into the saddle! Don't wait to break camp! Follow me! What matter? Brad's in trouble! Come on!
Get him up, Scout!
Get him up! We've a long way to go, Kemosabe! Ride! Come on, Silver!
Get him up, Scout! Get him up!
Hello, Silver! Away!
2 days later in Kirkwood, the courthouse was even more crowded than it had been on that earlier day when Brad Wallace was a prisoner. This time, however, Snyder was on trial. His fate depended on Brad's testimony. Seated at a table close to the judge's bench, he talked in low tones with his lawyer.
What are my chances, Booth?
You want the truth?
I'm not paying you to lie to me.
Then I'll be frank. In some ways, we're fortunate. As a prosecutor, Drake isn't very clever. I've run up against him before. And you're lucky Judge Condon's presiding instead of Thornton.
All right, let's have the rest of it.
For those two, if there were just that confession of yours against you, I'd promise to get you off. But this fellow Wallace...
Will convict me, huh?
Oh, I'm not saying it's as bad as that.
Booth, someday I'm going to find a lawyer who doesn't hedge. Come on, out with it. Can his testimony convict me, or can it?
Well, yes. Yes, I'm afraid it can.
Why couldn't you have said that in the first place? As if you can tell me this. If Wallace doesn't testify, if he can't be found, what will happen?
Snyder, do you think there's a possibility...
You're not asking me, I'm asking you.
Well, in a case like that, I'd move to have the indictment quashed.
Huh?
I'd ask Condon to dismiss the charge.
Oh. Well, would he?
That depends. If Wallace could be located, the trial would be just postponed. But if he couldn't be found...
Well?
I think it's safe to assume the case would be thrown out. Probably Drake himself would ask for a dismissal. Even he should have sense enough to see that without Wallace, he might as well give up. If he went on, he'd just be making a fool of himself.
That's all I wanted to know.
Snyder, if you're keeping something back...
Forget it.
Yes, but
Shut up. Something's going to happen.
The prosecution will call its first witness.
My first witness is Brad Wallace, Your Honor. Brad Wallace, take the stand. Brad Wallace, you here? Wallace!
The witness doesn't seem to be present.
But, Your Honor...
Your Honor, the prosecution has admitted that its case depends upon this fellow Wallace. Obviously, if Wallace can't be produced, the prosecution has no case. I move that the charges against my client be dismissed.
Your Honor, I protest.
Silence! Silence! Well, is this true or isn't it? Can you produce the witness?
He ought to be here, Your Honor. I don't know what's happened to him.
So I see.
But I'll find him if you'll just give me time.
I protest this man here.
Quiet! This court grants the prosecution's request. Recess is declared until this hour tomorrow. The prosecution has until then to produce the witness in question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One moment. I warn you, however, that no unnecessary delay will be tolerated. If the witness is not found,
Huh?
the case will be dismissed. That's all.
Well, it ain't fair. It takes legal judgment. But listen to me now.
Booth, you can cover all bets. I'm as good as free right now.
I will silver away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Molly Craig, who had been present at the courthouse, left hurriedly when court was recessed and hastened homeward. But when she opened the front door... Close the door, Molly.
You.
Yes?
First I thought you were someone else. Where have you been? Brad combed the country for you. He searched for a week and couldn't find a trace.
I know. A cowboy told me. I came as soon as I heard.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Molly, where's Brad?
Brad, I don't know.
You're not telling the truth.
But
I just came from the courthouse. I was watching outside. I saw you there. Molly, out of everyone in that room, you were the only person I saw, with one exception, who didn't seem surprised that Brad had disappeared.
No, you're mistaken.
The exception was Snyder.
I was surprised. I never dreamed
Don't. Can't you understand? I'm here to help Brad. Something's happened. He's in trouble. But I can't help you unless I'm told the truth.
I promised I'd tell no one.
Where Brad is?
Yes.
You gave your word. You must keep it. But there are things you can tell me. Is Brad hiding, or have Snyder's men got him?
He's hiding.
Why?
So he'll not have to testify.
I see. Brad disappears. The case against Snyder falls through. And Snyder goes free. I don't think Brad could have been bribed. Something else made him do this. What is it?
They have Jean.
What's that?
Can't you see? Brad had to hide. You mustn't blame him. There was nothing else he could do. If he didn't, he might never see Jean again.
That's why he wanted me.
Yes.
You thought I'd blame him for disappearing.
We knew you wanted Snyder hanged. You'd worked so hard to catch him.
Molly.
Yes.
If Brad had done anything else with his daughter's life in danger, then I would have blamed him.
Then you're still on our side?
Of course.
Oh, thank heaven.
But we haven't much time. Tell me everything you know. If this isn't cleared up when the trial begins tomorrow, we'll be too late. Several hours later, Molly reined in her horse, where a thicket of brambles concealed the entrance to a small canyon.
Whoa, boy, whoa there. Brad. It's me, Brad. Molly. Brad, where are you? Oh.
You alone?
Brad, quick.
Molly, what's up? Why'd you come here?
I've seen the masked man.
You have?
He'll help us.
You mean he'll find Jean for us?
He gave me his word.
Then I won't have to hide out no longer. I can go back to town.
If he finds Gene, I can testify against Snyder and see the polecat hung. Molly will...
Wait, Bed.
Huh?
You'll have to stay here a little while longer while I came here. The masked man asked me to.
I don't savvy. What's he got in mind?
I don't know. I know only that whatever it is, it must be something dangerous. I guessed that much when he made me promise we'd do exactly as they told us.
He'll be in danger?
Yes.
Molly, I feel like the most useless critter ever lived. The masked fella's already saved me from jail. It was him got the law after Snyder. Now he's going to save Gene. And whenever there's a risk, he runs it. I can't do nothing.
But you can.
What?
He wants you to be at the trial tomorrow.
But you said
no,
that...
not inside, but outside where you won't be seen. Where you won't be seen, but where you can hear everything that goes on. He wants you to hide yourself between the livery stable and the courthouse. The fence will give you cover.
How will I get there?
Wait until just after the trial starts. Everyone in town will be inside.
And then what?
When you hear Snyder tell where Jean's been hidden, go after her.
What?
Brad, don't ask me how or why or anything about it. You know as much as I do. Just promise you'll follow his orders.
If I didn't, I'd be the most ungrateful varmint that ever lived. Don't you worry, I won't miss.
The following morning...
Now, how do I look? That heap good disguise.
And don't forget Snyder's met me, Tonto.
But him not know you again.
We'll hope not.
You not worry.
If he suspects my identity for just one moment, my plan will fail.
Here, Silver. Maybe better you take Scout.
Silver won't give me away. He won't be seen. There's a place behind the courthouse where I can hide him. Here, and remember your instructions, Kimosabe. Enter the courthouse only if I'm in danger. Come on, Silver, come on! At noon that same day.
Court is now in session.
Your Honor.
Well?
Your Honor, the prosecution's got a request to make.
Yes?
Yesterday, you said we could have 24 hours to find Brad Wallace in. We ain't. We're still looking, and we'll locate him, sure. If you'll just give us some more time. 24 hours weren't enough.
How much time would be enough?
Well, that's hard to say.
This is ridiculous.
Does the counsel for the defense mean that this court is ridiculous?
No, Your Honor. I meant no such thing. I meant that the prosecution's request is ridiculous.
Oh, wait.
Quiet. Go on.
My client is both ready and willing to stand a fair trial. In fact, my client demands a trial that he may have the chance to clear himself of this preposterous charge of murder.
It ain't preposterous.
It is. You're making my client a scapegoat.
You're loco. You know what
That's
you're talking
enough.
about.
More of this undignified behavior, and I shall find you both in contempt of court.
I only meant that if
I
we
won't warn you again.
My apologies, Your Honor. I'm afraid I forgot myself. May I go on?
Proceed.
I wanted to say only this. My client desires a fair trial. He does not, however, wish to be made the victim of a shameless persecution.
Isn't that rather strong language?
What else can it be called when the prosecution, perfectly aware that it has no case, begs for one postponement after another, only in order to deny my client his freedom?
I take it, then, that you're asking for this case to be dismissed.
In accordance with the suggestion made by the court itself only yesterday, Your Honor.
What have you to say?
Your Honor, I don't want to postpone this trial any more than he says he does. But how in thunder can I prosecute the defendant when my chief witness ain't here?
I understand your predicament perfectly.
And you will give me more time?
Well, not so fast. I'm here to arbitrate, not to take sides. As the counsel for the defense has suggested, it is not fair to his client to refuse him an early and swift trial.
But, Your Honor...
On the other hand, I would not care to handicap the prosecution by insisting upon a trial before it's ready. Therefore, I'll agree to another postponement on one condition.
Yes?
That you give me your word the witness will be produced within a reasonable time.
What do you call a reasonable time?
Well, we'll say within 3 days.
But I can't.
No?
We still ain't got no idea where to look for him. We might find him today, but maybe we wouldn't find him for another week. I couldn't tell you which.
You're certainly not asking this court to keep the defendant in jail indefinitely without a trial, are you?
Your Honor,
I see that you are. In that case, you leave me no choice. I shall
One
give...
moment.
Who are are you?
Friend of Brad Wallace.
What's your business here?
Justice.
You can't...
Brad Wallace is a witness who's disappeared. I'll tell you why he's not in court.
You can't tell me...
He's not in court because his daughter was kidnapped and her life threatened. If he testified against this fellow here... Snyder, get up.
Harry said he's malicious.
I'm here to get the truth out of him.
Arrest this man. Take this man into custody.
Stand back.
You're under arrest.
Oh! Keep back. These guns aren't empty yet. Rush me and I'll let you have it. Get him! Get him! Quiet, Snyder. My first shot will be for you.
I won't stand.
And that's for the rest of you. Keep quiet and keep your distance.
You'll go to jail for this.
When I'm captured.
As I promise you will be.
I'm not your prisoner yet. As a matter of fact, Snyder is my prisoner.
I've heard your voice before. Who are you?
I've answered that already. One of Brad's friends.
You can't make me
Snyder,
believe...
I'm not going to waste much time with you. You're not worth it and you're not fit to live. Tell where your men have taken Brad's daughter, or I promise I'll give you swift justice, even if the law won't.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I suppose you didn't threaten Brad if he testified.
I didn't.
I suppose you had nothing to do with Jean's capture.
No, I didn't.
I suppose Brad isn't hiding out right now because he fears if he doesn't, he'll never see his daughter again.
How would I know?
You won't answer, huh?
How can I?
Very well, we're leaving. Come along.
Hey, what are you doing?
Walk ahead of me.
No, I won't.
You prick the book law of the state, Snyder, but you can't prick gun law. Get going.
Help me, somebody. He's crazy. He'll kill me. Stop him.
Keep out of our way.
Let go of me.
Come on, you can't save yourself.
If you harm that man, it'll be murder.
You're forgetting your law, Judge.
What do you mean?
It's not murder unless you can find the victim.
But I tell you...
And you can take my word for it. Snyder won't be found. All right, outside with you.
No, you can't.
Hurry.
You can't. Save me, somebody. Help me, please.
That's enough of that.
No, please, let me go. Don't kill me, please.
Where's Jean?
I don't know.
Then tell her.
No, wait.
Change your mind? Well, hurry.
She's at the old Matthews place.
Hang back! No one touches this man. Order was restored to the courtroom, but not long after, another uproar broke out.
There comes Brad. That's his youngin' with him. Who are them fellas he's holding the gun on?
They must be Snyder's men. They ought to be lynched, too.
Grab him, fellas!
Come, fellas. Come on, keep going.
Don't shoot.
Stand out of the way, honey. Might have to drill these varmints.
Are you Brad Wallace?
Yes, sir, I am.
Who are these fellas with you?
The skunks that Snyder hired to kidnap Jean here.
Is that true?
Talk up, blast you.
You think we won't? We'll tell plenty. Sure, Snyder hired us.
Keep your fool mouth shut.
After you talked and told where we were hiding, to blazes with you. It's you that got us in this fix. Now you can take your medicine just like we'll have to. You testify that this defendant hired you to kidnap this girl and intimidate Wallace? If you mean will we testify against Snyder, you can lay your bottom dollar to it. Young lady,
Yes, sir.
you can testify to the fact that these are the men who seized you and held you prisoner?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you, Wallace, we had trouble finding you. You think you can be depended upon to take the stand?
Whenever I'm called.
Good. Now then, that fellow who threatened the defendant's life, bring him here.
Your Honor, he's disappeared.
What?
I guess I kind of took my eye off him when Brad showed up.
You
He
mean
made
to
his
say you
escape.
permitted the escape of a man who threatened murder?
Yes, but
Your Honor.
Well,
I'd advise you not to pay any attention to what he threatened. And I suggest you save yourself the trouble of looking for him. It'd be a waste of time.
What's that?
He was throwing a bluff, and he made it stick. That hombre never shot to kill in his whole life.
Well, he would have killed me. I know he would. You weren't here. You didn't see him.
I was outside, but I heard and seen them both.
But I tell
And if you had the sense to guess who he was, you'd never have talked.
What?
Snyder, for the second time, you run up again the Lone Ranger.
What happened?
have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
They're always bringing out dry dog foods they say are different. But Max here tells me that they're pretty much all the same. Dry, hard. Now, this one really is different. Kennel Ration Tender Chunks. Look, ordinary dry dog food's hard and crumbly. But Kennel Ration Tender Chunks is more like lean meat. Cuts like meat, chews like meat. Max loves it, and he always has the last word. Kennel Ration Tender Chunks. Tender, chewy dog food in a bag. Good idea.
Thanks for the rebate, Joe.
You're welcome. And now when you buy a Mr. Coffee, I'll send you a $5 rebate check, too, with my signature. Because I know you're going to love the delicious way Mr. Coffee brews. The Tuesday Bridge Club sure does.
Never knew coffee could taste so great. Or brew so fast.
Buy one of these Mr. Coffees now and get your $5 rebate from America's favorite coffee maker.
Hey, look at that. It's a chainsaw. Uh-oh, somebody must have left it. Probably taking a coffee break. It's a McCulloch Mac 110. Wow. It's got automatic oiling. That's slick. This here's the chain brake safety feature. Yeah? Stops the chain in milliseconds. That's fast. And it's specially priced at only $74.95. That is a good deal.
McCulloch, the lowest priced chainsaw with chain brake. Only $74.95.
That McCulloch's got just about everything. Yeah, but I bet it can't swim. Good point.
Save $15 now on the McCulloch Mac 110.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. Please meet me at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon in front of the Mercantile Building. You can do me a tremendous favor, perhaps change the whole course of my life. I shall be wearing a brown gabardine suit, and I'll be carrying a forest green suede hat.
I'll be carrying a forest green suede handbag. That was all. No name, no initials. Just the letter. Well, it didn't sound like much of an adventure. Brother, but how I could have used a crystal ball in good working order.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Look Pleasant, Please.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, doesn't look particularly thrilling, but I guess it's like the oldage.
Huh? The what?
The oldage. You know, when somebody says something smart that means something different from what it says, only it's the same thing.
Oh. On your next trip around the office, fix that one up, Susie.
What?
Never mind. Just save up for your adage. Okay?
Okay.
Hey, I can just make it to the Mercantile Building by 2 o'clock. So long, Susie. There were lots of people standing in front of the building, but only one girl in a brown gabardine suit, green hat, and handbag. I didn't walk up to her right away because, well, I wanted to take a good look. And what I saw was good. Maybe about 24, slender, lots and lots of brown hair that fell down from that cute hat in a nice sway. Her clothes spelled money with 2 capital M's. Well, I walked over to her. Good afternoon.
Oh.
I'm the man from Box 13.
Oh, thank you. Look, I know this sounds terribly foolish and silly, but I do want your help. Mr.
Holliday. Dan Holliday.
Oh, all right, Mr. Holliday. Do you have half an hour to spare?
Well, the afternoon's young, and I can wear it away to an old age. That answer your question?
Yes, it does. Do you photograph well, Mr. Holliday?
Huh? Well, my baby pictures always turned out pretty good. Of course, that was a little while ago, and
Look, I want you to have your photograph taken with me.
Oh, is that all?
Yes, that's all. Of course, I'll pay you for your time and trouble.
Oh, no. My time's my own, and what trouble I get into is usually my own fault.
All right, Mr. Holliday. There's a photographer in this building. He's ready for us.
Oh, by the way, what's your name?
Jones. Mary Jones.
Oh. You know, Miss Jones, a writer often spends hours thinking of the right name for the characters in his stories. But here you come along and without batting an eye, think up a very unusual one.
Do you have to know my real name?
Well, I'll live without it, but
Will you do it, Mr. Holliday?
All right, Miss Jones. Let's go look at the birdie. The photographer was ready, and it didn't take long for him to run off 3 shots. Miss Jones paid him, and the two of us went back downstairs. Out on the pavement, I turned to her, and I guess she read the look on my face.
Please don't ask me why, Mr. Holliday. Goodbye, and thanks very much.
Well, before I could move my feet, she was into a cab and gone. If this was it, I'd just chalked up the shortest adventure on record. Well, there's nothing to do but go home and mark it off to experience. Yeah, that's where it should have stopped. The next morning, I walked into my office as usual and... Hey, what is this, Susie?
You could have told me.
Told you what?
I quit. You didn't trust me.
Oh, Susie, will you stop?
Oh, and the phone's been ringing all morning. Everybody wants to know about it.
About what?
Just answer the phone and find out. You...
Careful, Susie, careful. Hello.
Good morning, lover boy.
Oh, Kling. Well, how's the police department? It's bright and early. It's not good to hear your voice.
I called for information.
Yeah, what kind? What about?
Well, shall I wear my organdy hat and crepe de chine badge?
What are you talking about? What is the matter with everyone?
Well, nothing, Angel Face. All's well with the world. And about 15 million bucks.
Everybody's crazy.
Yeah, everybody but you. Oh, nice going, Holiday, nice going. Am I invited, or don't you want cops? It might make the thing look bad, you know.
In 2 seconds, Kling, I'm going to hang up on you. What goes?
Don't you ever read the papers? Or don't you know what's going on in your life?
Now, listen, Oh, go arrest somebody. Now, look, Susie, what's this all about?
Look at the morning paper.
All right, I'm looking at... Holy mackerel.
She's awful pretty.
Be quiet, Susie. Prominent heiress announces engagement to Dan Holliday. Dan Holliday, that's me. That's my picture with her.
Sure it is.
I've been framed.
Oh, but you wouldn't frame a newspaper picture, would you?
Shh. Marcia Jameson, beautiful heiress to Jameson Lumber Fortune announces engagement.
You're just a demijohn.
Don Juan.
Oh, one of the two. But you could have told me.
I could have told myself. Susie, if that phone rings anymore, don't answer it until I get this thing cleared up. One way or another. Goodbye. I got Marcia Jameson's address from the society editor at the Star-Times, and a half hour later, I was ushered into the big library at the Jameson home. Sitting behind the desk was a youngish-looking man. He rose to meet me as I walked into the room.
Ah, Mr. Holliday. I'm very happy to know you.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same.
I beg your pardon?
Where's Miss Jameson?
I've asked her to come down.
Good.
I suppose I'd better introduce myself. I'm Roger Jameson, Marcia's uncle and guardian.
Well, she needs one.
I don't understand.
Well, that makes 2 of us. Suppose we pool our facts and get one good, twisted story out of them.
Mr. Holliday, you're acting very strangely. I must say that my niece's choice of a husband is, well, peculiar.
All right, I'm peculiar. At parties, I'm a standout, but I'd like to...
Dan, darling, how nice of you to come this morning.
What did you expect?
You, of course. You've met Uncle Roger?
Yes, Marcia, we've met.
Oh, I want you two to like each other.
Oh, fine. I love everybody in the world, but
Uncle Roger, could I speak to Dan alone, please?
Certainly, Marcia. You'll stay for lunch, Mr. Holliday?
No, thank you.
Oh, yes, he will, Uncle Roger.
Good. We'll have a long talk.
Now, Miss Jameson.
Why did you come here?
Maybe you haven't seen the morning paper.
Mr. Holliday, Dan, help me.
I did, and I've got engaged. Look, Miss Jameson,
Marcia.
I don't know you that well. We just became engaged this morning.
Dan, it's imperative that you act as my fiancé until after the 16th of this month.
Well, what happens then?
Oh, Dan, if you'll just do what I ask until the 16th. On that day, yes, come in.
Lunch is ready any time. You are staying, Mr. Holliday.
Yes, he'll stay, Uncle Roger.
One more lunch like that, and I'd have had indigestion for the rest of my life. Uncle Roger was very curious about me. He asked a lot of questions, which Marcia answered. Then, when I was ready to leave...
Of course, Mr. Holliday, this engagement came as a complete surprise to me. I had no idea you and Marcia even knew each other.
Well, I get around a lot, Mr. Jameson.
You'd better call me Roger, Dan.
Yes, there's nothing like being friendly.
Well, I'm sure Dan has a lot of things to do this afternoon, Uncle Roger. We'd better let him go.
Of course. We'll have plenty of time to talk about things, Dan. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Roger.
Oh, thank you, Dan. You were wonderful.
Superb, considering I didn't know where the ball was half the time.
Oh, we'll wait until the 16th, won't you?
It's 5 days from now. Meanwhile, what do I tell my friends? And where do I stack the wedding presents?
You can always say we broke up.
Uh-huh.
And I'll tell you something else, Dan.
Can there be anything else?
I almost wish the whole thing were true. Goodbye, Dan.
And with that, I was left standing on the elegant steps of the Jameson Castle. Well, I could have put the whole thing on the line and cleared up the situation. It'd have been easy. Just deny it. Tell the whole story. Or I could stay in the play and see what the score was. I walked down the stairs, then glanced back and looked up at a window and right into Uncle Roger's eyes. Before I could smile, he let the curtains fall back in place. Okay, that made up my mind. Curiosity killed a cat, they say. All right. Meow.
Well, Danny, welcome to the Star Times. And what brings you into the morgue?
Jonesy, I want to do some research.
So you came to the right place. Oh, congratulations.
Thanks.
That's a lot of dough you're marrying.
Yeah.
Kinda sudden, wasn't it? Known her a long time?
Jonesy, I feel as though it was just yesterday. Now, get me everything you've got on her.
Huh? You're gonna look up your own fiancée?
Yep.
What's the idea?
Kind of silly, isn't it?
Well, it's your business. I can put my fingers right on the stuff you want.
We got much?
All here. Matter of fact, I was reading about her this morning. When I heard you were marrying her, I did some work.
And?
Well, on the 16th of this month, she comes into about 15 million.
What?
Yeah. But she has to be married by then.
Oh. How come?
Her father's will says so. If she doesn't marry by the 16th of this month, this year, her 15 million goes to, Roger Jameson, uncle.
Oh-ho.
You didn't know?
I don't know a lot of things. What else have you got, Jonesy?
She had kind of bad luck before.
Yes, what kind?
Engaged twice before, and both her fiancés had accidents.
Bad?
Yeah.
Dead?
Well, if they weren't, they had an awful dirty trick played on them.
What?
They were buried.
And now, back to Look Pleasant, Please. Another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, there I was, all wide-eyed and innocent, engaged to marry a girl whose last two fiancés had lots of bad luck. For myself, I wasn't anxious to inherit any of that. But I had to find out a little more. So I went back to the Jameson place. The butler recognized me and let me in without announcing me. I walked down the hall and heard voices in the library. Ordinarily, keyhole listening would have been out, but, well, I heard my name. The door was open, so...
I tell you, Dan, we'll go through with it.
Oh, Dan, first name already, huh?
Oh, don't be silly, Charles. I've got to convince everyone he is my fiancé.
Well, what if he backs out before the 16th?
He won't.
What makes you so sure?
I know.
Huh?
Oh, don't be stupid, Charles.
I'm not stupid. I'm just careful.
Darling, you know better.
Well, All right, Marcia.
Now, you'd really better go, Charles. After all, you know...
As they say in Alice in Wonderland, curiouser and curiouser. I was wondering about it when Charles came toward the door. I backed away and ducked into another room.
Well, where is Dan now?
I don't know, Charles, but you'd better get back to the office or Uncle Roger will miss you.
All right, Dolly. Bye.
Oh, I'll tell you when and where we can meet again, sweetheart.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'm fussy about these things.
Oh, the devil.
The name's Holiday, Charlie. I'm engaged to Marcia.
How did you get in?
The front door. It works. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Charles, kissing another man's betrothed.
Well, now, look, Dan,
Oh, you go on, Charles. Dan, I want to explain something.
They could stand it.
Now, look, Holiday,
Go on, Charles.
Oh, very well. I'll see you.
Will you come into the library, Dan?
But I've got a book.
Please, I owe you an explanation.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Well, Charles is...
Charles is the man you love. That the line you're hunting for?
Yes,
All right, that's the first I'll leave out of the bottle. The rest should be easy.
but it isn't. You see, Dan, your life's in danger.
Yes, I gathered that from the things I read a while ago.
You read.
Yes, the newspaper files.
Oh, Dan, if you want to, you can back out.
Uh-huh, I know. But maybe I'm more than a little curious.
But you know about my two fiancés.
Extinct.
Uncle Roger killed them, or had them killed.
And Uncle Roger knows nothing about Charles?
No.
The aforementioned uncle thinks I'm fiancé number 3 in order of appearance. Uncle tries to put a block on me while Charles goes for a touchdown, right?
Oh, you make it sound so brutal, heartless.
Got any other words for it? You and Charles live happily ever after. I don't.
All right, you can do as you please. I was going to ask you to go through with it, but I can't.
So before I left, I promised Marcia I'd stick it out another day. Okay, I'm a sucker. But if Uncle Roger was going to toss a curve, I'd at least be waiting for it. But before I went any further, I called on Lieutenant Kling, told him what was up. He was very sympathetic.
Oh, what a story.
Ha, 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 ha. Strikes you funny, huh?
Yeah.
All I want to know is, was there anything that might have tied the uncle in with the deaths of Marcia's fiancés?
No.
You're sure?
Sure I am. When I read about your engagement, I remembered her name.
And?
Those deaths were accidents.
And the uncle?
Clean.
Look, Kling, maybe he's smart.
Yeah, could be. There are lots of smart people in the world.
Oh, but I'm not one of them. Is that it?
Look, Holiday, I warned you that someday your Box 13 routine would land you in a slippery spot. Okay, it's up to you to keep your footing.
Kling, just suppose I lead with my chin, and Uncle Roger takes a poke at it. Would that open up the other 2 cases?
Sure.
All right, maybe I'll do it.
Holiday.
What?
Look, take it easy.
Why, Lieutenant, you sound concerned for me.
I'd miss having to hold your hand every once in a while. Well, what are you going to do now?
Call on Uncle Roger and make like a sucker.
Well, Dan, sit down, won't you?
Thanks, Roger.
You know, it's going to be quite a treat seeing Marcia married.
Yes, after 2 unhappy beginnings before.
Oh, you know about those? Marcia told you, I suppose.
In a way, yes.
Mm-hmm. You wanted to see me about something, Dan?
Oh, just a social call. If you're busy, I can...
Oh, no, not at all. I was about to leave anyway.
You know, Roger, it's very strange.
Strange? What is?
You haven't asked me anything about myself.
I don't have to, Dan.
Meaning?
I've been very busy since this morning. You see, I have quite a bit of influence. Connection, so to speak.
And they told you what?
Who you are, where you live, what you do for a living. Dan, how much do you love Marcia?
I'm going to marry her.
You have quite a good income, so it's not the money you're after.
Obviously.
Dan, I'd give anything in the world to see Marcia happy. We practically grew up together. There's only 10 years difference in our ages. You see, my brother was 20 when I was born.
Oh, I see.
Marcia is my only living relative.
Oh. Then I understand your concern for her.
I'm glad you do. I want to show you something. Miss Claridge, bring in the Jameson estate papers, will you? Thank you.
What's that for?
Dan, You write mysteries, among other things. Consequently, I think you have a suspicious mind.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm Marcia's uncle, trustee of her fortune until she gets married, which must be by the 16th of this month. Now, surely in one of your stories you must have written about a guardian who misappropriates funds, embezzles.
No, I never have.
Well, it doesn't really matter. You see,
The estate papers, Mr. Jameson.
I thought I asked Miss Claridge to bring them in.
Oh, well, she was busy, and I was on my way past anyway.
All right, Charles. Thank you. Oh, Charles, this is Dan Holliday, Marcia's fiancé. Dan, this is Charles Crane.
How are you?
Fine. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Is that all, Mr. Jameson?
Yes, that's all. Thank you. All right. Here are the papers. I think you'll find every penny accounted for. Everything in order, Dan?
It looks like it.
We're going to get along, Dan. Get along beautifully.
I wonder for how long. If Uncle Roger was planning on making me number 3 on his hit parade, he was playing it smart. Oh, he was smooth. So smooth that I stayed at a hotel that night. If Uncle Roger knew where I lived, I might have visitors. And of course, I didn't sleep much. There was a lot of thinking to do. And it added up to something funny. The next day was Saturday, and it came in handy because Uncle Roger's office was closed. And I wanted to see something there. I called on Marcia and told her. Maybe she was a little surprised.
Why do you want to go through the files, Dan?
I've got a hunch, Marcia. Maybe Uncle Roger didn't show me the right papers.
For the estate?
Yeah, that's it. Have you got a key to the office?
I can get one, and one to the files.
Get them for me, will you? Say, where's Uncle Roger today?
Oh, on the yacht, anchored outside the harbor. You're to go there tomorrow night.
Why?
He's arranged an engagement party. Dan, if you don't want to go, if you want to back out now...
Nothing doing. I'm beginning to like this. All right, Marcia, give me the keys. Getting into the office was easy. I went to the files marked Jameson. Yeah, the papers were there all right. But not the set Uncle Roger had shown me. These were different. What little I knew about finance showed me some fancy juggling had been going on. I was checking them carefully when a neat round hole appeared in the file case alongside my head. I ducked behind the cases and peeked around just in time to see the outer door to the office close. Somebody with a silenced gun played clay pigeon with me. So Uncle Roger was on the yacht, was he? When I got back out on the street, a storm had kicked up. I took a cab back to my apartment and phoned Marcia. She didn't answer. The butler said she had gone and Uncle Roger was on the yacht. Late in the evening, I received a note from Marcia.
Dan, I'm terribly frightened. Uncle Roger insisted that I come to the yacht tonight. I'm writing this note from my cabin now. I know something dreadful will happen, so please, if you can, come at once. There are speedboats at the dock to take you out. But be careful, Dan. Be careful.
It could have been a trap, but I compared the writing on this note with her first letter to Box 13. Oh, it was hers, all right. Careful, neat, precise. Okay, if this was a showdown, might as well get it over with. When I got there, the yacht was pitching and rolling like a bad bronc with a burr under his saddle. That all-day storm hadn't let up a bit. Then I was on board, but nobody was in sight. There was one cabin with a light inside. I went to it, opened the door.
Holiday, what are you doing here?
Visiting?
I don't understand. Didn't Marcia tell you the party was tomorrow night?
I like to be early for appointments. Where is Marcia?
What's the matter with you? She's not here.
Oh, yes, she is.
Have you gone crazy?
Not yet. Sit down, Uncle Roger.
Oh, all right.
You know, Uncle Roger, I don't like being shot at.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where is Marcia?
Cut it out.
Yes? What were you going to say? Well, what's the matter?
Have you got a gun?
A gun? Yes, but...
Get it.
Are you
Get it fast.
It's not here. It's always in this desk drawer.
Is this what you're looking for, Uncle Roger?
Charles, what are you doing here?
And you might ask him what he's doing with your gun. It is yours, isn't it?
Well, it looks like it.
You don't think I'd kill you with my own gun, do you, Holiday?
Very neat, Charlie, very neat. But the crew...
Just 2 crewmen aboard. The rest won't be here until tomorrow. And that storm is convenient. Lots of noise. Something funny, Holiday?
Yeah. Yeah, you are. You think you're going to get by with this, don't you?
Is there anything to stop me?
What is this all about? If this is a prank...
Oh, no, Roger, not a joke. Definitely not. Charles and Marcia had it all planned very neatly. The accidents to her other fiancés gave these 2 beauties the idea. Charles fakes another set of papers to look as though you were embezzling, and...
What?
Yeah. They make it look as though you can't afford to have her married by the 16th, because if she doesn't marry, then the estate goes to you.
And you're killed with my gun.
That's it. And you're killed the same way. Charles muscles up this cabin to make it look as though there were a struggle, and...
All right, Holiday, second guessing.
Oh, no, Charlie, I'm not so dumb. You see, I called the police before I came aboard. You see, I guess...
You're a liar. You couldn't know.
Oh, but I could. Marcia's note gave it away.
Marcia's note?
Uh-huh. The note she was supposed to have written aboard this yacht. You see, her handwriting was neat, precise, careful. Charlie, ever try to write a neat hand on a pitching, rolling yacht? Can't be done. So I knew she wasn't aboard. And there was only one reason she'd want to get me here. To work this frame. And... Oh, hello, Lieutenant Kling.
Lieutenant...
Oh! Grab that gun.
Holiday, is he...
Yeah, Charlie's gone bye-bye for a little while.
Call the police in here, Dan. Where are they?
Are you kidding? Lieutenant Kling is probably saving his Betty by. Me, I gotta sit down. You see, Susie, they weren't satisfied with $15 million. They wanted Uncle Roger's money, too. Which they would have had if that frame had worked.
Uh-huh.
Hey, what are you doing? What do you got there?
A new camera. It's got a wonderful gadget on it that lets me get in the picture. All I do is press this button and... Oh, here, I'll show you. We'll both stand the light, see, like this. And then...
Oh, no. Not again. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Watch for him in his latest picture, Saigon. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with an original story by Russell Hughes, and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund McDonald. John Beale played Roger Jameson. Production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production from Hollywood.
Bubble Yum Bubblegum held a bubble blowing contest in Phoenix, Arizona, and you'd be surprised at some of the kids who showed up. One kid was a secretary. One youngster was a machinist. And there was even one little guy who was a cowboy. And you know what they loved about Bubble Yum?
It's soft to chew, and the flavor lasts a long, long, long time.
Bubble Yum Regular, Grape, and now refreshing new Spearmint. Because when's the last time you had fun chewing gum?
Up here, the cold is brutal, but what better place to tell you about Peak Antifreeze and Coolant? Peak is liquid armor against sub-zero cold, against rust, against corrosion. This winter, buy Peak protection, because nothing tops Peak. Nothing.
Welcome to our people-pleasing places.
You can
confirmed in Chicago and St. Louis. And you're going to love the ending.
People-pleasing faces.
Holiday Inn hotels are #1 in the world, with the best locations near where you want to be.
I can walk.
The most popular choice of locations.
Wherever you go in this whole big traveling world.
We want to make you comfortable.
Holiday Inn is #1 people pleaser.
Tuesday.
Our beach has gone new.
And the girls get in the swing of things.
Thank you very much.
And on Taxi, TV's newest hit, Tony gets a shot at the champ.
Not yet.
I hide, you seek. And a friendly bet becomes a game of death for Starsky and Hutch.
Tuesday. Some of the new cars tend to be choosy when it comes to fuel.
Unleaded, please. Unleaded. First time I ever run out. Diesel, follow that truck.
Hondas are different. All Honda engines operate without a catalytic converter, so you can use either regular or unleaded gas.
To the rock?
Yes.
Which one, ma'am?
You rush me, young man.
If you own a Honda, you can be the one who's choosy.
Honda, we make it simple.
Well, he's getting the most that life can give, and he gets it in hush puppies. Yeah, the man, he really knows how to live, and he does it in hush puppies. Now he's cool and he's happy day and night. The man is never uptight in hush puppies.
Comfortable hush puppies in special brushed pigskin that lets feet breathe. Yeah, breathe.
Now you can't be cool when your feet are uptight. Well, he's wearing hush puppies.
I don't know what it is, but there's something about a Big Mac that keeps me coming back.
You're the one you keep coming back. There's something about a Big Mac that keeps you coming back. Keeps you coming back. Coming back to that Big Mac.
I'd hypothesize that it is definitely the lettuce.
These are the 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce and cheese. All the pickles and onions on a bun. Could it be those sesame seeds?
One thing is the 2 all-beef patties.
That's 2 things, Bob.
You're the one you keep coming back. There's something about a Big Mac that keeps you coming back. Keeps you coming back. Coming back to that Big Mac. No matter where you're going, you keep on coming back to McDonald's store again for one more Big Mac at McDonald's.
There's nothing without the sesame seeds.
We do it all for you. Coming back to a Big Mac. We do it all for you. Coming back to a Big Mac.
I'm so depressed. I'm starting to wish I had never gone into acting. And I certainly wish I had never signed a contract for this film. First day of reshoot's not going too well? No, it's not. He's actually drilling down to the center of the earth? No, he's using a set. Well, that's good. Yeah, but he's making us build it. Okay, that's a little weird, but I guess not unheard of on independent films. He's also occasionally throwing a lit stick of dynamite onto the set while we're doing it and then yelling, "Take cover!" and filming the results. He claims it'll add to the realism of the film. I don't know what to say to that. Well, I do. I'm hoping that his parents' money dries up soon, because I'm not sure how much longer I'll live through this shoot. Hang in there, buddy. Hang in there. Well, folks, this is Sid the Seal. If I don't see you again, goodbye, but I hope to see you next time, folks.
Bye.